Hi guys. Oh, son of a bitch.
I have not drunk enough for this.
Pluck your guitar, motherfucker.
You're making me start with this, huh? Okay, I gotta get up. Hi everybody, you're watching me. Oh Jesus Christ, there's still a bunch of shit on my floor. Hang on. Who's putting down subs? Thanks
for the sub.
Thanks for 5 months, brother.
Oh yeah, I have to do that too.
So this one. Oh, it's not. Okay, actually, I'll use the other one because it's the actual acoustic. There's a bunch of shit on my floor, so pulling the guitar up from under my bed is going to be a bit more of a pain in the ass than usual.
Whoa! Thank you for the gift.
Thanks for gifting to Principality of Cascadia. Thank you so much. 1 sec. Hey.
Oh, we're close to a hype train. Let's see if we can get one of those going.
All right.
Yes.
Say hype train?
Hype train. We're close to a hype train.
You do those, and
Choo
you get
choo.
fun emotes for giving bits and subs and whatnot. Yes, and Keeper, you fall into yet another one of my saw traps.
Yeah, I cannot overstate
Hello?
just how much I am doing this non-consensually. I need someone to call. Like, there's going to be a quiz at the end of this, and if I don't get at least an 80%, they're going to chain me to a desk until I finish playing all the Metal Gear games, and I'm not ready for this. Help.
Pretending you wouldn't want to be chained to a desk.
Well, in
I would
you
not.
have 24
This
hours.
is tough. We've discussed
Good
this.
luck.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Jigsaw will pop up and do a little dance.
It's guitar.
And say,
It's
"Fuck
guitar
you."
time.
All right. So as you guys know, every time I do these, it's just kind of like a one pluck and just kind of ends. So it's gonna be a 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Also, nice hat.
Oh my god, the lady.
I had that idea just now. I haven't practiced that at all. Holy shit! Thanks, guys. Thanks much for the 200 bits. Genetic777, great name. Thanks for the sub. Holy shit.
I love the pun because it's a.
Mizlix, thanks for the follow. We're gonna talk about genes in a moment. Just a moment.
What do you mean we are? What does genetics have to? What do you mean genetics has to do with this?
I have horrible news for you, Innkeeper. Genetics has everything to do with this.
There's a Warhammer 40k crossover event.
So
What?
Horrible
So let me
news.
swatch-
Everything that happened last week, it gets worse.
We haven't even hit the weird games yet.
yeah, like
Oh,
okay,
no.
okay. So real quickly,
Sorry, wait,
See, I was there
no.
at the very end. I was the only one who stayed on long enough, and I was just like, at that point, I was guessing things, and they just turned out to be correct.
Wait, so
yeah.
Yeah?
So all of last week was the foundational lore knowledge for the weird ones.
This was all that everything last week was literally prequel. We are going to be starting this with the very first Metal Gear game.
I don't want to be here.
So
Again, Jigsaw has trapped you in his shitty little saw trap.
so
This is the
I
worst fucking saw trap.
I just
Sure
wanna-
is.
So after like Metal
Metal
Gear Solid
Gear.
Phantom Pain comes Metal Gear Solid 1.
no Metal Gear
Wait,
1.
so
here's-
wait, how many Metal Gear Solids are there?
There are 5 Metal Gear Solids. There are 2 Metal Gears.
What's the difference?
Metal Gear. Okay, I'll get to it later. But Metal Gear Solid was the first one on like a 3D console. Metal Gear were like 8-bit games released in the 80s and early 90s.
It's the difference between, like, Sonic, like, the 2D Sonics and the 3D Sonics.
Precisely.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I've played Sonic Unleashed before, which probably surprises no one.
Nope, not at all. Okay, brandy is
I'm
poured.
putting on an orange lipstick to prepare for ultimate weirdness.
Excellent.
Disco, bitch.
Yeah, that works. So
Orange lipstick is the least weird thing about you, dear.
I'm gonna fucking garrote you with your hair.
What did
Why?
I just say?
Isn't it Garage?
literally nothing that
It is
they just
Garage.
said was inaccurate.
Listen, I am already nearly 1 drink down. Let's
All right.
get
We are
either
20.
started or wait.
And
We are-
here I am,
we are
like
t- we are t-
stone cold
we
sober
are- We
with
are
y'all
20 minutes
fucked.
into this. We really savored last time. We really relished in the
Okay, stop
artistry
doing it.
and at the like just the glory that is Hideo Kojima's storytelling with Metal Gear Solid 3, this is business. I'm gonna try to just get through these.
Wait, I thought you hang on. Metal Gear Solid 3, but
that's a prequel.
Solid 1.
That's so just if you're not I'm gonna explain in just a moment. I will recap as much as I can. So let me just get over here.
We got through a lot last night.
We went over all of our collective experience in Metal Gear Solid. Bungie, what is your experience with this series?
I have basically no experience with anything in like the main line of games that Kojima actually touched.
Right,
Only, like,
right.
Serious experiences with the Apocrypha, like Revengeance and Rising and just like all that crap.
Yeah. And
Raiden is my boy.
and we'll be getting to him later. And Innkeeper, your experience?
No. My experience is I played the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate stage a couple times, like a couple, genuinely a couple. And
We'll be covering that as well.
I don't actually know this. I don't actually know his like moveset in Smash. Like I am coming into this, if you'll pardon the phrase, as virginal as possible because I'd never wanted to learn about Metal Gear Solid, but now I'm contractually obligated to put up with it. I hate this fucking society so goddamn much.
Snake's moveset's actually pretty damn good. I made Snake for a little while. Yeah. So
I can't remember
my brother
in Smash still as good as it is in these games.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. They nerfed.
They gave him a butt reduction.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they nerfed his cake.
They brought his
so
ass
tragic.
back, actually.
they did bring his ass
Did
back.
they?
They brought his
Did
ass
they?
back.
Okay.
Changed his model and made his ass bigger.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
So-
Thank God.
So, are we ready?
Vindication.
Are we ready, guys?
No.
Yes.
I'm ready.
No.
Excellent. So, we're gonna start with a brief recap of the previous games we covered, all prequel to Metal Gear. Those games are Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, the PSP one, Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes, and Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Those games all covered our good friend, Big Boss. In 1964, a Korean and Vietnam War vet and CIA rookie, Naked Snake, infiltrates the Soviet Union.
Honest?
Literally, his codename is Naked Snake.
Tommy.
To kill his former mentor, the Boss. After killing her and stopping a nuclear superweapon called the Saga, another gem, Naked Snake is awarded the title Big Boss, as he has surpassed the Boss. Soon after this operation, he becomes disillusioned and retires from the army. In 1970, Big Boss, which is how I'll be referring to him from now on, got together with David O, aka Zero, Dr. Clark, aka Paramedic, and Donald Anderson, aka Sigint, his companions on the operation, to found the Patriots, a shadow organization designed to bring order and unity to the world in the way the Boss, in her image. The organization will later include Eva, Big Boss's former lover, and a young Revolver Ocelot, Big Boss's former lover. With the secret treasure called the Philosopher's Legacy at their disposal, the Patriots will grow to both control much of world politics, but also run Big Boss's life even further into the ground. In 1971, Dr. Clark conducts Les Enfants Terribles, a project to clone and preserve the legendary Big Boss, whom the Patriots need as a messianic icon to be the face of their organization. Les Enfants Terribles took place without Big Boss's knowledge or consent, and when he found out, it was the final nail in the coffin, causing him to leave the organization. He was already having some splinters with Zero over what exactly the Boss wanted. Zero going for more of a scary QAnon shadow government sort of vibe, and Big Boss wanting to go for a more ANCAP soldier of fortune military nation state sort of vibe.
Neither of those are good.
Neither of those are very good.
Let me know before you would switch the panel, because I have questions.
Yeah. I'll stop so you can ask some clarifying questions, because like this will this.
Here?
Yeah,
I'll get to Ansem later. Uh,
Some secret darkness here.
What do you mean there's an
Say it.
actual reason other than just
Xehanort, huh?
What is Ansem doing in my Metal Gear?
So, Big Boss then leaves the Patriots and becomes a private mercenary. In 1972, the Les Enfants Terribles, or Les Enfants Terribles, as Ocelot calls it, produces 3 children. David, a clone possessing all Big Boss's recessive traits, Eli, possessing the dominant ones, and Solidus, a perfect clone of Big Boss.
That's not how any of that works.
Yep, I know.
Like that's
Oh, like it's
that's the end of that's the end of genetics in
Yep.
Metal Gear, right? I know the answer is going to be no, not by a long shot, but that's the end, right? That's the worst it gets.
Forget
In
what
1970
said to me last week, but something about, do you think that's how bees work, idiot? Do you think that's how genes work, idiot?
Also, I will ask the people in Kokon with me to keep an eye on chat, as I basically cannot see it. If anyone says anything worth bringing up, please let me know.
Bungie thought Eli got all the recessive.
I'll get to that later. Also, Bungie,
Okay,
you could
and
just
Vic
say
got,
that.
Vic
We're doing
donated
Punnett
3.
squares.
Oh, thank you so much. Wait, 3 subs? Holy fuck! Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Vic is rich.
Yeah, damn, thank you.
Yeah,
So,
break out your Punnett squares, everybody.
In 1975, Big Boss brings his private military company, MSF, to nuclear power by hijacking Metal Gear Zeke. Big Boss founds a mercenary company, and it becomes a superpower, and he becomes and Big Boss himself is now the world's 7th nuclear power. Let's see. His company is soon destroyed by Skullface and the XOF unit. Let's see. In an act of
Skullface top right?
Skullface is top right, yeah.
Was he named that before or after whatever happened to his face?
I think he was.
Coincidence.
Yeah.
What?
Most names in there are a couple of characters in this series who have a name that like seemingly lacked subtext or just is like, oh yeah, this is
Die Hard
literally
Man?
just what you are. Die Hard Man is not in Metal Gear. Die Hard Man is a Death Stranding character.
God damn it.
Yeah, I know. But there is a CIA agent in Peace Walker named Hot Coldman. God,
God damn, forgot that hot cold.
yeah, well, like there's a
Does he
few
have
characters.
hot and cold powers?
No, he's just a guy.
No.
He's just
Guy.
he's just trying to
He's just a
destabilize.
dude.
He's just trying to destabilize Nicaragua, or I think it's Costa Rica. Oh no, it was Costa Rica. But the Sandinistas were involved.
That he's not named Destabilize Costa Rica Man.
Yeah, honestly, that wouldn't be
That would
like
be,
that's
listen,
not out
that'd
of the
be-
realm of possibility.
No, the reason it didn't happen is because that would literally that would be pushing it over the line for any American publicization. Like that is literally straight up just point blank saying "fuck you CIA," but actually,
I'll get to like what American publicization did to this game. It does some interesting stuff. Oh shit, who? Hello?
Oh, Bungie.
Okay.
Bungie's back.
Okay. So let's see. So in 1975, Skullface destroys the MSF mother base. Let's see. I have a lot of notes here. Leaving hundreds dead and Big Boss in a 9-year coma. While he slept, a medic who worked for him was severely injured in the attack and physically and in the intervening 9 years is physically and mentally conditioned to become Big Boss's body double, codenamed Venom Snake. When he awakes, he believes he himself is Big Boss. In 1984, when Big Boss and his double awake, Venom Snake would go on to found Diamond Dogs with Revolver Ocelot and Kazuhira Miller, who's that dude next to Skullface. Let's see. They would go on to defeat Skullface.
Kazuhira Miller is incredibly gay, by the way.
Yeah, it's so good. Such a
He's
little thought.
Metal Gear game.
Massive little thoughty.
There are
Let's see.
straight men in Metal Gear?
There's one. Let's see. So, Venom Snake and Diamond Dogs would go on to defeat Skullface and his Metal Gear, Sahelanthropus, as well as neutralize his parasites that specifically targeted languages, which he intended to release on the world as an ethnic cleanser. Venom Snake also came across Eli, one of the projects of the cloning one of the products of the cloning project. Yeah.
Rewind a little bit. He wanted to reverse babble the world.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah.
Just learn Esperanto like the rest of you fucking idealists. Goddamn.
He would just make an Esperanto parasite. Let's see. Yeah, so he meets Eli, who's a 8-year-old
Biological weapon that forces you to become fluent in Esperanto.
Oh no, it kills you if you speak Esperanto. So yeah, he meets Eli, a 12-year-old child soldier leading a small platoon in Africa. Who? Yep. Eli forms a deep resentment for Venom Snake, believing him to be Big Boss, his father.
Hang on, rewind a sentence because I missed whatever happened because I think I blocked it out audibly.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't a joke. I genuinely did not.
So
comprehend.
so Eli.
IPA just subscribed for 19 months. Oh wait, they have
Hey,
subscribed for 19
thanks,
months.
bud. Thank you so much.
You so
Let's see. So Eli, who is that little kid under Skullface, is one of the products of the Les Enfants Terribles project, and is one of the sons of Big Boss. And he's 12 years old at the time, British, and leading a platoon of child soldiers.
I was about to say, why is he at war, but he's British. That explains it.
Yeah.
Of course, you're a child soldier and have pronouns.
God damn it. I'm just gonna say now.
Any Harry Potter stand in 2022.
Surprisingly, Eli's resume is fucking enormous compared to David's. But I'll get to that later.
Who's David?
He's
Da-
12.
David-
Brother.
David is his twin brother. We'll get to
What
David.
is his resume? A fucking diploma from elementary school?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah.
We'll see
Yeah.
more. We'll see more of these children. Don't worry.
Also, he does not look like he looks like a 12-year-old in the least possible 12-year-old.
Oh, I
way.
know.
I've
I
seen
know.
what
He's
Uncle
he's
Phil
modeled
looks
so
like.
weird.
He looks like how Sora doesn't look like he's like 13.
Honestly, it's like Sora. That is not a 15-year-old.
He looks like
No,
a
yeah.
bitch lesbian.
Honestly, yeah.
Stop calling me out like this, god damn it.
So,
looks-
it is after all these events, Venom Snake finally learns the truth of his identity, that he is not actually Big Boss, which is why the answer is there. And yeah,
He
and
learns
You were pulling a Kingdom
Yep.
Hearts on us.
Yep.
He
Yep.
learns the
Sebastian,
spirit of Christmas.
Sebastian, I need you to know that is literally the only thing I have been able to comprehend, make sense of, and like compartmentalize so far.
that's why I put him there. I knew you guys
Everything
could.
else has been noise.
Somehow I knew that
Con-
Kingdom Hearts would be the through line by which you would be able to follow along.
Have you
It-
strategically placed them throughout the slideshow?
Not as much as you think. So
That wasn't to
Okay,
know.
I know this probably isn't important, but Not Lucy says I know that
Oh.
Eli says slurs on Fortnite, and I
oh, he totally does.
Yeah, this kid called me a faggot on
E-
Fortnite.
Eli thinks he's playing
How did-
Fortnite, but he's actually just saying slurs to like
Real people that he's
like
killing.
Yeah.
Congolese militiamen
oh god.
Eli,
who he is
Eli-
actually
God.
killing.
Eli called me a fag in middle school, and all I could think of was like, wait, how did you know that before me? And he said I'm an empath.
Mantis told me.
You know, Eli called me a faggot, and you know what? He was right.
So yeah, now Venom and Big Boss are now collaborating with each other. Big Boss plans to use the two of their combined powers to amass their forces into an organization called Outer Heaven, which I will discuss in a minute. So the aftermath of Metal Gear Solid 5, we're now fully caught up, and I'm now bringing up new material. With the reveal that Venom Snake is not actually Big Boss, Miller feels utterly betrayed and meaningless. Felt as though he was led to propagate Big Boss's lies, which he was. Ocelot, however, remains loyal to Big Boss because he is extremely gay for him. But Miller vows But Miller, from here on out, vows to support any and all efforts to bring down Big Boss and support his children, who are likely going to find and seek revenge. It is also revealed here that Ocelot was aware of the Venom Snake plan and actually carried it out, but subjected himself to MK Ultra like therapy to forget the incident ever took place.
I
Like,
love
you were-
I love the concept of calling whatever the fuck MK Ultra is therapy.
I know.
Yeah.
They call
Yeah.
it shit like psychotherapy in this game, but like it's like
It's
they
Yeah.
went like Venom Snake and Ocelot went through drugs and hypnotherapy. It's like that's just MK Ultra.
Therapy,
Yeah,
but it,
MK
therapy, but it
Ultra-
makes you worse.
Yep.
MK Ultra is psychotherapy in the same way that me roasting you over an open fucking fire for making me learn about Metal Gear is sun tanning.
Fucking, it's therapy.
So-
It's therapy, but it makes you worse.
Yep.
I want that.
So
It's
we
your
are
fucked up therapy treatment that tortures you with visions.
so before we can
This.
go before we can go on to non Metal Gear Solid 5 content, I have to cover a brief piece of cut content from Metal Gear Solid 5. This chapter is called "The Kingdom of the Flies." During the entire like Eli stuff, the Lord of the Flies metaphors are extremely ham-fisted, and they are so fucking like even more ham-fisted in this
Is
in
there a
this particular
Simon?
section.
Is there some kid named Simon?
There's not a kid named Simon, but you'll see that Eli has like in that image on the right, Eli has a conch shell strapped to his belt, and they all have a shrine built around the Metal Gear, like the pig's head.
Yeah,
That's a lot. That's a
It's
Yep.
lot.
very on the nose.
So
Wait, sorry, hang on. What's a shrine around the Metal Gear?
A
Is
me-
that what
the-
the big robot is?
yes, this is Sahelanthropus, which is a Metal Gear.
What is a
and
Metal Gear?
I'll describe. I'll talk more about what a Metal Gear is later because we'll get to the first game.
Okay.
So, Venom Snake tracks down the stolen Sahelanthropus, this Metal Gear, to a African island where Eli has been infecting XOF scouts with the last remaining strain of the English vocal cord parasite.
What?
Yep, he's just chilling out with all of his child soldier buddies, just massacring the shit out of these like adult special forces agents with a deadly disease.
You know what? I think Eli is cool after all.
So Snake shows up
Hang
to.
on, hang on.
Yep.
I need to say a sentence that I know is true, but I'm going to hate saying it.
Mhm.
Eli is Metal Gear's Vriska.
Snake enters. Snake drops into the island to eliminate the Metal Gear once and for all, and in the process, nearly shoots and kills Eli.
What?
To stop the infection from spreading, Ocelot orders the island to be napalmed. However, the floating boy, who will later become Psycho Mantis, removes the English parasite from Eli's body, saving him, and then the two of them float out of there before the island can be
When you say
napalmed.
English parasite, parasite that makes you English, or parasite that is obtained by interacting with English people?
Parasite that spreads via use of the English language and kills speakers of the English language.
Okay, Pog.
So,
So not English the people, English as in
No,
like
yeah.
what we are speaking.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Can you explain how the fuck? Never mind.
I do not have
just keep going.
I do
Just
not
keep
have
going.
time I do not have time because it is no longer relevant after this point. So it is shortly after this Eli watch the first VOD. Eli is returned to Great Britain where he will remain to be raised by several organizations before we see him later. Which brings us to some intervening years, 1985 to 1989. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev takes office in the Soviet Union. Big Boss battles in various African civil wars. He is reunited on the battlefield with Frank Jaeger. You will recall Frank Jaeger was that South African mercenary who partook in the Rhodesian Civil War, adopting Naomi Hunter as his sister after the death of her parents by his own hand. In the Mozambican Civil War, Frank Jaeger is a Renamo soldier, meaning that he was a anti-communist rebel fighting against the Mozambican Communist Party.
Pause. Wait, hang on. Did I mishear you, or did you say that both the Mozambican and the Rhodesian civil wars are relevant right now?
Yes.
God fucking damn it. Go ahead.
I had an entire slide about the Rhodesian Civil War last time because I
You did.
went out of my way to study it because I just wanted to learn about it.
Yeah, like most neo-colonial wars of oppression are like canon in this universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like multiple characters and like another one I'm about to talk about in a second are like they're like African wars of decolonization are literally a canon part of their backstory.
Yeah, like apartheid is canon in this universe.
Yeah.
But 9/11 isn't?
I'll get to 9/11 later.
You'll see.
That's
So-
one of the only
See?
things I know. And that's okay.
So, after meeting Frank Yeager again, Big Boss rescues him from jail, and also meets his adopted sister. He then sends them both to America where they can be safe. The young girl, Naomi Hunter, will remain in the United States as Frank Yeager and Big Boss will go off to continue their military careers together and have lots of gay sex. Naomi Hunter will think of Big Boss as a savior and benefactor in her adult life. January 28th, 1986. Hello? Who just joined?
York.
Bean, please mute when you're
Hey,
typing.
York.
Sorry,
York.
I'm here.
York, hello. Welcome. We just finished 5.
Sick.
Is
Um,
that the
so-
elephant's foot?
Yep. January 28th, 1986, the Challenger explosion. March 1986, the U.S. proposes the Human Genome Project. April,
Oh no.
let's see, April 26th, 1986, the Chernobyl disaster takes place. January 1987, the Lord's Resistance Army insurrection begins in Uganda. Sometime during the Civil War, a man who will later be known as Drebin 893 is kidnapped by the guerrilla forces and forced to fight as a child soldier in this conflict. Sometime in 1987, a girl named Meryl Silverberg is born. 1988, the Winter Olympics in Calgary take place. December 24th, 1989, the First Liberian Civil War begins. During this war, a child soldier named Jack the Ripper is trained and parented by Solidus Snake. He is currently 17 years old.
My boy.
Yeah, our boy. Okay, we're about to get into 1991. This is a big one. It's Gulf War time. So,
Wait, which
Oh
boy
my
are you
God.
specifically talking about?
Jack the Ripper. We will mention him by name later.
What?
Okay.
Yes, and Keeper.
No. I don't know.
Not, okay, I know what you're gonna say. Not that Jack the Ripper.
That is what I was.
Yeah, no. It was simply
Time travel in 17.
simply a
You know,
nickname.
I thought that hearing that it was just a coincidence name would make it better. It didn't. It made it worse.
So, I have
I
lots
hate all of you so fucking much.
and I'm the only one actually,
you in.
you know,
I haven't
I'm the
done
one relaying
anything.
this information. So, January 17th and January 17th to February 27th, the Gulf War takes place. After the Iran-Iraq War, Iraq is in substantial debt to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates are also overproducing oil, driving down the price, and as a result, severely weakening the Iraqi economy. This is also exacerbated by Kuwaiti oil drillers slant drilling Iraqi oil, which you can imagine what that is based on what it sounds like. Essentially stealing the Iraqi natural resources on their own land. After several failed attempts to gain support from the international community, civil unrest following the Iran-Iraq War, tense relations with the U.S. despite their military support during the war, a utterly hollow gesture to support the U.S. arms trade, Iraq invades Kuwait. The response to this invasion is a coalition of 35 countries backing Kuwait and joining the war, objectively pummeling Iraqi forces for 6 weeks on the battlefield. Like,
Yikes.
this is just a fucking, like, this isn't like international intervention. This is the international community deciding, death to Iraq.
Yeah,
is-
like I
Yikes.
heard that and I'm just. That is literally World War III. If World War III was one nation, one tiny
Yeah.
nation, against literally every fucking one else.
Literally, the strongest armies in the world are involved in the Gulf War, and they're fighting against Iraq.
Also, this again happened in real life.
Yeah, everything I've covered so far is true.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's see.
At this
Iraq-
point in Metal Gear Solid canon, we have people who hold the power of an entire, like, nation, nuclear nation.
Yeah, we also like
Brief pause. What the fuck does Ozarks mean in chat when they say "and the vampire"?
We'll get to him later.
It's got vampires.
Okay.
So
Don't, Ozzy, don't worry about it
hold
yet.
on
Don't worry
one
about it.
second.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna.
We're good. We're good. Don't worry.
Yeah,
about it.
we're good.
I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I'm whatever good isn't.
Yep. So
I personally am.
and I haven't even like described a game yet. I've just been talking about history.
There's a guy here. Everyone's already like passed
Yeah.
out.
So the coalition successful. Let's see.
Blake explains U.S. history
Hey,
and not U.S. history. Not.
So
Blake explains history.
Iraq tries desperately to fracture the coalition forces by turning the conflict towards Saudi Arabia and Israel, to no success. However, the coalition successfully destabilized Iraq's political situation and sowed unrest against Saddam Hussein. As well as, among the effects of this operation are planting a false coup d'etat by the Iraqi Kurds, from whom the U.S. abruptly withdrew their support, leaving them for their own. Thousands of depleted uranium shells are used by the coalition, and the waste of the depleted uranium still pollutes the Iraqi desert to this day. So,
Fun fact: they're actually researching ecological stopgaps to clean up and unpollute the radiation poisoning in the soil.
hell yeah.
It's actually one of the other really big important things about undesertification.
Oh, another thing we covered last time was was uranium pollution on Navajo land as well. So that's actually fucking great news on two accounts relevant to this. But
I'm so
Yeah.
glad that I missed that because I would not have been able to shut the fuck up.
yeah, so now during the war, David fights alongside the Green Berets. He is 19 years old. Also 19 is his twin Eli, who has returned to Great Britain with SAS. During the war, Eli infiltrates Iraqi lines to destroy Scud missile launchers supplied by the former Soviet Union, but is captured and declared missing in action. Big Boss, that eye patch looking motherfucker at the bottom, is now operating on a near mythical status. Rescues war orphans and child soldiers in several armed conflicts around the global south. During the Gulf War specifically, he rescues a woman named Sniper Wolf, a young Iraqi Kurd whom he rescues and raises as a soldier. After this rescue, she will refer to him as Saladin, and recognizes him as one of the few American military who ever helped the Iraqi Kurds in this conflict. The Gulf War also saw the Genome Soldier Project, led by Dr. Clark of the Patriots. During the Genome Soldier Project, samples of Big Boss's DNA were injected into Gulf War soldiers to enhance their combat abilities. To make their genetics more like Big Boss, they thought they would make better soldiers. That's literally
Nothing worse.
I thought he was just a guy. Is he a super soldier now?
Big Boss? Big Boss is just really fucking good at what he does. He's not like a genetically altered super soldier. He's just been like deified
Trained by the best.
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
And also deified.
Like I said, by 1991 he is like known throughout the world as like a legendary soldier.
He's like if Master Chief was real and didn't need a suit.
Yeah, totally. That's literally right.
To jack him off.
Yes.
Big Boss doesn't need a suit to jack him off. Literally any of his soldiers would do that for free. So let's see.
I might lower my own standards to do it. Also, not gonna lie.
I think Revolver
He's
Ocelot
so
would kill you first. I think
No,
Revolver
he'd be okay with it. He knows it's a solemn duty.
I have two
Okay,
hands.
they're not monogamous.
Yeah, Ocelot and Big Boss are literally in a polycule with Eva. I established this.
That's true. That's
so-
true. You did.
So the Genome Soldiers, because of their altered genes, would suffer mysterious symptoms and side effects, which are the same side effects as the Gulf War syndrome. The U.S. Army decides to keep this classified and instead blame the Gulf War syndrome on the depleted uranium. So, I'd say the timeline has been fracturing up to this point. Here's where I think we have fully entered like a wholly alternate universe now. like there are some
As
similarities.
as opposed to wherever the fuck like those giant robots were involved.
Well, like
Those interestingly didn't like have a huge overarching effect, oddly enough.
yeah, like the giant nuclear equipped mechas did not have that much of an effect on the timeline, all things considered. So, which brings us
Mostly 'cause it
to
got dealt with quickly.
yeah.
For
This brings us
context.
to 1990 to 1995. Big Boss returns to the United States government and now commands the unit Foxhound. Among whom
That fucking patch is my gender. I need all
it's
of you to
so
know that right
good.
fucking now.
It's so good.
Why did they let him back?
I think
Because
it's also
they-
worth remembering that like Foxhound is like a kind of an old thing. Big Boss is kind of coming back to it at this
Yeah,
point, right?
Foxhound was founded by Big Boss back in 1970, but he basically
Is it a good organization or is it a bad one?
yes and no. Like it depends on who's leading it at the time.
I could fix it.
Yeah. So, he leaves in 1970 following his fallout with the Patriots, and it's left in other people's hands, but he returns back, he restores his reputation and returns back to lead the unit again. Among whom is Frank Yeager, who has taken the codename Gray Fox. He is the highest ranking he is the highest ranking member of the unit, the only one to ever receive the codename Fox. Big Boss's most
I bet it's because it definitely helped by the favor of a Daedric prince nocturnal in her cowl.
yeah.
Yes.
Is he hot?
Gray Fox? He's aight.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, and Gray. The codename Gray Fox also reflects how much Big Boss trusts him. He is like his most trusted comrade, confidant at this time, barring Ocelot, I guess. Let's see. 1991, the reunification of Germany takes place. In 1992, the USS Missouri is decommissioned in Hawaii for the second time. Also in 92, the Barcelona Olympics are held, during which Running Man runs the 100-meter dash in 9.69 seconds, setting the new world record, which will later be beaten by Usain Bolt. In 1993, experiments on high-velocity railguns are conducted. This is true. 1994, Pulp Fiction is released. In the same year, the Taliban forms in Afghanistan. Keep in mind that in Metal Gear Solid 5, Venom Snake and Diamond Dogs were fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan and effectively supporting the Mujahideen guerrillas, so Big Boss is partly responsible for the Taliban.
I am.
Now it makes sense why the military brought him back.
Well, what was that, CT?
It's like the Mujahideen were a very complicated group. Like they weren't they were
Yeah.
not religious extremists that the Taliban were, but they also weren't great. It's complicated. It doesn't necessarily make Big Boss evil for supporting them.
Right.
I have a question. What movie did you say came out?
Pulp Fiction, 1994.
Now, did you was that a case of correlation or causation?
I am not saying that the release of Pulp Fiction created the Taliban.
You don't have to. It's fine. We know.
1995. This year is a big one. David joins Foxhound. Big Boss recognizes David as one of his own sons. It grants him his own codename from back when he was in the Fox unit. David takes the codename Solid Snake.
Solid.
Here he comes! 1995.
Here he comes.
Also 1995, the Outer Heaven Uprising begins. Big Boss is commanding Foxhound from the US, and Venom Snake is acting in South Africa in his stead. Keep in mind that this is Big Boss's plan. Together, the two of them hope to create the vision that Big Boss started with his own private military enterprise. A nation-state where soldiers will finally have a place to go once they leave the battlefield, and will always know combat. The foil to the Patriots' vision is known as Outer Heaven ideology. We'll see this repeated in several iterations in this series. After the Outer Heaven Uprising, Grey Fox is ordered to infiltrate the base in South Africa in Operation Intrude N312, but is captured. The only words received in his transmission back to HQ are Metal Gear.
Uh-oh.
Metal Gear 1, released in 1987 on the MSX2. Here we
made
go.
it, we're here.
We're finally here, guys.
All
Hey,
of that
can we
was
talk about
prelude.
that?
All
Wait,
of
I
that
have a
was
question.
prequel. Yeah, what's your question?
Years.
What's your question?
They started writing this as a game that was set in the future, and then later started writing it as a game that was set in the past.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah. So,
Can we
Metal
talk
Gear
about
Solid.
how that last cover art fucked supremely?
Okay, I'll take a brief moment to appreciate Yoji Shinkawa. Like, I fucking gushed about how great his art and character design is, except for when he's designing women with Kojima.
Yeah.
His art is so fucking good because what he'll do is like he basically draws the rough outline of a person and like very minimalistically and with extremely thick lines draws all their features and then just puts a bunch of shapes on them and it rules
Like-
every single time.
Like, as an art student, it fucks supremely. You
Yeah,
can
it's such a
see
great-
the gestural lines. It's very messy, but you get the
Yeah.
overall picture. You got the crop
We'll be-
shot. It's
You need to have a
fucked
good grasp of
supremely.
anatomy for that.
Totally.
fucks supremely.
Yeah. So
They-
back
they
to
look- they
Reminds
look-
me of like old Final Fantasy cover art.
totally
Yeah.
yeah. It's very very reminiscent of like maybe like his style is distinct from Yoshitaka Amano's, but it's very like I get very similar feelings looking at it.
I believe it's, and this is my, I wouldn't call this expertise because I never went to school for this, but it is my
Mhm.
special interest. I would say it's because both Asataka Yoji and what's this artist's name again?
Yoji Shinkawa.
Yoji Shinkawa. Both of their distinct styles for doing video game illustration have shockingly a lot in common with modern haute couture fashion illustration standard
Ooh.
designs.
Interesting.
I do see that. I do see the
Actually, no,
similar
I-
line work.
That's actually like blatantly correct. I'm pretty sure like Amano's art is like blatantly like explicitly.
Amano study fashion. Like
Yeah. That is
I don't believe he did it in academia, but like you look at literally any single fucking thing that he has ever drawn, and you're just like, yeah, that's
Mhm.
definitely.
I've studied
So-
costume design for the past 3 years, and I've looked at like runway like plates and sketches. I do see the influence there.
Neat.
So-
Moving on.
So, we gotta move on, guys. So, mere days after Gray Fox is captured, Foxhound rookie Solid Snake is sent to infiltrate the Outer Heaven base in South Africa. Solid Snake is to discover the secret behind what the hell Metal Gear even is and rescue Gray Fox, while convening with Resistance leader Kyle Schneider, who is leading a faction of mercenaries within Outer Heaven against the Uprising. This leads Snake to find Gray Fox, who tells Snake that they have designed a weapon called TX-55 Metal Gear with the help of a I don't remember his nationality, Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar. Madnar was
The guy on
captured.
the bottom left,
The guy,
right?
the mad scientist looking motherfucker on the bottom right. Yeah,
I straight up
He's
thought that was
so-
Gandhi.
that
He's so scrumbly.
Gandhi with steampunk goggles.
He's
Madnar.
so scrumbly.
Yeah, Madnar was captured and forced to develop this Metal Gear against his will. However, after this incident, he will see his invention as a crowning achievement and wish to replicate it under the U.S. Army supervision, to no success. Madnar is also the only one who knows how to destroy Metal Gear, meaning he is of high priority to Snake's mission. So, Innkeeper, you had a question earlier. What exactly is a Metal Gear? Just to recap, a Metal Gear is basically the Metal Gear has several different iterations because it has as many iterations as there are games. It is essentially a bipedal tank equipped with a nuclear warhead designed to launch them from any terrain without detection from radar.
It is the missing link between infantry and artillery, a tank with legs that has the speed of infantry with the killing power of artillery.
That's basically a quote.
I used to have the entire Wikipedia description for a Metal Gear tank memorized.
That's the most
Love that
most
for
you
you.
thing I have ever known about you.
CT, I want you to know that I want to take your brain and slice it thin and toss it with some olive oil, oregano, salt, and pepper, and put it in the air fryer at about 350 for like 15 minutes.
Lovingly saute it.
Mm-hmm. So, Kojima thinks Metal Gears are the coolest fucking thing ever. Basically, this entire series
right?
is him like holding little Metal Gear action figures, going like and just like flying them around and shit.
I love
I
that
love
'cause
that
this
for him.
design is
There you
love
go.
that
We
for
can
him.
we can end the stream right now. You understand everything now.
Kojima is playing with his toys. Leave him alone.
I
Yep.
love
He shouldn't be disturbed.
Baby
So-
and Mega Man.
Snake then looks for Dr. Madnar through the Outer Heaven base, meeting several Resistance members, including Kyle Schneider, their leader, and fighting the Outer Heaven mercenaries, who include Bloody Brad, Dirty Duck, Fire Trooper, Machine Gun Kid, and Shotmaker.
Yes, the 5 genders.
Their names will only get more stupid.
The 5 genders.
Yep, an Alaskan Inuit heavy arms expert named Vulcan Raven is also among them, but he and Snake do not cross paths in this game. Something I wanted to bring up real quickly. CT and I discussed in private something very brief. Basically, you'll notice that Foxhound and Outer Heavens, like their members will have like the same naming convention of like modifying noun animal. You know, Solid Snake, Revolver Ocelot, Vulcan Raven, Psycho Mantis, and whatnot. And even in Metal Gear Solid 5, when Diamond Dogs has literally infinite members, they all follow a randomly generated version of that naming convention. So it is highly possible that Ketamine Ape is among them, and we just haven't met him or discerned his abilities.
With your help.
With your help, we can change that.
Ketamine Ape is the bottom rung dude in financing. They have never
With your help today, we can summon Ketamine Ape.
He's still active.
Take it off the banned spell list.
a movement for Ketamine Ape disarmament. So,
That's actually why Ketamine Ape is banned by the Wizard Council, because it keeps unlawfully teleporting that just one random dude.
With your help, we could also get Ketamine Ape banned by the Geneva Convention.
Yes.
After fighting Dr. Madnar, Snake learns of Metal Gear's weakness, high explosives, as always. Yep. Snake proceeds to Metal Gear's hangar. Snake proceeds to Metal Gear's hangar after walking through a hallway where he is constantly taking damage, and plants C4 on all of its weak points, blowing it to hell. The entire time, Big Boss begins feeding Snake obviously incorrect directions, even telling Snake to just straight up abort the mission. Snake, driven by a sense of duty, disobeys Big Boss and proceeds to destroy Metal Gear. After destroying the mecha, he comes face to face with quote Big Boss.
Venom Snake.
You will recall that this Big Boss is Venom Snake, Big Boss's body double, and is not actually Big Boss. So Venom Snake reveals.
Players coming into this game know that though.
Well, if you were playing this back in 1987, you would just assume this is Big Boss.
Okay.
Metal Gear
Did
Solid
any
5.
of this make any goddamn sense back then?
Yeah,
we get
this-
a lot of
Me-
background.
Metal-
This
Metal
doesn't seem
Gear-
like it makes sense now.
Metal Gear 1's pretty straightforward, frankly.
Metal Gear 1 is easily the most straightforward one.
Yeah,
I'm more just meant like the body double shit, but fair enough.
I don't
well,
believe they revealed that in Metal Gear 1.
yeah, I think in Metal Gear 2, they're like, oh, Big Boss survived, and they don't really explain how or why.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I think in later games they say that they reference Big Boss's Phantom before like establishing that it is Venom Snake.
Why
So
does that art of Big Boss not have the shrapnel?
because
Yeah,
the real Big Boss never got shrapnel in his forehead. Remember,
Oh,
that
yeah.
is like Venom Snake's defining feature, and why I have him shown here is because he has the little
Right.
shrapnel horn and the prosthetic arm. Those are not
Right,
qualities
right, that's
possessed by
not
Big Boss.
Right.
Yeah. So
My bad.
So the
Continue.
reason Big Boss and Venom Snake deployed Solid Snake in the first place was so that Solid Snake could report back false information about Metal Gear and Outer Heaven, but they didn't count on his abilities being so remarkably close to Big Boss. Imagine a clone of Big Boss being as good as Big Boss.
What?
Yep.
Powerful.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, the logic behind this plan is a little shaky. Solid Snake then fights Venom Snake in Mortal Kombat, kills him, and destroys the Outer Heaven base.
They
And
do
that-
out a game of Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. And that concludes Metal Gear 1. That's the whole game. Yeah.
Pretty simple.
That was pretty painless.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, it wasn't bad.
That was pretty okay.
So, following the Outer Heaven uprising, NATO bombs the shit out of the Outer Heaven base, utterly destroying it. The survivors are rescued by the real big boss, including Dr. Madnar, the scientist behind Metal Gear, along with several members of the Resistance. Also, Colonel Roy Campbell, now that Big Boss has left the US for good this time, becomes commanding officer of Foxhound. You may know Roy Campbell as Colonel. Solid Snake leaves Foxhound and has nightmares about the events of Outer Heaven for the next years. May 1996. Admiral Borda, the chief of naval operations in charge of the Arsenal ship project, dies before scheduled Phase 2 tests, resulting in the project's cancellation. That is true. The Arsenal ship was this piece of experimental naval artillery the US tried out. It was essentially a remotely operated warship that was designed for bombarding shoreline forces and bases with 500 missile ports.
Which, if you know anything about naval warfare, is the most insane, stupid thing that you could ever try to invent ever.
Like, it was designed to be like an unmanned naval vessel, but like it didn't work and was like extremely cost ineffective. It wasn't that expensive as far as like US military projects goes, but it was still extremely stupid and was scrapped.
They were just fucking around.
Anyone who has ever worked on a ship for any amount of time knows that they are the one object in the universe that is able to break faster than every other component of the universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's basically enormous soup of you are broken now.
Yep.
Yeah, a ship is keeping going off the back of like falling forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
in chat, we do have a comment. You're going to get to this, I presume, that says Alex Jones ... question mark.
Yeah, it's just he's just a little bold point in all this.
Yeah.
Alex Jones.
We'll get to that.
Alex Jones is relevant to the Metal Gear timeline, but he does not exist within it.
Alex Jones piloted Metal Gear.
Thank God.
So the Arsenal ship project is canceled in 1996. That's all true. In Metal Gear timeline, the Pentagon's black budget is later reassigned to Arms Tech for the development of Metal Gear Rex, which we'll get to.
Dude in the...
July 5th, 1996. Scientists in Scotland successfully managed to clone the somatic cell of a sheep. In 1997, IBM supercomputer Deep Blue defeats the world champion of chess. Also in 1997, the Mercenary War begins. Under the leadership of Big Boss, a former Soviet country called Zelenoyarsk, which was the site of Operation Snake Eater, declares its independence and now calls itself Zanzibarland. Along with several soldiers of fortune, war orphans, child soldiers, deserters, war criminals, and Olympic athletes under Big Boss's command, Big Boss invades and expands the territory of Zanzibarland with a new Metal Gear called Metal Gear D in his arsenal. The operations of the Mercenary War continue for 2 years. Also in 1997, a young Hal Emmerich has an affair with his stepmother, Julie Danziger, which his younger sister, Emma Emmerich, briefly witnesses. Huey Emmerich learns of the affair and later commits suicide by drowning himself in the family pool, almost taking Emma with him. The death is reported as an accident, and Emma develops a severe fear of water. Hal, out of guilt, leaves his family. You will recall Huey Emmerich was that scientist on the Peace Walker project and who double-crossed Diamond Dogs and did a bunch of shady shit like kill his wife and use his 4-year-old son as a guinea pig pilot for Metal Gear. That man is now dead. The Emmerich bloodline is a cursed family. The Emmerich family is also named after film director Roland Emmerich, responsible for such films as Independence Day, The Day After Tomorrow, 2012, and the 1998 Godzilla.
Oh, did he just use that last name?
Yeah, Kojima just named him after a director. Like, yeah,
He does
there's
that all
no,
the time.
yeah, all the
No,
time.
I,
And
I
there's
knew,
there's
I
no
knew that he does that.
there's
yeah.
no connection or reason. It has nothing to do with like what they do.
Kojima was just like, oh, cool
yeah.
name, mine
It's like,
now.
it's like hell yeah, Godzilla. December 19th, 1997, James Cameron's film Titanic is released in the US. It was released in Japan a month before. May 28th, 1998, Pakistan becomes the world's 8th nuclear power. 1999.
By his own son.
1999, the Patriots develop a computer program to control information deemed inconvenient to the organization. It is submitted to every military center and civilian computer, the latter via an OS program under the guise of counteracting the supposed effects of the Y2K bug. It is also around this time that the Patriots, with their leader Zero growing increasingly old and paranoid, decides that he doesn't want his organization inherited by someone who might misinterpret his own will, and decides to further research this whole AI thing. But we'll get to that one later.
Sure, that'll be fine.
To this one.
March 6th, 1999, the show InfoWars, headed by Alex Jones, releases its very first episode. Which brings us into Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Literally the reason
Fucking again with the art.
Yeah, literally the reason this is called Metal Gear Solid is because Kojima decided to put Solid Snake at the title of one of his games. So,
Nice.
Operation F-014, which takes place on December 24th, 1999. Solid Snake is pulled out of retirement to rescue Dr. Kyo Marv, a renewable energy scientist kidnapped by the Zanzibar land mercenaries. His mission
Yeah, that sounds like a war crime that happened.
Yep.
Retirement? How old is he at this point?
Well, remember, he left Foxhound after the Outer Heaven incident. This being
right,
1999, he is 27 years old. He just didn't want to be in the army because he fucking hated every second of Outer Heaven.
You know what? Fair.
yeah.
Fair.
Valid.
Yeah. His mission is commanded by Colonel Roy Campbell, with whom he will form a close bond and fond friendship over the intervening years. Also supporting him is Kazuhira Miller, now going by Benedict McDonald Miller, or Master Miller for short. Determined to support Snake in taking down Big Boss once and for all. It is unclear what Miller was doing after Diamond Dogs, but I love that he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go help his like bitch-ass kid kill him, fuck it, why not?
Got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Snake infiltrates the Zanzibar land base, where he meets Holly White, a CIA agent posing as a journalist, who agrees to help him. He also fights a soldier called Black Ninja, who is revealed to be Kyle Schneider, the leader of the Outer Heaven Resistance, who was rescued by Big Boss after the Outer Heaven bombing. Because Big Boss rescued so many of these people who were blatantly opposed to him, all of those people are now like they are extremely loyal to Big Boss now. Like they are vehemently they have vehemently switched sides. They're like, no, we actually like this guy now. Yeah. So
That pencil sketch evokes such an emotion in me. I don't know what.
Yeah, I used a lot of the Metal Gear 1 concept art because it's so like
It's so good.
like it's wild. So
Hey,
Snake,
good.
yeah.
On the to now 2 slides ago, you never explained Minecraft Santa.
Yeah, it was on the it was on December 24th.
Oh.
This whole game takes
So
place
this
on
is a
Christmas.
game.
This
Okay,
this whole
gotcha.
game takes place on Christmas Eve.
Good to know.
Can I say something?
Merry
Something
Christmas, David.
Yeah.
related into the stream that I just want you guys to know. I've been
Yeah.
listening to you and I'm double this whole time because I didn't mute the video, and I've
my
just been
God.
vibing. Like, I want you to know I've been disassociating in my
Yeah.
chair listening to you
Oh,
over
God.
yourself.
Yeah, don't do that.
no.
do not do this. So, back to where I was. So, Snake finds Dr. Madnar once again, who has once again built a Metal Gear for Big Boss, whom he reveals to be the new Outer Heaven leader. We are now at 4 iterations of Outer Heaven, including the MSF Mother Base, the Diamond Dogs Mother Base, the South Africa Base, and Zanzibar Land. Snake leaves Madnar behind as he, he wants to be left behind. He's too injured to go with him. Snake then crosses the sinking sand-laced desert, where an anonymous caller warns him of landmines up ahead, claiming to be Snake's #1 fan. Snake makes his way to Dr.
Kojima
Marv.
himself.
Yeah,
It's Kojima.
it's I think Kojima's
I'm such a big fan.
I actually know actually I don't know if he's Kojima's favorite character, but he is his favorite other thing. He doesn't even like Snake that much. So Snake makes his way to Dr. Marv's holding cell
How
after
dare
finding
he.
his frequency on a nearby carrier pigeon. To help translate Dr. Marv's check, as he cannot speak English, Snake is told to find Gustava Hefner, an STB agent who infiltrated the facility. The STB is basically like the Czech spy agency. After joining up with her and picking up Dr. Madnar, Snake recognizes her as an Olympic figure skater who won the gold medal at the Calgary Olympics. She later tells Snake after the release Dr. Madnar is freed from his cell that Hefner was once engaged to a man named Frank Hunter, but was separated from him when she attempted to defect to the U.S. and was refused asylum. That's gonna get wild. It was later
Hold on a
revealed that
second,
Frank
I'm a little
is...
confused here.
Yeah,
So, Snake goes into Zanzibar Land.
yeah.
He like that slide with the Metal Gear on it. Like, he finds Madnar in a cell and like he can't get. him
Yeah,
out.
like Madnar's like too
Cross.
injured to follow him, yeah.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
Madnar gets captured.
Well, no, like, none of that is important.
Okay.
I'm extremely blitzing through like the step by steps of these first two games because they super don't matter.
Okay.
What does matter is so Frank Hunter, Hefner's fiance, is remarkably similar to Frank Yeager, Gray Fox. Yeah. So Snake runs into and encounters Metal Gear D, piloted by Gray Fox, who not only survived Outer Heaven, but has been working with Big Boss to achieve his vision this entire time. Gray Fox reveals that Snake will never understand his relationship with Big Boss, telling him to leave Zanzibar Land or he will simply kill Snake. Hefner, Yeager's former fiance, dies in the attack. After Snake makes his way to Dr. Marv's cell, fighting Running Man, a former Olympic sprinter, Red Blaster, a Soviet graduate in grenade studies, Night Fright, a former Viet Cong, and Jungle Evil, Snake finds Dr. Marv dead. It's revealed then that Dr. Madnar was not captured this time. He had willingly gone to Zanzibar Land to build a new Metal Gear for Big Boss, proud of his first achievement and wanting to replicate it.
Literally
That's
all
the
he
only thing
wants
that
to do
bitch
is
cares
build-
about.
Literally all he wants to do is build Metal Gears. That's it.
Yeah, and then
Jungle Evil.
yeah, again, the names never stop getting dumb.
Rejected the level of like rejected X-Men names at this point.
I
don't
know.
what you mean rejected. I've heard every single one of these names in X-Men.
Jungle Evil.
Yeah, Running Man. That's
Evil.
literally an X-Men name. So Snake.
Psycho Mantis.
Let's see.
I think his preferred pronouns are the and Flash.
So, after defeating, but not killing Dr. Madnar, Snake finds and destroys Metal Gear D with grenades. He then finally fights Gray Fox, who explains that Big Boss had saved him from the battlefield several times back in Mozambique, and a few other events of questionable canonicity. Let's see.
Apropos of nothing, Mozambique is such a fun name, though.
Oh yeah, I mentioned it so many times because I just love saying Mozambique. And so after being rescued from the battlefield by Gray Fox so many times that the two of them went on to be war buddies, and in the process Gray Fox kind of discovered that as war had been the only thing he has really been exposed to his whole life, it was really the only thing that gave him any sort of life or meaning. The Gray Fox and Solid Snake then fight in a minefield, and the Snake fights and allegedly kills Gray Fox. So,
Allegedly. I'm
so
gonna be marking that down for later as allegedly.
So I I end the Metal Gear 2, like, things happen after this particular encounter, but, like, they don't matter because this encounter in and of itself is so fucking hardcore that this is basically how I end this game. Snake comes face to face with Big Boss, the real one this time. Snake admits to Big Boss that the only reason he accepted this mission in the first place was to maybe end the nightmares of their first battle that he's been having for so many years. Big Boss explains more about his ideology to Solid Snake. His desire with Outer Heaven is to give soldiers a place to return to once they've left the battlefield, as Big Boss essentially believes that once soldiers get a taste for battle, they are forever changed and can never reintegrate with society. He also believes
This might have potential meaning to be taken.
So, he also after his experience with killing his mentor, the boss, he also traumatized by that experience, he also now believes that soldiers are seen as a disposable class by the governments that deploy them.
So
and
I have a really big question actually. And I really
go
want to answer right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Was this changed whatsoever in the localization?
No. Like
No.
everything, like the
Fascinating.
all like damn near beat for beat, the translations, like the English translation and original Japanese, like are telling the exact same story in the exact same text.
That's
You
so
also
cool.
you also have to remember that most of these games came out around the kerfuffle with the Iran and Iraq wars. So these games were released in the middle of a tide of both extreme rejection of the war, which was very much not popular.
Yeah.
Like it was a lot more common to be against the Iraq war. Like the political climate when these games were released was not nearly as polarized as it is now. And I know that might be hard to believe for some of our listeners, but no, there was a point in history where like people on the news would actually say that being involved in Iraq was bad.
Yeah.
And these games were riding that tide of like anti-war intervention and anti-American political sentiments.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not gonna
I
lie, I
kinda
was
came out at the
alive. I
perfect
was
time
alive and
then.
like cognizant during that time. I straight up do not remember that.
no, it was
Like,
definitely
I did not. No, as in I didn't remember that until you said something just now.
And I noticed the same phenomenon in Resident Evil as well. Like Resident Evil is distinctly and noticeably different before and after 9/11 because like
I don't
prior
even
to
think I was
prior-
alive and cognizant during time.
yeah, because
It's
prior
so
to
funny.
Fish, I was talking. So
Apologies.
so you'll notice that prior to like Resident Evil 1 through 3 before 9/11, they do take a much more anti-government and anti-military and anti-corporate stance.
Yes.
And it was much more okay to do that, even if you were releasing games in Japan to appeal to Western markets, that was still super okay. It was not nearly as polarizing as it is now, and that's kind of why post 9/11 Resident Evil focuses to be more like, what if we just sent Chris to Africa?
Yep.
Yeah, it's.
You're gonna have to do a Resident Evil lore stream one of these days.
I really want to talk about Resident Evil.
You
I
should.
super want to talk about Resident Evil. It's not
would
as
be there
it's
for
not as
that.
insane as Kingdom
And
Hearts
that's
and
why
this.
That's why
but,
I
like,
want you to tell me about
it's-
Resident Evil.
but
'Cause
it's
I'll be able to understand.
But it's just like it is high camp. It is everything that is stupid about Metal
Good.
Gear, and
Good.
nothing that is
I-
and nothing that is like intelligent or profound.
Yeah.
I really it really strikes me how again like a lot of these games like kind of hit the high crest at a point where these games like come out at just the perfect time in terms of like
we're gonna
what they can get like
we're gonna get
cross.
to like Kojima's like insane prescience for like the political climates that he discusses
yeah.
later. But
Yes.
I'll take a brief aside to talk about Death Stranding. Death Stranding came out in I want to say late 2019, I think. Which and Death Stranding, if you're not at all familiar with how that game is, essentially involves Sam Porter Bridges, a professional Amazon Prime delivery man, going back and forth between humans who now live in isolated dwellings and cannot go outside and interact with the world in an attempt to improve their lives and reconnect society. This game was released mere months before COVID-19 hit.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well,
And delivery men became one of the most essential workers.
Like,
So I really hit on something there that like
these
games like come out at like Kojima has like a
I
a
also
sense for,
I
like,
also
shit.
mentioned earlier how in Metal Gear Solid 5 the Wolbachia bacteria is proposed to be a treatment for the parasites, and the Wolbachia bacteria hadn't been like used in medicine very often. It was like still like experimental, but then a year or two after that game, they discovered it was like a remarkably effective treatment for Zika.
Oh, what the fuck?
so
Yeah.
caretaker.
yes.
Who? Never mind. I remembered the question I was going to ask. So I'm going to plug Desperate Acts of Capitalism, a podcast about money, marketing, and how it all goes
kill
wrong.
you.
What I'm hearing
Yes.
is that Hideo
Yay.
Kojima is the Nolan Bushnell of video games. That reference will make sense to like 3 people here.
I hate that I understand that, and I hate that that's kind of
Ooh.
right.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if Kojima's doing it on purpose. I think he's
Neither
like,
was Nolan
Exactly
Bushnell.
like Nolan. He was
at
just
least Nolan just kind of liked video games, and like he was like, oh, these will probably be popular.
yeah.
I
And,
legitimately
like-
think if Hideo Kojima was alive in like 35 AD, he would be considered a prophet.
Totally. Yeah, and like the thing is about like
Good for him.
with this game
Great
and
job.
to bring things back to Metal Gear 2 a little bit. I'm gonna try to keep this going again. So Big Boss explains like a very anti-heroist ideology to Snake, how the government and military deify their soldiers, but then cast them aside and force them to return to society, to which they can never return because they're forever changed by the horrors of war. So Big Boss believes he is doing a service to bring people to a place where they will always know combat and always have a place. And it doesn't really have much of a political allegory to anything real, but it's a very interesting thought experiment about like the psychology of the soldier and like the psyche of the battlefield. So Big Boss later elaborates that he also believes that Snake is one of these soldiers forever tied to the battlefield. Why else would he come to Zanzibar land? He has tasted battle in the Gulf War and in the first Outer Heaven, and he is naturally drawn to it. Before he and Snake fight, he repeats the same line that the boss says to Big Boss before they fight. It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the winner will remain. And the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. The two...
Hey,
This sounds like actual literal hell.
It does. It's okay.
yeah.
These first 4 games I'm covering here, Metal Gear to Metal Gear Solid 2, are an amazing thesis about anti-heroism, and it's gonna culminate in a fucking bizarre way. So,
Hey, Lake, I could feel, like, when you said that, I could feel, like, my neurons bumping together in this, like, cataclysmic bashing of, like,
I have some great quotes later that are gonna fucking melt you.
like,
That Kojima's good at, it's like out of nowhere he'll throw out a quote that just makes a shiver run up your spine.
I know.
Yeah, no, it's like, I will forever be changed by these notions, and, like, after listening to that one song, Climbing Up the, that one.
Yeah, Sneak Eater.
Yeah, like, I, like, felt like I could do nothing more than stand in the corner like the Blair Witch and contemplate my existence. That is all I was doing for, like,
On
48
God, yeah.
hours after the first stream, and now I want to go do that again.
Oh, you're gonna feel that way again. I guarantee you're gonna feel that multiple times throughout this. So,
Screaming.
so keep
Every time
in
this lore stream makes me need to cope.
Yep.
Yeah.
So keep in mind that
rocking back
Yeah.
and forth, shaking.
keep in mind that the thesis of this encounter is that nothing that happens is good or glorious in any sort of way. But Big Boss is basically telling us, the player of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, that we are also destined to return to this battlefield, as we also are drawn to these exploits and escapades and find meaning in them. So, and we're supposed to see that Snake's heroism is not really a good thing.
The inherent voyeurism of placing people on pedestal for violent acts.
Oh boy. So, the two finally do battle. Snake, having lost all his equipment in his fight with Gray Fox, constructs a flamethrower out of a cigarette lighter and an aerosol can. And unleashes it on Big Boss, defeating him at last. It is at this time that Big Boss finally reveals to Solid Snake that he is his father.
God damn.
And again, I don't cover anything else about Metal Gear 2 because there is nothing else. There's nothing else that matters more than this.
I am your father.
Basically. So, the aftermath of Metal Gear 2. Snake rejects Campbell's offer to return to Foxhound and retires to Alaska, where he will disappear for several years. After the events of Zanzibar Land, Big Boss's body is recovered by the Patriots, who place it in cold storage and connect his consciousness to their AIs.
Oh, no.
Gray Fox, Gray Fox's body is recovered by Dr. Clark, who then subjects him to 4 long years of gene therapy, drugs and psychotherapy to return him to life attached to an exoskeleton, inducing powerful drugs for the rest of his remaining life, muddying his self-identity and consciousness, turning him into a cyborg ninja.
Don't know how to fucking stop.
I'm pressing pause button just for a second. We can continue right after. I just want you to know you said that, and my mind jumped to the Krusty Krab bit where "This is me, homunculus, SpongeBob. I keep it so it doesn't snap and kill everyone around us."
Can me and me customers.
That's like Metal Gear.
That's a literal Metal. That's a
Do you have any
literal.
pictures of Gray Fox's body.
Oh no, I don't have like his body under experimentation. Sadly, I couldn't find any. And frankly, I didn't want to find any.
What about his armor?
Oh, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that later.
His armor 100% jacks him off.
Yeah, totally jacks him off. That's why Gray Fox doesn't know who he is, because he's constantly getting his hog cranked.
Yeah.
So, in response to these atrocities, Eva and Ocelot, Big Boss's closest confidants, and thank you for the submit, whoever that was, for god damn you. So Eva and Ocelot decide that they are now going to work together and plot against the Patriots, the organization they helped found, just to rescue Big Boss. Like, this entire time, the both of them have basically been working with the Patriots in, like, you know, this scary shadow government to, like, you know, keep tabs, like, keep an eye on them, like, you know, maintain that, like, maybe steer in the right direction. This is the final straw for them. This prompts them to go, no, fuck Zero, fuck his whole operation. Like, it's time to take this whole thing down. So, what happens next?
They couldn't have done that several games ago.
They really could have, but this was like the whole reason the Patriots exist, like the whole reason like the people involved are there is because of Big Boss. Like, yeah, like it's all based on the boss's vision, but like their shared bond through Big Boss is what brings them all together. Also, Dr. Madnar, the scientist behind Metal Gear D, escapes to Eastern Europe. And Ocelot is scouted by Foxhound. 2000. George Sears is elected President of the United States. He is that dude above 9/11. Let's see. Eli joins Foxhound and soon becomes squad leader. He takes the code name Liquid Snake.
Wait, so when was Sears?
Liquid Snake.
Sears went into office in 2001. He was elected in 2000. Well, elected.
Okay, so this universe has no second Bush term.
Yeah, there is no second. There is no
God, I
George
could only
W.
dream.
There is no.
Sears
There is no.
canonically defeated Bush.
Yeah, there is no George W. Bush
90s
presidency
kid
canonically.
burst out. 90s kids burst out
Yeah.
crying.
Yeah, canonically, George W. Bush was never president. It is
Weeping-
possible. It is possible.
weeping and crying.
It is possible that Obama was president, but that is not confirmed.
Yes,
Oh.
right, okay.
Yeah. Like Kojima will reference things that, like, you know, Obama, like several of Obama's speeches about nuclear disarmament, but like they directly conflict with who was president at the time in his
Right.
candidacy. So, Eli joins Foxhound and takes the codename Liquid Snake. Ocelot soon joins the unit under Liquid Snake's command. So, that guy, that young child soldier who was dicking around with Venom Snake, yeah, that's Liquid Snake. Keep that in mind. Same guy. Same guy.
And
2000.
isn't Ocelot
Yeah.
old as shit now? Isn't he,
Ocelot.
like, really
Okay,
old
if
now?
this is 2000, then that would make Ocelot. I want to say, 56 years old, I think. Wait, yeah.
Didn't
That's
I
56
say-
years old.
Didn't I say last stream? Didn't I ask if Eli was the son of Ocelot?
No.
No.
You asked that, but the answer is no.
Right.
Yeah.
My bad.
He is the son of Big Boss, though.
Right.
So, 2001. Several terrorist attacks take place in the United States. The U.S. soon invades Afghanistan, and the Patriot Act is enacted into law. 2002. A nuclear disposal facility is constructed on Shadow Moses Island, Alaska. The facility secretly
God.
acts as the development site for Metal Gear Rex. Also, in 2002, hybrids are outlawed from Alaskan dog nursing. March 20th, 2003.
No.
The UK-based...
Malamute phobia.
As someone who loves dog sledding genuinely,
Yeah.
no.
March 20th, 2003. The UK-based private military company Praying Mantis is contracted alongside the US government to deploy large amounts of their soldiers into combat zones in the Iraq War. So, another thing to keep in mind, one thing that Big Boss kind of, like, incepted into the, like public consciousness is the idea of a private military company. The idea of a mercenary group that can hold, like, that functions like a corporation, just a private army with a budget and quarterly earnings that can
Blackwater.
yeah, exactly, like Blackwater. Yeah,
And in game, it's constantly shortened to PMC.
yeah. From here on out, I'll just I've explained it. They're PMCs, and there are several of them operating, but as just like kind of a function of the economy. There's now a war industry essentially. So, which is different than the military-industrial complex, as we established last time.
Yes.
August 2003, 3 Special Weapons Observation Remote Reconnaissance Direct Action System, or SWORDs, are deployed in Iraq, marking the first unmanned armed robots in a war zone. Dr. Clark is killed by a revived Gray Fox, who manages to escape the facility. Naomi Hunter, his sister, covers up the incident, faking Fox's death, and takes over Clark's job as Foxhound's medical staff chief. Clark's death was planned by Eva and Ocelot, who reached out to Naomi and Gray Fox to arrange the assassination.
Amazing.
2004, Johnny Sasaki joins the military. Also in 2004, the PSP is released.
Let's go.
2005, Kazuhira Miller is found dead in his apartment in Alaska.
No.
Liquid Snake leads, also in 2005, Liquid Snake leads Foxhound and the Genome Soldiers, those Gulf War boys, to form the Sons of Big Boss, a terrorist organization that performs an insurrection on Shadow Moses Island. They steal Metal Gear Rex and threaten to launch its nuclear warhead unless the government turns over the remains of Big Boss. Liquid believes that with Big Boss's DNA, he can treat the Genome Soldiers of their symptoms onset by their gene therapy. The US government wants neither Rex to fall into the hands of terrorists, nor do they want the classified Genome Army project to be leaked to the public. And this brings us to Metal Gear Solid! Released in
You missed something that is very important.
Yeah.
Which I forgot to speak up. 2003, something very important happened. I was born.
I don't believe you.
That's all.
Nice. You are
That's the only thing important that happened.
Only thing
That's
important
all.
happened. Not the unmanned drones. Not the PMCs. Yeah. Metal Gear Solid released in 1998 on the PlayStation 1. It will later be re-released as a HD remake on the GameCube called Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. It is effectively the same story in the same game. But I will use footage from both games in this upcoming section to demonstrate the differences.
Wait,
This is what Snake looks like in the very first Metal Gear Solid game.
It's illegal.
Oh my god.
It's my boy.
King. By
They
request
smoothed him down.
by
They
request
took him to the sandpaper.
yeah, they fucking sanded his facial expressions.
Can we get
So-
Vic Sage in the chat?
by request of Defense Secretary Jim Houseman, Roy Campbell tracks down and apprehends Solid Snake, and forcefully brings him aboard the USS Discovery to brief him on the Shadow Moses incident. Snake is reluctant to participate in the mission, obviously. But
Understandably.
yeah, like of course he is. He just wants to go fucking dog mushing. That's literally all Snake does in between Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid is like go dog sledding and ice fishing, and like
Hey, you know what?
that's
As
it.
somebody who has done
All
dog sledding,
modern
good
snakes
for
know
him.
is eat hot chips, do dog sledding, and lie.
Yep.
And war
If you
crimes.
haven't gone dog sledding, go do it. It's fun.
So
Get on that.
yeah, Snake doesn't want to do this, but he agrees once he learns the gravity of the situation. You know that the terrorists might have a nuke and all that. And once he learns of Liquid Snake, Campbell like shows Solid Snake a picture of Liquid, and and his response is Liquid Snake, and Campbell goes Liquid Snake, and Solid goes Liquid Snake. That's literally how the conversation goes. I'm not even I'm like
Snake.
barely exaggerating.
Snake.
yeah.
Liquid snake.
Yeah. He notices the
Snake.
he notices the resemblance is uncanny, and that he's frightened by the fact that he might have a twin. Colonel also admits that his niece, Meryl Silverberg, a rookie soldier, is among the hostages. The hostages also include DARPA Chief Donald Anderson, one of the founding members of the Patriots, and Arms Tech President Kenneth Baker. Solid Snake is meant to infiltrate the facility, rescue the hostages, and stop the nuclear launch. Snake only agrees to the mission if he only takes orders from Campbell himself, and if he receives all the details of the mission right at the outset. That latter part does not happen. Snake gets lied to many times in this game.
Unsurprising.
Also,
Stop lying to my boy. Stop
Yeah.
lying to my boy.
He just wants to go home.
yeah, he just wants to
go home.
he's just
Pet
sick
a
of.
dog.
So
He
literally,
just
like,
wants to pet a dog.
yeah, Big Boss's whole thing was, thank you. Big Boss's whole thing was just, I just want to fight, and Solid Snake's whole thing is like, please stop making me fight. So
Let him
Naomi
pet a
Hunter,
dog, let him fish.
yeah. So Naomi
Wait,
Hunter,
he's literally the embodiment of that one hat
Yeah, man-
or one shirt.
Women want me, fish fear me, yeah.
Born to fish, forced to work.
Yep. Man, I love fishing.
Man, I love fishing.
So, Naomi Hunter, Gray Fox's adopted sister, is on the mission. She is aware that Solid Snake severely, like nearly mortally wounded her brother and may have killed her benefactor and hero. So she has a vendetta against Solid Snake.
Understandably.
Yeah, she is that lady second from the left of the two women over there. She injects Snake with a syringe full of nanomachines, which okay. Nanomachines are essentially okay. I don't really have like a thing here about what a nanomachine is because
The exhaustion in CT's voice.
in these first few games, a nanomachine isn't really anything. A nanomachine is basically just like a tiny microscopic little like robot thing that can alter your physical abilities, mental condition, and just give you, it's basically a crutch that they can do game design things like have you regenerate health and shit like that. But they also serve many other functions. But we'll get to those.
Yeah,
Sounds
chat is like
fire.
blowing up with
Yeah.
nanomachines, son.
Yeah, nanomachine, son. Yeah, we're
Nanomachines.
Son.
College ball.
like the good old days after 9/11. I'm so excited for Revengeance. You have no fucking idea.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Again, not covering Revengeance. Desperately want to play it blind. So Solid Snake, having a bunch of a bunch of little guys inside of him, goes into the base. After being contacted by Master Miller, who offers help and advice on the mission, Snake finds a man who he presumes to be DARPA Chief Donald Anderson in his cell. The DARPA Chief tells Snake about Rex, and that the insurrectionists need 2 codes from both he and the Arms Tech president to launch the nuke. Anderson tells Snake that it's possible to deactivate Rex with a special card key, which the Arms Tech president has on his person. Before Snake can get the DARPA Chief to safety, Anderson suddenly collapses and dies of a heart attack screaming about the Pentagon.
Holy shit.
You know, normal shit, normal,
Yeah.
not suspicious.
He just goes, but what about the Pentagon? And, like, the camera distorts and, like, it's
Holy
this...
shit.
Yeah.
It's
Shit.
It's really
Holy
weird.
shit.
Okay. I try to proceed through these presentations, and this particular one being like, you understand this game in a much better light, and it becomes much more coherent if you simply have the truth. Now, the rogue members of Foxhound under Liquid Snake's command are, spoilers, Revolver Ocelot, he's there, Vulcan Raven, Sniper Wolf, Psycho Mantis, and Decoy Octopus. Now, that was not Donald Anderson. That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, who drank all of his blood and took on his appearance and took his place.
Vampire.
That's awesome! What the fuck?
I
Oh,
really,
okay.
I really hate how fucking cool that is.
It's kind of dope.
Oh, is that Ozzy's?
It's
Ozzy, is that what you meant by the
Ye-
fucking vampire?
well, yeah. Decoy Octopus, posing as Anderson, does die of the heart attack.
That was all the blood.
But like, he just fucking drinks all of his blood. Like, I love that he can't just like
God.
he can't just like imprint on somebody and steal their appearance. No, gotta drain and consume their blood.
Wait, Ozzy, what do you mean the vampire is a different guy?
There may be we'll get to that later.
Oh,
Decoy
okay.
octopi.
Okay.
Yes, there. So the real Anderson was killed earlier by Ocelot during an interrogation. Ocelot was planning to kill Anderson anyway, as he was part of the Patriots, so he made it look like an accident. After
Ocelot was doing the spinning handgun thing.
Yeah. After Octopus collapses and dies, Snake just goes, "What the hell?" And
Exactly like that. Like, literally exactly like that.
Me too.
yeah, like he's so like nonplussed.
It's just like, well, that was weird.
Huh. Fucked up.
Is this like, okay, is this like Leon Kennedy levels of nonplussed?
No, it's like Leon Kennedy, at least when he reacts to like the scary biomutants in Resident Evil, he has some like it registers in his brain that what he's seeing is like, you know,
Fucked up.
like fucked up and inspires disgust. Snake like is literally too stupid to like know what to make of the situation.
No. Oh no.
He like
He
calls
has 2 brain cells, but his brain cells keep putting on cardboard boxes and hiding from each other.
literally.
No. Oh no, my boy.
He has 2 brain cells, but they're not really in their alert phase yet.
Oh no, why are you
love this
He has two he
He
has 2 brain cells. One has all the recessive genes and one has the dominant ones, and they're fighting to see who's superior.
Kill you.
Two wolves.
Snake has brain cells, but all his neuroplasticity has turned into fucking oil
Honestly,
bunny.
honestly.
Oh.
So after leaving the cell, calling Campbell to be like, "What the fuck just happened?" and Campbell is extremely cagey about what just took place. Snake finds Meryl, the colonel's niece, in the next cell over, who coaxes the guard to let her out, steals his uniform. She and Snake have a brief encounter where Snake can very clearly tell that she's a rookie who doesn't know what she's doing. They fight a bunch of guys and get separated.
So glad you didn't say have sex. I was so fucking worried.
Yeah.
Heard encounter and went, uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
like most of these characters know that sex exists. They just don't know that you can have it with women.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
Paradise.
so Snake proceeds to follow Donald Anderson's advice to find the Armstead president, where he finds him being held hostage by our boy,
Oh,
God.
Special Operations Foxhound. Gunspin,
Him,
revolver,
him.
gunspin, 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 gunspin,
Gunspin.
ocelots, gunspin, 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 gunspin. I've been
Yells
waiting
at
for
you
you,
as an
Solid Snake.
intimidation tactic.
Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend.
Okay, so
strong.
Behold,
just so by-
the single
so by
action
saying this
army.
is Very clear.
The finest handgun ever
Revolver
made.
Ocelot peaked very old. Like his attractiveness levels are like he's a solid 9.2 as generic blonde twink, a 6 on a good day.
Yeah.
Codename
Okay. I think literally Ocelot age is like a fine wine. Like a young Ocelot is just like, yeah, you fucking idiot loser, get in the locker, dipshit. Troy Baker Ocelot is carried by the voice, but like Metal Gear Solid 1 Ocelot, fucking like hi.
Like I want him.
Someone in chat says, wait, Lake, you gotta show his name card.
I show Revolver Ocelot in
Ozzy, yes.
part
If
1.
technically
I've already showed
Ozzy,
Revolver
thank you
Ocelot,
for
Revolver
the-
Ocelot.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, like all these bitches know about Revolver Ocelot.
I'm just gonna say, I don't understand why you all think this man is attractive. He looks like he's French.
No,
But
he doesn't.
Remember,
No, he doesn't.
this is the guy that could
You want him dead,
this
like
this is the guy that could speak English, Russian, Spanish, Italian, French, and Portuguese. Like this man is canonically a polyglot, but he still chooses to pronounce it les enfants terribles.
Like,
Just because he
exactly,
fucking-
this man.
I've just never seen a French person says cute.
So
Revolver Ocelot knows French, but he doesn't actually know that like France is a place which exists.
wait. Oh no, never mind. I was like, wait, but Mozambique? No, that was the Portuguese. I take that back. So
He's gonna be like, oh, is there a place where people speak French, Frenchland? Like, no, it's France.
it's like, well, why are you calling yourself? Why are you calling yourself French? That's a language, not a nationality.
You can't call
So-
yourself French,
People, not a
idiot.
place.
So
Have to move on. Have to-
yeah, so Revolver Ocelot spins his gay little guns and challenges Snake to a duel. Just as their duel's about to come to a conclusion, Revolver Ocelot goes, "You're pretty good." You know that thing that Big Boss censored extremely homoerotically years ago. Prepares to finish Snake off, and his gun hand is immediately chopped off by a cyborg ninja with a katana.
No!
Oh
So-
no.
Said, oh no!
So
this moment in the game is so fucking cool.
it's so fucking cool and so funny because like he just looks at his stumpy head like, ah! Literally. The ninja then tries to beat the shit out of Snake, who, okay, Snake is really, really spry in this game. He's, like, more acrobatic than, like, he is in any other game. He literally, like, does Matrix bullet dodges in, like, every cutscene.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, they do epic battle for a little bit. It's extremely and intensely homosexual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. Yep.
I want a rival to have homosexual battle with so fucking bad.
You
I blame this
want
game
to
for
be
it.
you
Just
really
piss
want to
off
be
anyone in chat.
you really want to be a Metal Gear protagonist. So Snake then speaks to the Armstead president, Kenneth Baker, who reveals that Meryl has the Rex card key that Snake's looking for. He also instructs Snake to find Dr. Hal Emmerich, the man who designed Rex.
Isn't he dead?
No, Huey is dead.
No.
Hal
Right.
is his son. Hal is his son.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Hal Emmerich is hiding in the nuclear warhead storage building. Before Baker can elaborate on the identity of the ninja that just showed up, Baker dies of an extraordinary similar heart attack to Decoy Octopus. Like, he literally goes, the Pentagon! And then has a heart attack.
Why does
And-
the
That was
Pentagon
also decoy octopus.
The juxtaposition of these two events implies that, like, the Pentagon is this trigger word that causes you to die instantly.
That's what I thought. That's what
It's like in
happens
real
to
life.
me.
Which I really like. I really like the idea that if you say the Pentagon, any like government agent, super soldier immediately fucking dies.
You may have
Yes.
you may have just spoiled something.
Oh.
Oh no.
So, Snake
again.
proceeds towards the nuclear warhead storage building. He gets in touch with.
Okay.
That's Vulcan Raven. We'll get to him in a minute.
Oh.
Snake gets in touch with Meryl via codec, who gives him directions to find Dr. Emmerich. On the way, Snake gets a call from a man claiming to be his biggest fan again. Warning
In
him
the
about.
context of the Pentagon being a trigger kill word, I need everyone to know Q just typed HavanaSyndrome.exe in chat.
Oh, that
Ew.
I fucking love that. God,
Raven, I love his books on witchcraft.
Vulcan Raven.
fuck off.
Why?
God damn it.
CT. No.
Vulcan Raven is canonically a shaman. Like, so
What?
I am not
On
joking.
guard.
Yeah,
Elaborate on what shaman means. Yeah, what
He-
kind of shaman?
On guard.
he's Alaskan Inuit. He's a shaman who drives tanks.
Oh my
shit.
god.
Kinda fucked, honestly.
Yeah.
It's pretty great. I kind of like Vulcan Raven's kind of like he's kind of like a mid boss in like the tier list of Foxhound members, but I fucking love him.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, Snake gets a call from a man claiming to be one of his greatest fans a second time, and who also warns him about incoming landmines and a tank. This time Snake questions his identity, and he calls himself Deep Throat.
What?
Of course he
Yeah.
does.
And Snake
Wait,
goes
wait,
Deep
wait.
Throat,
Do they-
like from the Watergate scandal, implying that Snake has actually like watched the news and read history. So like he does know some things.
Do people, do the younger people in chat know about Deep Throat?
No.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Who wants to? Yeah, I briefly mentioned the Watergate scandal last time, but Deep Throat was essentially the
Can I get a really quick one-liner in first?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He read the news and he knows what deep throat is, but he doesn't know what sex is still.
yeah yep
Yeah.
yeah Deep
Euphemism.
He has no
Deep-
idea that Watergate is actually about sex.
Okay, I'm gonna also. We can't spend too much time here. I don't know what the Watergate scandal is.
We can't explain this now. There's too much.
yeah there was too much. So yeah
Oh my
so
god.
I
Soon-
will explain
so-
it later to you. Don't
soon-
worry. I will explain
yeah.
it stream.
soon after this call, he comes face to face with Vulcan Raven, a former okay, I don't want to say this, Inuit Indian, censoring slur, Olympic athlete, Soviet Special Forces operative, and Outer Heaven mercenary. So he has worked with Big Boss. Snake fights him and his tank. Although Snake destroys the tank, Raven survives the fight, reporting the extent of Solid Snake's abilities back to Liquid, who is now, fully aware that Solid Snake has infiltrated the base. Shortly after this, Snake fights the ninja one-on-one in the nuclear warhead storage building, where he finds him kebabbing the shit out of several genome soldiers in a hallway.
It's cool as hell.
Shit.
It's fucking dope. He's like going in and out of stealth camo and like radiating lightning the entire time. It's fucking
Like turn
sick.
invisible and shit. It's so fucking cool.
It's so
That's
good.
really
Yeah,
bomb.
he
can just do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
He and Snake do glorious battle, during which the ninja constantly yells really weird and uncomfortable things like, "Yes, the pain! Take me back! Make me feel it again!" And
He's a massive.
yeah, it's really intense and really homosexual. The ninja leaves the fight, and somehow
Like
this
entire series.
somehow this information is enough for Snake to deduce his identity. Gray Fox.
What?
Yeah, when
It's all
Solid
coming together.
Yeah, when Solid Snake
Oh, yeah.
calls Campbell to talk about like who the hell was that ninja, because remember Kenneth Baker, the ArmSec president before dying, said Gray Fox was Foxhound's dark little secret, referencing his experimentation via Dr. Clark. When Snake's like learning about all this, Naomi Hunter confirms everything that Snake says, confirming his identity, and that his subjection to Dr. Clark's gene experiments 2 years prior. she does not reveal that she is Gray Fox's brother.
Sister.
Yeah, thank you. Snake correctly suspects that Gray Fox does not know his own identity and only lives to re-experience his last memories, a fight to the death with Snake.
That's sad, jeez.
Snake will later admit to Naomi that despite his fight with Gray Fox back at Outer Heaven, he thinks of him as the closest friend he ever knew, a very close war buddy, and someone who is foundational to his life now. And the two of them
Be right
understood.
back, going back to the corner to sob.
Yeah, and you know,
Yeah.
Snake also acknowledges that he and Gray Fox, both understood that their friendship transcended the politics of war that pit them against each other. Like
I
they
should just stay in the corner so that I am not
Honestly.
emotionally destroyed again.
Yeah, like yeah, Snake basically like acknowledges to Naomi like, you know, we understood that like we were only enemies on the battlefield. Outside, as human beings, as men, we were best friends. And Naomi goes, "And you still killed him?" He goes, "Yeah." It's pretty fucked up.
Hey,
This
Lake.
it's brutal.
It really does. And
I'm
another
going back to the corner, facing the wall and not listening.
another thing I
Better
want
man just
Another thing I want to talk about with Hideo Kojima's meta narrative here about anti-heroism and the whole like the doomed enterprise of recreating the glorious tales that came before. Gray Fox's entire purpose is to relive that same traumatic experience that left him for dead. Like literally his only desire is just to feel the exact same emotions that he had back in Metal Gear 2, basically trying to fight his way into making a sequel.
Remember when earlier I said this is literally hell? This is literally hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
The Patriots create hell, and it is Gray Fox.
I'd like to point out that Gray Fox was actually was part of the inspiration for the husks in Ember Skies.
Ooh.
Oh, I love that.
Oh,
I
I
also
love that.
totally believe that. That
Oh my
tracks
god,
so
tomorrow's
hard.
Amber Sky Saturday.
Oh, it's Emersize Saturday.
Amber Sky Saturday.
Mm.
Other
Sorry.
Ember Skies character that Gray Fox inspired that's a little easier to spot.
I can.
Was it the
fucking
samurai? No,
Yeah,
that's not the samurai. That's the person that the
fucking
samurai could. Really?
Oh.
Yeah, he's
Oh
fucking
my
breaking
god.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. I just made that connection. I just got caught up on Amber Sky and I'm. Oh.
Okay, we have to.
So
move on.
yeah,
We have to move
yeah,
on.
back to our own writing. Let's talk about Kojima.
I will
So,
freak out about
we
Amber Sky
find
Saturday.
Hideo Kojima's gay little man, Hal Emmerich. He goes by Otacon,
Gay
which
little
stands
man.
he goes by Otacon, which stands for Otaku Convention.
there he is.
Like literally Snake fights Gray Fox in the entire and like Otacon's just going, "It's just like my Japanese animes."
Look me in the fucking eyes and tell me you're kidding, and please tell me his name doesn't mean fucking otaku convention.
That's literally direct quote. That's one of the first things he says to Snake. He says, "Call me Otacon."
Yeah.
Man.
Let's
Like
continue.
every single line
Put him
on
in the
screen.
cat ear.
Every
Put him
single
in the cat
line on
ears.
screen is a direct quote. Like he literally goes, "An otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation." And the gayest and that bottom left one, he directly says to Snake, "Do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?" So
Is that how he says it?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
No,
So
he-
wistful.
Otacon sounds like the biggest, sniveliest little bitch.
Yeah, but I love him though. He's so good.
I love him so much.
It's Snake then proceeds to fall in love with him, cherishing him for the remainder of his life and career. Otacon
Good.
reveals that
Good.
Otacon
They
reveals
found
that
love.
Otacon reveals that he did not design Metal Gear Rex to deploy nukes. He was designing it specifically as a nuclear defense system. As he reveals that it has a nuclear launch capabilities, he then laments his family history, how his grandfather worked on the Manhattan Project, and how his all the shit about his dad. So yeah, Otacon's pretty devastated by this. Otacon designed Rex to have a whole-ass railgun. Rex's method of deploying its nuclear warhead. yeah, Rex literally shot puts nuclear warheads with a railgun. He specifically based it off of the SDI railguns, which were designed to defend against nuclear warheads. Otacon then proceeds to sneak around Shadow Moses with Snake using a prototype stealth camouflage, providing Snake support, and telling Snake if he can't shut down Rex, Snake's gonna have to destroy it. Snake also gets really, like, leans in really close to Otacon and goes, "Hey, are you okay? Are you feeling alright, buddy?" And he goes, "What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden?" And Snake goes like, "Sorry, just the last two guys I rescued suddenly, like, spontaneously died on me."
Surprised that happened to Otacon.
Like,
Wait,
yeah.
Are we gonna talk about the scene where Snake meets Otacon?
The one, you mean when he pees his
Please?
pants, or?
Yeah, where he
What?
pees his pants.
Yeah, like, so
Piss
someone pees their pants in every single Metal Gear game, by the way. In
Why?
Metal Gear Solid 1, it's Otacon. In 2, it's the President. In 3, it's Sokolov. In, I don't remember who it was in
Does he have a
4,
piss
and in
tank?
5, it was Big Boss.
What a way to learn that Hideo
Does
Kojima
Kojima have
has
a piss
fucking
kink?
piss
Do
I
we?
think he has a piss kink. I think he just finds pee much funnier than grown men should. Find.
Yeah. Yeah, he just thinks it's like haha funny. Like, literally, the guy that Meryl steals the uniform from, Johnny Sasaki, the whole joke about him is that he poops. He has IBS. And he's in every game as well. That's it. He just poops all the time. So, moving on. Snake meets up with Meryl, identifying her. he has not he has not seen Meryl's face before, and yet correctly identifies her. And when asked how, he goes, "Yeah, 'cause you got a great butt."
At least he's honest.
I have gone.
Sexual moments.
I've gone from the feeling of I will never know true love again to, like, crying, weeping at the thought of, like, Hideo Kojima being like, "He who piss funny."
I know, right? So, yeah, there's
He likes Meryl's butt is the straightest thing he's ever done, and he's had
Honestly.
sex with a woman.
yeah, literally.
When did he have sex with a woman?
He didn't know what was happening.
The lights were off.
I was hanging out.
Oh.
Yeah, he was asleep. He fell asleep. Yeah, I don't cover Meryl too much in this presentation, but I'm gonna mention, like, you know, she has like a lot of fantasies about being a soldier and thinks of Snake as this legend, and Snake keeps going, "No, I'm not a hero. What are you talking about?"
He just
There's
wants to sled dog.
Yeah. So, they eventually sneak out of this building, out of this particular room, into a library. Snake proceeds to the building to find, Psycho Mantis, Foxhouse resident fuck, god damn this. Sorry, guys, I'm just sorry, it's just another more tech problems. I'm gonna resolve this. I'm gonna get through this one. It's gonna be fine. Okay, I'll just. Oh shit! Oh, thank God. Okay, the presentation's back. So, yeah, he finds Fox on.
Wait, what the fuck is
Fuck!
happening?
God fucking damn it! Hang on a
Something
second.
fucking up.
Hang on. Alright, we'll figure this out. Sorry, chat.
Okay, I tried unplugging my Xbox 360 controller. Sometimes it interferes with, like, just random indiscernible shit on my PC. And yeah, maybe that'll fix things. It should be back. Okay, there we go. So yeah, they find Psycho Mantis. Fox sounds written. God fucking damn it!
Yeah, have
It's
you
just when it's getting good.
Hideo
tried
Kojima himself is counterhacking you.
Oh
have you
shit!
tried
Okay.
putting your keyboard in the other USB port?
There we go. Yeah, it was the other USB port. That was it.
Okay,
There we go. Foxhound's psychic, who takes control of Meryl and demonstrates his psychic abilities to Snake. Reading
I can say
his
that chat was absolutely loving it.
that's yeah, yeah. Yeah. Psycho Mantis demonstrates his terrifying abilities, such as reading Snake's save data and causing his controller to rumble. He accuses Snake of liking Castlevania, even.
Fucked up.
How?
No,
Sni-
he doesn't accuse you of fucking Castlevania. Are you going to talk about this? Sorry, am I interrupting?
No,
I'm so
go for
sorry,
yo,
it
go for it. I want to riff. I want to riff on this because it's awesome.
Okay,
Choked. I'm so sorry.
what he does, what Psychomantis does is he reads the save data on your memory card, and he has like, I think it's like upwards of 200 different possible lines. Like he can tell what games you've been playing recently on your GameCube, and then he says like, "You seem to be a fan of Castlevania," and it's speaking directly to the person holding the controller. And let me tell you that like when this game dropped and people were talking about it on like pre-face, like the like
Yeah,
game
forums.
forums and shit, people went fucking nuts for
This was
I-
insane.
That
Like,
sounds so
done-
funny.
Yeah, and so it's like
It's so
he can
funny.
shit, like, he speaks directly to the viewer like, "I will demonstrate my power by making your controller rumble," and then
yeah,
your
put
controller
your
starts to rumble.
controller flat on the floor. Yes,
Oh my
just
God.
like that, and then it rumbles.
Oh my god.
it's-
There's even an Easter egg where if you play this game without saving and you wipe your memory card so that there's no data on the memory card whatsoever, you have to get all the way to Psychomantis without saving your game once. Psychomantis freak out and he yells at you. He's like,
No data.
What have you done?
Yeah, it's so good. Like back in 1998, this was fucking insane. Like,
"Yeah, this was
and,
nuts."
and this is another one of those things that could have only been on the PlayStation 1, and it was recreated basically this exact same way on the GameCube, where he also can, like, and the list of games updates with the new release, and like he'll notice that you like Super Mario Sunshine and Super Smash Bros. Melee.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Can we
and
get
that
serious
whole
for a
Hideo bit that I was doing a second ago, like the screen will like spontaneously go black, and the text Hideo will appear in the top right of the screen, which tricking the player of a PlayStation 1 or GameCube that their TV has suddenly switched inputs or their console has turned off.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Literally
because it'll
feels like your TV is possessed or something. It's
it's so
God.
fucking cool, and like, yeah, this is
I
literally.
think if I was playing that back in the day, I would shit my pants.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is like
This one
I
is
can't.
where if you have like psychosis, it would be kind of horrible.
It would be
Yeah,
terrible. Like,
yeah.
yeah, it's be fucking horrifying.
Ew, what the fuck?
Yeah.
If I played
No,
that current day, I'd shit my pants.
yeah. Hideo Kojima has stated that Psychomantis is his single favorite villain in the entire that he's ever
Okay,
created.
I really
like,
want to.
Shows.
Yeah,
I want to point out something about Psychomantis real quick.
Yeah.
Considering my delving into the costume design of Hellraiser, can we talk about the absolute bondage look that Psychomantis is rocking and the like
would prefer
LGBTQ
not.
leather fetishism moment that we are
the-
rocking here?
there's not
I would
much
prefer
to
not.
there's not much to describe. Like it is what it is, man. He's just
No,
into
I
shit.
know, but like I appreciate the look, man.
You know, he's looking
I
at Solid
appreciate
Snake with a
the
fucking
look.
semi. You know.
Yeah,
Um,
I
yeah.
appreciate
he's
the look.
bald,
I
though.
appreciate the commitment to the bit.
Oh, totally. Yeah, but like Kojima literally puts his signature on this fight. Like during the whole sequence, there was a bunch of portraits behind Mantis, including several developers and Hideo Kojima himself, who will distort and laugh at the player as it's
Oh my
happening.
God.
Yeah, it's
Like,
great.
yeah, I think I would shit my pants.
Yeah. Like it just fucks so hard. After fighting after successfully
like-
after Snake unplugs his controller and plugs it into a different socket, preventing Psychomantis from reading his moves.
Are there like recorded reactions to that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, totally,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I need to
Yeah.
find those.
Yeah, so after he replugs in his controller to keep Mantis from reading his moves, Snake defeats him. In Mantis's final moments, he recounts his tragic past in Russia, you know, how he was the whole child experiment thing that we saw back in Metal Gear Solid 5 when he was that little kid with hair who was floating around a straitjacket. He reads Snake's past and saying that the two of them have a shared suffering. He forms a sudden sympathy with Solid Snake and tells him that Snake has a large place in Meryl's heart.
Oh.
After this, we leave the building to find Sniper Wolf. Snake and
And
Meryl
now
have
we're
a
back to the heart-wrenching shit.
yeah, Snake and Meryl have a bit of a touching moment here where she reveals how much she reveres Solid Snake and respects his reputation. As they leave the building, Sniper Wolf shoots both Meryl's legs and both of her arms, causing her to fall to the ground in pain,
Oh my god.
leaving her in the open as a trap to lure Snake out. And then Meryl starts lamenting the horrors of war, which I would too if
Misogyny moments.
honestly, yeah, truly, yeah. I you know what? I would do that too if this happened to me. And again, so like. Again, Kojima's idea of strong female character is like a lady who's super strong but has her tits out all the time.
Mhm.
I will counterpoint though, it never stopped being a gender for me.
Understandable. I do kind of dig the green lipstick. That is a choice.
It is.
I have that
Especially
same
for a
exact
sniper.
shade of lipstick.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
Geo cosplay.
So, during this incursion, Snake leaves the scene to find a sniper rifle in a nearby wing, comes back to find Meryl missing, and attempts to enter a sniper battle with Wolf, but is quickly accosted by several Genome soldiers and Sniper Wolf herself. Snake then wakes up to find himself strapped into an electrocution device, being tortured by Revolver Ocelot. Ocelot tells Snake that if he submits to the torture, his life will be spared, but he will torture and kill Meryl instead. Now, another cool thing about this, if you submit or resist the torture here, it will kind of alter your ending, and I'll talk a bit more about that later.
Okay.
During this extremely homoerotic torture sequence, Ocelot waxes about his military career in Afghanistan, Eritrea, Mozambique, and Chad, where he presumably fought alongside Big Boss. He also reveals his connection to a Spetsnaz colonel, Sergei Gorlukovich, to whom he allegedly plans to sell Rex and spur the rebirth of Russia. I love this fucking scene so much because it intercuts between, like, Snake, like, you know, tits and abs out, just, like, writhing around, like, strapped in, being, you know, extremely sexually electrocuted, going back to a complex conversation with Ocelot about Russian politics, and, like, Ocelot goes, like, Russia may have had its problems back in the Cold War, but at least they had an ideology. Ever since, Russia is nothing now. And Snake goes, I agree. They're struggling between they're struggling between free and order, which may lead to an increased sense of nationalism, which could cause all sorts of chaos. It's so good.
Silly. And
It's
it's
just two bros.
Which is extremely funny coming from Snake, who we already,
girl boss and girl boss violence.
which is so funny because we already know that Snake is dumb as bricks and doesn't know a thing about, like, geopolitics. So, like, for him to suddenly, like, it's just so good.
No, he
I
memorized all
I
of that
love this
phonetically.
man with so many two brain cells that his brain cells are hiding in a box. I objectively love him. He's so
In-
good.
Yeah. In his cell, Snake discovers the body of the real Donald Anderson, who appears to have been dead for days and stinks like shit and is drained of all his blood.
He's alive?
you know. Well, no. Remember, the real Donald Anderson was killed by Ocelot days before this whole thing happened.
Yeah.
So when Snake finds him in his cell, also dead for several days, Snake's like, "What the fuck? That was hours ago. How is he, like, decomposing?" Yeah. Snake eventually escapes his cell, gets a hold of his gear, then shoots the fuck out of Liquid Snake, who rides at him in a helicopter, going, "Brother!" the entire time. Very, very, like, Liquid is just talking about, like, keeps on calling Snake brother, and for some reason, despite, like, knowing they look exactly the same and sharing the same code name, having very similar, like, capabilities, he's like, "Why the hell are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?" And Liquid goes, "I'm you. I'm your shadow." And Snake goes, "What?"
Bricks, boy.
So Snake finally returns to the snowfield, and engages Sniper Wolf in that sniper battle. In her dying moments, Sniper Wolf reveals her past as a rescued war orphan by Big Boss, then she proceeded to despise the international world for continuously forsaking her and her people. As a sniper, she admits that although she was drawn back to the battlefield, she never had to set foot in it again. she dies clutching her sniper rifle, surrounded by howling wolves. And Otacon breaks down and admits that he was deeply in love with her. The straightest thing Otacon has ever done. And he has had sex with a woman.
Listen, bye, King, okay?
Yep.
Going back to the corner.
Being into a woman with a big gun is not straight because that big gun is a metaphor.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that later.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, as Snake walks away, Otacon demands to know what Wolf was fighting for, what Snake was fighting for, what any of this is all about. And Snake says he'll tell him if they make it out of this. We then see Raven again. He has a giant fuck off minigun.
Oh, holy shit.
You know, it looks a lot cooler in game.
I know, right?
Yeah,
he looks kind of silly in the Chicago portrait. So, Snake finally reaches the building where Rex is stored, where he fights Raven for the second time. After fighting him with remote-controlled missiles, Raven reveals to Snake that the whole decoy octopus thing, how Octopus had taken Anderson's place, but he does not explain how or why he dies. He also, peers into Snake's past, saying that blood from the east flows through his veins, which is true. Snake's mother was Japanese, or the woman whose reproductive cells were used to create Snake was Japanese. He tells Snake, the path you walk has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Vulcan Raven is then devoured by ravens.
That's sick.
Right?
Damn it.
It's fucking cool. Like there's just a bunch of during this entire heavy artillery fight, there's a bunch of ravens up on the rafters cawing and shitting everywhere, and then once Raven dies, they just all swoop down and just bite the fuck out of him.
As
yeah.
It kind of harks back to the sorrow in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Kind of. There's a little bit. I'd say Mantis is more of a through line with the sorrow, but the whole kind of Vulcan Raven kind of feeds into the same flavor of surreality that they do with the sorrow. So
it also plays on the theme of Forever War.
Yeah, totally. After this fight, and as he proceeds through the building, Snake receives more calls from Miller, who has been supporting him this whole time, suggesting that Naomi might be keeping secrets about her past, which she is, and maybe distrustworthy, which she is, and even a spy, which she is. So Snake questions her about this, and okay, buckle the fuck up, guys. This is about to get oh boy,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So Snake learns that Liquid's plan is to use Rex to trigger international conflicts to trigger a third world war, treat the genome soldiers of their illness with the cells of Big Boss, obtain the vaccine for something called Fox Dye, and turn Shadow Moses into a new outer heaven. After this, Naomi reveals to Snake that she was in fact a spy this entire time, and was seeking revenge against Snake for killing Big Boss and crippling her adopted brother, Gray Fox. To do this, she inserts Snake with a virus called Fox Dye. This virus is modeled off of the nanomachines that she helped design. It is designed to target people based off of their genes, which are encoded into the virus's receptors, before being released. Her plan was to use its coding to target the members of Foxhound, and including Liquid Snake. And assuming that Liquid Snake and Solid Snake are genetically identical, she intended for it to kill them both.
Oh shit.
So Snake has a virus inside of him that killed Decoy Octopus and the Arms Tech president. The reason they cite for why Fox Dye did not kill Vulcan Raven is that they never entered close quarters. The reason it never killed Mantis is because of his gas mask. The reason it never killed Wolf was because she was addicted to horse tranquilizers. The reason it didn't kill Ocelot was we'll get to that later. Yeah, literally they just say, also just goes, ah, yes, Wolf was taking those tranquilizers all the time. That must have been why she survived. It's like, yeah, exactly.
She was ketamine ape the whole time.
Yes. The virus could potentially kill Liquid Snake, but it will also eventually target Solid Snake. So he has an expiration date, but neither of them know when that is.
Ketamine Wolf.
Yeah. Now, Naomi is about to explain that that was not the only reason she injected Snake with Fox dye, but before she can explain that, the Colonel cuts her off, takes her to custody, and infuriating Snake, as he has learned he has been lied to and manipulated by multiple people for multiple interests. You know, that whole tell me everything at the start, utter bullshit. Like, he just expected that they were telling them the truth, and they weren't.
Thing he wanted.
Yeah, it was like, God damn it. So after learning this information, Snake enters the card keyed into Rex's terminal to deactivate it, but yeah, he inadvertently activates Rex and learns that the man he had been talking to, presumably being Miller, was Liquid the entire time, impersonating him.
Oh my god.
Picture of goddamn Dio Brand.
That's him.
Like, I am reaching
This was
through.
me.
I'm reaching through the screen somewhere.
That's literally what this is like. Like, Colonel goes like,
strangle you.
Colonel goes like, Snake, you've been talking to me, dear brother.
I am reaching through the screen, Samara from the Ring style, and going to strangle you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Shit, Liquid is whipped.
Clearly.
I want you guys to know,
Stay and hydrate.
to prepare for this presentation, I watched the cutscenes for Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, and it's so fucking funny watching Liquid diatribe here. He's literally doing the most insane, improbable, and unnecessary acrobatics the entire time. Like, he's walking.
It's amazing.
He's like balancing on this beam with like perfect accuracy, going, the Pentagon was merely using you as a vector in order to spread Fox dye, and then does a front flip, like a double front flip, and lands like feet first on the ground.
Okay, so this is actually just JoJo now.
It's
Yeah,
super.
that's
It's super.
literally Dio.
It really is.
Just JoJo now. Okay.
I know.
Okay, I get
It's
it.
so
I get
good.
It. My brain cells are connecting. They are bashing each other together.
Like, if Otacon and the ninja and the mechs and Liquid were any indication, Kojima fucking loves anime.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I got that, but
Liquid reveals to Solid Snake that he had been impersonating Miller to more, like, Snake literally goes, why were you pretending to be Miller? And Liquid goes, to manipulate you more easily, dipshit. You fucking, you dum-dum.
because it was fucking poggers.
Because it was funny.
Because I had a T.
Like, my Liquid voice is not even an exaggeration. That's literally how he sounds.
What a pretentious little bitch.
I know.
What a pretentious little
I love
bitch.
him.
Liquid
Push him into a locker.
Liquid reveals that the Pentagon had been manipulating the events of Shadow Moses to spread Fox dye to the terrorists, as well as President Baker, all to recover Metal Gear Rex and the bodies of the Genome soldiers without any damage to either one. Liquid also explains, doing all these acrobatics, that he wishes that his real motivation is to surpass Big Boss as an act of vengeance.
Yay.
So I said way earlier that Eli, Liquid Snake, got all the dominant genes, and Solid Snake, David, got all the recessive ones. Liquid believes the opposite of this. He believes that he is the inferior clone. Yeah.
Oh.
So he feels extreme spite towards Big Boss, as also elaborated in the events of Metal Gear Solid 5, and Solid Snake. Yeah, Liquid Snake is literally just a little bitch boy with something to prove. And is also just such fucking high camp. It's so good.
It's amazing.
It's fucking incredible. So, Liquid then hops into Metal Gear Rex, and, Snake does what he does best and destroys Metal Gear. He and Snake do epic battle. Partly through the fight, Gray Fox shows up and critically damages Rex's targeting system, prompting Snake to open up the cockpit and leave himself vulnerable. This allows Fox and Snake to hide for a little bit while Liquid just like shoots wildly around looking for Snake. Fox
And remember,
explains.
There's recoilless nuclear missiles.
Fox explains that he adopted Naomi as his sister out of guilt after killing her parents in the Rhodesian Civil War. Fox then attempts to take Liquid down himself, but in the process is critically wounded and falls beneath Rex's feet and is slowly crushed to death.
Oh my god.
For real this time. This is the only moment of lucidity Gray Fox ever displays as the ninja. In his dying moments, he, resumes his loyalty to Solid Snake and wishes to do right for all of the pain and hurt that they caused each other. It's really fucking sad.
It's so sad.
That's awful.
Fuck, yeah. Snake then
I will
proceeds
be
to...
in my corner if you need me.
Yep. Snake then proceeds to exploit Metal Gear's deathly allergy to missiles once more. Rex explodes, knocking Snake unconscious. He soon awakes on top of the destroyed mecha to find Liquid once again accusing Snake of feeling incomplete within the battlefield, citing his return to duty and his actions in the mission as evidence for this. Like, again, repeating that same thesis that Big Boss had, that Snake is incomplete without war. And although he outwardly tries to avoid returning to conflict, secretly craves that and does not have meaning without war. Due to the due to the repeated conflation between Snake and the player, emphasized by Psycho Mantis looking directly into the camera and talking to the player, we're meant to believe that Liquid is accusing us of feeling this way as well. So they then engage in Mortal Kombat. Snake punches Liquid off of the Metal Gear, and so here's where the endings start to diverge a little bit based on the whole Ocelot torture sequence. If you resist the torture, Liquid is holding Meryl hostage on top of Rex. If you submit to the torture, it's Otacon.
Oh god.
Oh.
Yeah. The implication in this game is that Meryl dies. That is canonically not the case. Meryl is alive and well.
What about Otacon?
Oh, Otacon's fine. So,
Thank God.
Snake recovers his sneaking suit, puts his shirt back on, and prepares to ride out of the base on an armored jeep, shooting down approaching soldiers, as well as Liquid, who drives in the jeep yelling, "It's not over yet!"
Oh my god, he's having floor time.
Honestly, that's literally his final moments are literally floor time. Yeah.
Floor time. It's so
Meanwhile,
fun.
during this entire incursion, Campbell and Defense Secretary Jim Houseman are wrestling each other on codec for control over the mission, because Houseman wants to launch a nuke at Shadow Moses. Now that Rex is destroyed and Naomi has betrayed the Pentagon, effectively, by telling Snake the purpose behind Fox Eye. Snake escapes the base, and a fatally wounded Liquid falls victim to Snake's Fox Die at last. Literally, Snake gets up from the ground, looks at Snake, and goes, "Fox!" And Snake goes, "Die!" And then he falls to the ground, has floor time.
Epic.
That's
Yeah, it's very epic poggers. Liquid Snake is dead. Liquid Snake finally fucking passes away, never to be seen again. This is the end of this character. So,
Really?
it is also here that Naomi tells Snake that she Naomi has been talking to Snake this.
That position?
Oh, you know.
It's just guys being dudes,
Do you
It's-
just
it's-
ever straddle other men?
They're bonding.
You know.
So Naomi has been telling Snake this entire mission that she believes that Snake's kind of like, because of his, big boss genes, he is the way he is and is kind of destined to follow the same path. But Snake has shown a vehement and repeated opposition to this, and Naomi has come around, especially after learning how Snake felt about Gray Fox. Viewing him as a friend and regretting killing him. So, she kind of takes back all of her hatred towards him. She believes that the fox dye will eventually kill Snake, but urges Snake to live his remaining days to the fullest with the time he has left. She tells Snake, "You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate." After this, I chose Otacon for this because I just like it more. Snake and Otacon / Meryl then proceed to escape Shadow Moses via snowmobile, vowing to find a new path in life together. Otacon goes, "So, where to, Snake?" And Snake goes, "David. My name's David." And they then notice the reference that their names are Hal and Dave, like 2001.
That is the gayest
that's
shit I've
nerd
ever
shit.
heard.
It's
I
so
love
cute.
that.
It's so
That's
fucking
so
good.
cute.
I
That's so
know.
cute.
It's amazing. And that is the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. Yeah, this game was fucking
Damn.
yeah, this particular game like literally changed how video games were made. It was revolutionary.
It was so cinematic. Like,
Yeah.
Damn.
no game had ever had a story like this before.
And frankly, no game really games have tried, but none have really come close. None have come close to being movies in the way Metal Gear Solid games have.
Right. God, it's
But
like
it's
I
not
legitimately struggle to
adaptable.
think of a game that had like this much of an impact on how the stories in games are told.
Yeah, this this game is like, you know, there's a very ongoing and frankly annoying discourse about our game's art.
Right.
And what I'm interested in all of these is talking about how games operate as a storytelling medium. Because this game has a text and a thesis and a very elaborate one. And
Yes.
no, this very much affected all of the games that came after this that I'm interested in and how they tell their stories. And it only gets more interesting. So the first game. So that's Metal Gear Solid 1. We have covered the years 1964 to 2005. Now, yeah.
So it begs the question then, it's cinematic, but again, I asked in the first iteration, again, there have been plans for like years of a movie. You still think that's impossible then?
I don't think the movie is impossible. I just don't think it's happening. Like,
okay.
it just, there is no momentum on that.
Fair.
And I don't think it will, it cannot be the same experience as this. Like, there's no way
Fair.
it can come close.
Fair.
If it does, I would be very impressed. Now, that was the years 1964 to 2005. Now we're gonna get into the weird shit. This is gonna get buckle the fuck up, everybody, because this is about to get wild. Notice how in the previous game I didn't really mention the Patriots very much.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So, post Shadow Moses, President George Sears and the President of Russia, his identity is not confirmed, I can only assume it was Putin, sign START 3. This did not ever happen. Like, START 3 still has not been signed, which is why there's a picture of Joe Biden, who happens to look a lot like George Sears. Naomi Hunter is charged with high treason and is placed into a max security prison. 3 weeks later, she is broken out by Revolver Ocelot as a favor for her cooperation in killing paramedic and SIGINT, Dr. Clark and Donald Anderson. Natasha Romanenko, a member of Snake's support team, who I didn't cover because she doesn't matter that much, but she matters now, publishes a book in the darkness of Shadow Moses, an expose on the Shadow Moses incident, making Snake a public figure and heroic icon. Liquid Snake's body is placed in cold storage by the Patriots in Lyon, France.
I can only imagine how much Snake hated that.
Yeah, having his exploits known to the world. Yeah.
Also, how fucking old is Ocelot at this point? He must be fucking ancient.
If it's 2005, he is 61 years old.
I hope he gets a robot hand.
We'll talk about that. Well, he's missing that hand right now because he got it cut off because Gray Fox sliced it off. But to mitigate this, he goes and finds Liquid Snake's body in France and has his arm grafted onto where his used to be.
my
That's
god,
so
this
stupid.
he is literally pulling a Dio Brando, but with a hand instead of a head.
Now, something I want you to remember. Look, Ocelot's parentage. His mother was the Boss, the legendary soldier that trained Big Boss, and whose ideology and values, sparked the creation of the Patriots and started this whole shit. Ocelot's father was the Sorrow, a
Oh,
the Cobra unit's
Okay.
psychic medium, who could
shit.
communicate with spirits of the dead.
holy shit.
Now, what the Sorrow's abilities were well honed by the time that Ocelot was born. It is unknown whether he inherited any of those, but it may explain what takes place in the intervening years. We will get to that in a minute. Snake goes and recovers Liquid Snake's body for later use. It might just help them out later.
Wait, so so
Chekhov's corpse. Gotcha.
Yeah.
so the Sorrow was Ocelot's?
Ocelot's father, yes.
Oh, okay.
Now, Ocelot also reveals, in a phone call with President Sears, reveals not only that Ocelot was administered a fox-die vaccine before the events of Shadow Moses, but he had also sold Rex's test data on the black market to several world powers, who have now begun designing their own Metal Gears. He also reveals that the current president of the United States, George Sears, is the third clone of Big Boss.
Solid as snake.
There,
It's your gaseous snake.
a snake is the president of the United States.
President Snake.
Amazing.
President Solid as Snake.
I want to cry.
Was he inaugurated again?
He was inaugurated in 2001. He resigns in 2005, like mere weeks after the Shadow Moses incident.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he is succeeded by President James Johnson, which is really fucking confusing because if you say President Johnson, that could just as easily
Lyndon
refer to
B.
fucking
Johnson?
Yeah, it could just fucking refer to LBJ. So Ocelot selling Rex's test data also makes him extremely rich and expands his resources dramatically. That it's not super relevant in the meantime, but just keep in mind that he has a lot of fucking money now. And that's besides the Philosopher's Legacy and all that shit.
$50 billion.
$100 billion.
Oh,
In 1964 money, so it's like $900 billion. Let's see. Yeah, so, other world powers are now trying to make Metal Gears. In response to this, Snake and Snake and Otacon, they come together to found the organization Philanthropy, which gains support from the UN and become dedicated to exposing and shutting down Metal Gear development around the globe. Romanenko, the author of the expose, donates the proceeds of her book to the cause. So they actually have some fucking money. In December 30th,
They're funding a paramilitary organization with book sales.
I know, it's great. And literally the paramilitary organization is like just some guy and his otaku boyfriend. Like that's
Right.
literally it.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
For him.
December 30th, 2006. Saddam Hussein is executed in Iraq for crimes against humanity. 2006 to 2007. A guy named Jack participates in Force 21's VR training exercises, wherein his battlefield skills are honed via simulations. He primarily conducts simulations recounting Snake's experiences, including Operation Snake Eater, the Outer Heaven incidents, and the Shadow Moses incident. Over these years, he develops his skills to become a soldier on par with Solid Snake. April 30th, 2007. The same Jack meets Rosemary outside of Federal Hall, New York. The two form a romantic relationship shortly afterwards. 2007 to 2008, the beginning of the financial crisis. Which brings us to Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty.
Yes.
Released in, I believe this was November of 2001. Now, however insane you've heard this game is, it's more insane.
Are you going to mention how many cutscenes are in this game?
I didn't keep track of the sheer number of cutscenes in this game, but it does clock at like 5 hours of cutscenes.
This is the Metal Gear movie.
But that doesn't compare to Metal Gear Solid 4, which clocks nearly 8 hours of cutscenes.
I mean,
Oh my god.
I think the Metal Gear Solid movie is every Metal Gear Solid game.
Really, like the research for this was part of it was watching all these fucking hours of cutscenes, which I could I had with Kingdom Hearts I had the advantage of playing the games. This one, these games are slightly less accessible. I've played only some of them. But watching them was still like an entertaining experience, and I still absorbed the information because they are so cinematic and enjoyable to watch. Despite being fucking like batshit insane and incoherent. So, on August 8th of 2007, the Manhattan Tinker incident, following an anonymous tip addressed from EE, Snake sneaks aboard the USS Discovery as it exits Manhattan Bay, looking for the prototype Metal Gear Ray, an amphibious Metal Gear built to counter and destroy other Metal Gears. This is the first ever instance of Snake doing that 3-point superhero landing, popping his head up, and going, "Kept you waiting, huh?"
Kept you waiting, huh?
Nice.
Yeah, like this is an iconic moment in like Snake's iconography to fans, which is very interesting given what takes place in this game.
He says directly to the camera.
He said, "Yeah."
Tell me more
well,
about him, and I love him more.
In this one, he says it directly to Otacon. It's in Ground Zeroes that Big Boss flips up his night vision and goes, "Kept you waiting, huh?" Although it's Kiefer Sutherland instead of David Hayter, which is still wild to me. Otacon suspects the identity of the tip is his estranged stepsister, Emma, who worked as an AI and computer virus expert for several groups and agencies, including the NSA. Another fun fact about this scene: so the way Snake boards the tanker is he is walking on the sidewalk of the George Washington Bridge in Manhattan. As the tanker passes under it, he activates stealth. He activates stealth camo and repels onto the tanker, prompting the stealth camo to break, and you get the this iconic intro, which is also his intro in Smash Bros. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Before he does all of that, he throws a lit, unfinished cigarette onto the sidewalk. Fans fucking hated this, and Kojima spent the next few years correcting it. In Metal Gear Solid 3, several people tell Big Boss to put out his cigars, and in Metal Gear Solid 4, Snake always carries a portable ashtray at all times. And he smokes he smokes a lot in that one. So Snake's entire toolkit was changed just because fans hated that he littered once.
Okay.
Wow.
I need you guys to remember this. I really need you guys to remember this whole smoking thing.
Okay. 1 second.
For any particular reason, or will
So-
you not elaborate?
I will elaborate later.
Dope.
Okay.
So-
for the past hour, I came back in on smoking. Let's fucking go.
Oh my god, did you miss all of Metal Gear Solid 1? Or most of
No,
it? Okay, cool.
I've been paying attention, but like, my brain has stopped functioning.
Okay. Then you're not going to survive this. Moments after Snake sneaks aboard the tanker, a Russian mercenary unit led by Colonel Sergei Gorlukovich, Ocelot's contact in the Spetsnaz, they immediately commandeer the ship, killing all the Marines on board. As Snake proceeds through the tanker, he finds Gorlukovich's daughter, Olga, who he then fights and later learns is pregnant. This is one of 2 times a pregnant woman willingly enters the battlefield in Metal Gear Solid history. And
First time is the boss.
yeah, the first time is the boss. And this time Sergei is like telling her like, we're sending you on a helicopter to keep you safe. We've already secured the ship. You don't need to be here anymore. And she goes, no. Like she insists on staying here because she sees the unit also as like a second family who she's been with since birth. Snake feels a deep and a resonant sympathy to her, so takes her down non-lethally. I forget what he does with her exactly, but doesn't kill her. She'll be fine. So Snake eventually finds Metal Gear Ray, and proceeds to photograph it from several different angles, uploading the pictures to Otacon, who then sends them to the internet to expose the project. And there we go, we did it. We stuck aboard the
Oh my god, that cartoon Otacon.
Oh, I know, the pixelated Otacon is so good. Yeah. And, there we go. We've done it. We've exposed Metal Gear. We've, snuck aboard the ship. Done all of our sneaking. We can leave. Everything's good. Snake has fulfilled his purpose as always. Yeah, no. That's not happening. Ocelot shows up and starts causing problems. So, after he and the Gerlukovich mercenaries hold the Marine commander, Scott Dolph, at gunpoint, Ocelot then betrays Gerlukovich, who believes he's still loyal to someone named Solidus. Ocelot says he's not taking it back. He's not stealing Metal Gear. He's taking it back for the Patriots. To which Scott Dolph replies, "The lolly lule lo." Ocelot then shoots Sergei, Dolph, and 4 mercenaries before setting off explosives on the ship, killing most of the Marines and mercenaries. Gets sight of Solid Snake, starts convulsing, and starts acting like Liquid Snake and speaking in his voice as though suddenly possessed by Liquid Snake's personality.
It's because of the hand. It's because of the hand.
It's because of it is allegedly because of the hand, yeah.
I'm losing it. I'm losing my goddamn mind.
If you got that, that's amazing.
Honestly, I think if I didn't put the Dio thing, that wouldn't have caught on.
Yeah,
Which is
no,
wild.
no,
That-
But now we're gonna predict everything because we saw Dio once.
Yeah, because
yours,
Kingdom Hearts and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure are the through lines by which we understand Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah,
Honestly,
no,
yeah.
York and I are making eye contact, and we're both being like, JoJo,
Yeah, we're fucking drifting. We know exactly what's about to
drift
happen
compatible? Oh my god.
right now.
So, Ocelot, as possessed by a liquid, then steals Metal Gear Ray and takes off into the sea.
Those
Okay.
fish swimmy.
I really cannot emphasize how fucking insane and how much this scene is. Like, so much fucking happens.
I just realized that said gay people I do not respect.
I don't want to fun make my Ocelot slide for this one. So the aftermath of the tanker incident. Solid Snake is presumed not only dead in this accident, but is also framed for the accident by the Patriots.
Fucking Patriots.
Olga, Scott Dolph's wife, and Scott Dolph's boyfriend all vow revenge on Snake, believing Snake to be responsible for their deaths. Philanthropy is soon discredited and shut down. But their goals are successful and the existence of Metal Gear Ray is still publicized. Now, we are going to skip ahead 2 years. Buckle the fuck up, everybody. April 29th, 2009, the Big Shell incident. Following the events of the tanker incident, the oil rig Big Shell is repurposed and deployed into Manhattan Harbor, presumably as an environmental cleanup to clean up the oil waste from the explosion. Dead Cell, a former United States anti-terrorist group that has since been dishonored and liquidated, has taken over the rig under command of a man claiming to be Solid Snake. The terrorist group. The terrorist group calls itself the Sons of Liberty. Among the hostages are President James Johnson. A new Foxhound recruit named Raiden is sent to infiltrate the facility, rescue the hostages, and stop Dead Cell. His mission is commanded by none other than Colonel Roy Campbell and Rose, his girlfriend. Okay, it's buckle the. It's time for our boy.
Oh, wait, CT, is this the boy you've been talking about?
This is our boy, yeah.
It's the boy.
The boy.
You and I know this boy.
Oh, there is so much going on with Raiden.
Deactivate my pain inhibitors.
Yes. So yeah,
I don't
Raiden.
even want to get
So
into that
oh
right
shit,
now, but
my
oh
bad.
My God.
So I want to take a quick pause to talk about some meta with Raiden. Western audiences did not like Raiden. they did not like being, teased and robbed of playing Solid Snake again and playing this new protagonist who was, moody and, very obviously androgynous. So Metal Gear Solid 2, because of this, like, you play as Raiden from here on out. It's just a fucking, like, we're all, like, bait and switch to play as this completely new guy.
Peacekeeper Western audiences are stupid.
Western audiences are wrong and stupid.
This is back in like 2001 when most people were still incredibly homophobic, so being forced to play as, like, Soldier David Bowie was like super unpleasant for most people because they're fucking
They're
They have
fucking
no taste.
stupid.
Because they don't
have-
understand.
They have no taste, and
Also-
they are cis.
Also, keep in mind, this game came out in November of 2001, 2 months after 9/11. So, like, people are, like, that whole feeling is intensified by 5,
Like, this is the height. This is the
Yeah.
immediate aftermath.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a better time for this to have been released, frankly.
And
Oh,
this is
and-
like the peak of like post-terrorist attack America's like hyper masculine. We have to train our big fucking muscles to defeat the terrorist.
If
Yeah.
if I can't lift my monster truck and then also have sex with my tractor, I'm not a real man, and neither are you.
And,
I'm looking at pictures of Raiden online. Raiden. What a gender! This is my
I
new gender.
know.
Right?
I am not
Um,
taking. I am not taking constructive
So,
criticism. I am
so,
taking him and he is fine.
If people didn't like how, if people didn't like Raiden, having to play as this, very, very blatantly queer-coded character, they probably weren't gonna like this next guy. Meet Vamp. Raiden, Raiden follows a lead from SEAL Team 10 to find the president, but finds the room he supposedly held in littered with slaughtered bodies of SEAL Team 10. Raiden finds the member of Dead Cell responsible, a man named Vamp. Now, Vamp is not called that because he has fangs, which he does. He is not called that because he drinks blood, which he does. He is not called that because he is immortal, which he is. He's called Vamp because he's bisexual.
Yeah. great.
That makes the most sense out of anything.
Yeah, like literally, like Raiden
Me
and another
too.
Raiden and another character will like be on a call, and like Raiden will ask like, so he's like a vampire. Oh, also Raiden, voiced by Quinton Flynn, who you might recognize as the voice of Axel from Kingdom Hearts.
No shit, I knew there was a reason I liked him.
Yeah. So
Wait, is that a dick knife?
yeah,
Stick.
Vamp's sheath for his knife is like directly over his cock, and he'll literally just like shink like very
love
like
that for him.
sensually draw and
I'm gonna
sheath
keep
it.
it real
I
with you.
if
I'm working that
Vamp
into my outfit starting immediately. I have a knife that has a clip, and I have a girl, and I have the other part. This is perfect mix.
Yeah.
And you hammered.
if I do
I-
not see sexually
did not
charged
drink
scenes,
Drink more. I drank the 2 swigs in the beginning. Now it's just tired.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
yeah,
gotta keep
yeah,
going.
tired and
if I
coming
do
down,
not
yeah.
see sexually charged scenes between Vamp and Raiden, what am I here for?
We'll get to that later. So, so yeah, Vamp slices the shit out of a bunch of guys, but is repelled by a surviving SEAL team member with a machine gun, a guy named Iroquois Pliskin. He is voiced by David Hayter. That is, just nothing really much to this guy. The last surviving SEAL manages to save Raiden from Vamp. He immediately, like, fucking, just by looking at him, immediately clocks him as a member of Foxhound, based off the sneaking suit. Pliskin finds that odd, because he knows off the top of his head that Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago. He also can tell that Raiden is new to the battlefield, despite clearly kind of knowing what he's doing, and correctly infers his VR training. He's concerned about his overexposure to the VR, as he finds it troubling that there's just this new, efficient method of producing well-trained super soldiers, but also doesn't enjoy the idea of sending rookies into the battlefield with no, like, real experience or understanding of the stakes they're about to be exposed to, that sort of thing. Pliskin, this SEAL sent on, a very similar mission as Raiden to support him, decides to team up with him. After Raiden, continues through the struts, he finds the next member of Dead Cell, Fortune. Now, we were talking about women with
Lesbian.
extremely large guns. being a metaphor.
Oh.
Yeah, she just has a fucking railgun.
Oh, good.
Fortune is actually incredible. I fucking love her. Raiden proceeds to find the second member of Dead Cell. Fortune, quote, lucky in war and nothing else. Every bullet that is shot at her by the SEAL team miraculously swerves out of the way. Grenades fired into her immediate vicinity will not go off. And that shot on the top left is like the fucking best line delivery in this game. He shoots the grenade and just goes, "A dude." It's the goof. It did.
Not to be a lesbian, but holy god, holy shit, holy fucking
I
god, holy
know.
fucking shit, holy god, oh my, women.
I know. Like this, like Fortune is like Fortune. I'm just like, yeah, okay, this design actually fucking rules. And the coat cape really adds a lot, you know.
This is
Oh, for
me
sure.
texting my friend randomly at 5 a.m. being like, women.
Mm-hmm. So,
Women.
Fortune is extremely disappointed that all of these bullets are missing her, as she clearly wants them to hit her and kill her immediately.
Oh fuck.
Oh, God
Um,
damn it.
So,
Oh.
during, let's see. Yeah, she also has a giant railgun. She proceeds to kill the remaining SEAL team. As Raiden sneaks through the rig to disable some C4 charges, he finds Fortune in strut A. And during the fight, he could only hope to dodge her attacks rather than actually fight her. During the fight, Vamp shows up behind Fortune to inform Fortune that Fat Man, the third member of Dead Cell, that's his name, it's Fat Man, has betrayed them. He is preparing to destroy Big Cell with an enormous bomb on strut E. You know, losing any sort of like loyalty to their objectives, he just wants to blow shit up. Raiden takes an opportunity to try to shoot the distracted Fortune, but the bullet swerves and hits Vamp square in the forehead.
Oh my
Oh
god.
shit.
Raiden
Get
takes a chance to escape, and then Vamp just gets back up.
He's fine.
Yeah, Vamp's fine. He's good. He's okay. So, we then meet the third member of Dead Cell, Fat Man.
Alright.
Oh.
He's really fruity. I don't know why.
Is he holding a mimosa?
I guess he's just drinking from a wine glass with a straw, and he has really manicured hands.
Okay,
When-
wait.
He's kind.
Maybe this fucks.
He's also on roller skates?
I think.
I'll talk about that. So,
I think he's a little fruity because he looks like he looks like a fruitcake physically, and I think that's what.
on God. So,
I was picturing Wilson Fisk from Enter the Spider-Verse because of his name, but oh my god, this was so much
Doesn't look
better.
quite as boulderish.
yeah, his design is a bit more ham-fisted. I don't show his like full body shot, but his like bodysuit literally looks like the Fat Man bomb, like the like yeah.
Okay. Oh god.
So he has cast aside Dead Cell's ambitions and wishes to become the most famous bomber in history. Raiden fights him, and during which Raiden rides around the strut on roller skates and plants bombs everywhere that Raiden has to disable.
I love this.
Like he literally just fucking shows up on roller skates and starts like just making gay little gestures at Raiden and throwing bombs everywhere.
I can hear like classical music playing in the background while he does this.
The Dead Cell boss theme isn't classical music. It does fucking slap though. Yell Dead Cell is such a good song. Let's see. After Raiden defeats him and
have
disarms.
to download a playlist.
Oh,
this
honestly. After Raiden defeats him and disarms the huge bomb hidden on his body, he meets a new cyborg ninja, going by Mr. X rather than Deep Throat this time, when warning Raiden about oncoming landmines. I didn't mention it
Why
before.
is it always landmines?
I don't know why.
Dangerous.
They're dangerous. Gray Fox just wants to warn Snake about landmines. He's scared of
Watch
landmines.
out for landmines.
Yeah, watch out for
Yeah,
landmines,
yeah,
Snake.
sure.
You fucking idiot. I think I strongly implied that Deep Throat was Gray Fox earlier, but I forgot to mention that it was actually Gray Fox.
I could be way off the
okay,
mark
that
here.
Yeah.
And it
This
doesn't
is not Gray Fox though. This is just some other guy. Calling himself Mr. X. This ninja gives Raiden a lead on where to find the president. Secret Service agent Richard Ames, which is one of the hostages. The ninja then tells Raiden that Big Shell was never actually a decontamination plant. It is actually the base for developing a new Metal Gear. Which
Holy
Dead
gee.
Cell.
Oh.
Yeah, who could have fucking seen this plot twist coming? When Raiden finds Ames amongst the hostages, Ames explains that he and Raiden are working for the same people. Raiden's like, Foxhound? And he's like, oh, you have no idea, do you? It's then revealed that the Sons of Liberty wish to, fire a nuke on board Dead Cell above Manhattan, causing an electromagnetic pulse, causing a permanent blackout over Manhattan, liberating it into a new outer heaven. Ames then dies of a mysterious heart attack. The word Pentagon is never spoken here, but we can only assume it's similar to Fox Die. So after finding
When the fuck Raiden was injected?
after this encounter, Raiden escapes and finds the leader of the Sons of Liberty, Solidus Snake, who is claiming to be Solid Snake. Pliskin then angrily yells from a helicopter, going, "No, that is not Solid Snake."
No, that is not Solid Snake.
What
Um,
is that balloon monstrosity? What the
Bliskin's
fuck?
Solid Snake.
it's not Solid Snake.
Oh.
Bliskin
yeah.
Right.
Yep,
Bliskin is
Pliskin.
not Solid Snake.
No, Pliskin is Solid Snake. This is where that is revealed.
Okay.
Like, literally, Raiden will, like, notice a guy sneaking around on a cardboard box, and he goes, like, I just saw some guy in a box earlier. What part of which one of Dead Cell's so insane to think that would work? And Pliskin goes, what are you talking about? That was me.
It's literally like you're not quite Pliskin, and then he puts the box on. And he's like, Solid Snake.
Literally. It's exactly like that.
Hey, the platypus.
So yeah, during the ensuing battle, Solidus' powers are fucking insane. He has this, like, crazy supersuit exoskeleton with two giant, like, electric tentacles extending from his back, and like, rocket boosters attached to his feet, too.
It's cool as hell.
It's fucking wild.
Doc Ock with flying power?
Kinda. Yeah, Solidus, the superpowered Solidus jumps into a Harrier jet, loses an eye, and then escapes after Raiden shoots enough missiles at him. Metal Gear Ray literally jumps out of the water and catches the Harrier in its mouth, and then,
Cool.
it's wild. It's like, oh, fuck.
Shit.
Raiden calls Snake and is like, wait, what the fuck? You're Solid Snake? You're alive, my guy? Solid Snake reveals that he and Otacon faked his death using Liquid Snake's body in his place.
That's why they stole it.
Yeah. He and Otacon are on Big Shell now to stop the new Metal Gear, as well as rescue Emma Emmerich, Otacon's sister, who's among the hostages. After this reveal, the Colonel, on codec with Raiden, will repeatedly tell Raiden not to communicate with Snake, as he's, quote, not part of the simulation. Whatever the
Matrix
fuck that
moments?
means.
Matrix moments?
It's also revealed that, Olga, the, Russian mercenary from the tanker incident, is working with Solidus, and has unfinished business with Solid Snake. Believing him to be, believing him to be the person who killed, her dad.
And boy, well,
No, by the way, so Scott Dolph, that, Marine commander, was, Fortune's husband, which is why she wants revenge on Snake. And, he was also once Vamp's boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
around.
Oopsie! Dead Cell Polycule!
I wouldn't be surprised if this entire game was a simulation in canon with all this
Oh my
bad shit stuff,
God.
but I also wouldn't be surprised if it was just a Tuesday, because it's just as crazy as the other shit.
So, okay. So, okay. So fortunately, I've already spent 2 streams laying the groundwork for the Patriots, what they are, what they do, the way they operate, and all of that. I've kind of just been vaguely mentioning things they do, their involvement with the Shadow Moses incident, and Dr. Clark and shit. We're about to learn a little bit more about how they've been operating in the last few years. So, Raiden finds President Johnson, who grabs Raiden by the crotch and goes, "You're a man?" For it is
Really?
unclear. It is unclear why he
Okay.
does this. He reveals to Raiden the existence of the Patriots. The Patriots have
Introduce yourself to each other by grabbing each other's dicks and shaking them like your hands.
grabbing the homies' dicks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how you talk to the bros.
Yeah.
I think that happened to like Metal Gear Solid 3 with like. Big
Yeah,
Boss
that was the thing that happened to Rykov, the guy who
where if you fail it, you don't grab his crotch.
Oh,
that
no.
actually happens in 4. You can
God
see
fucking damn it.
you can see QC crotch grab enemies to instantly take them down.
Good.
Oh
good.
my god!
If you grab their dicks, it kills them instantly. So,
Dick's so good, you
so
die.
President Johnson reveals the existence of the Patriots to Raiden. The Patriots have now grown to such power that they basically secretly govern the United States. So, they have been selecting every U.S. president for years, including Johnson. He also reveals that Solidus was actually President Sears, the man who orchestrated the Shadow Moses incident. Now, leading Dead Cell once again, Solidus wishes to challenge and usurp the Patriots, whereas Johnson previously worked with the Patriots to eventually become among their members. Johnson also reveals that the Metal Gear Big Shell is not a Metal Gear at all. It is actually an enormous warship called Arsenal Gear, a gigantic battleship equipped with 25 unmanned Metal Gear rays, several nuclear warheads, and complete remote control of the United States military's arsenal and tactical control of their forces.
Hey, Lake, what the fuck?
Yeah, Arsenal Gear is a wild fucking concept, and
Power escalation joke here somewhere.
however, Johnson reveals that Arsenal's real purpose is to protect and store a powerful AI called GW, which not only facilitates Arsenal Gear's remote operations of the military, but also is designed to filter and censor digital information the Patriots deem inconvenient to their control. To make things even more convoluted than they already are, Ocelot then assassinates the president and leaves.
Good for Ocelot. I don't even care whose side he's on anymore. Good for Ocelot.
Honestly, though, like
just-
Ocelot literally portrays damn near everybody he works for.
He
But,
doesn't
like-
even fuck around and find out anymore. He fucks around and then lets other people find out.
On God, he literally just
Say.
he just fucking shows up, shoots the president, and goes like, "Bye, idiot."
It's just like having an intrusive thought.
Yeah.
God, it shoots
So-
the thought of a bullet.
So yeah, the Ocelot himself is an intrusive thought. THOT.
You're
Um,
right.
He's not an intrusive thought, he's an
Oh.
intrusive thought.
No, it's
Right.
not an intrusive thought. It's Revolver Ocelot.
So I know that everything that I just said was kind of a lot, but I hope that see, another reason I did all this chronologically was that reveals like this would have a bit of background, and like the reason I even bothered to cover the Arsenal ship project, a thing that actually happened, was to give some background. Like, the Arsenal Gear is based off something that actually existed. It's just escalated to the nth degree. And, like, just, is filtered through Kojima's insane sci-fi mindscape. So,
Basically, all that Kojima does with the actual real-world military technology in these games is basically just takes it to its logical extreme.
yeah, totally.
Like he
It's like,
just sort of draws them out to what their natural conclusion would be.
yeah, if this thing that actually existed actually worked and existed and escalated as it naturally would have, what would it turn into? And that's what shit like the Shagahad turns into.
That's
So
terrifying.
honestly, so
Yep.
Raiden then leaves this scene to find Emma Emmerich, who supposedly can deploy a worm cluster that can permanently cripple or even destroy the GW AI. On the way, he finds Vamp a second time and fights him again. After
Yeah,
Raiden,
Right, is so weirdly positioned. It's
He's
amazing. I
just
love
staring
this.
at his knife dick.
He's just chilling in a pool.
So am I.
Yeah.
So are you.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Oh my god.
Instead
This
of
is about
pondering
you.
the orb, instead of
Pon-
pondering the orb,
It's
pondering
the
your
knife.
knife.
What was staring
Pondering your
directly,
knife.
me pondering my orb, staring directly at my cock.
Yeah.
Once Raiden,
Like, those are called your balls.
thank you, fish. So once Raiden finds Emma, Emma reveals that she was initially hired to create GW. So this means she knows exactly how to destroy it. After an extremely grueling escort mission, Vamp shows up and stabs Emma and fatally wounds her. Like,
No.
Emma Emmerich's
No.
time in this game is so short and so, like, unsatisfying that, like, it makes me so angry.
I kind of
Um,
hate that.
Sad.
Yeah,
hate
Emma makes me a little upset to think about, but it's okay. This next part is a little better. You know that GIF of Snake and Otacon, like doing that fucking handshake while the camera sporadically cuts around him? That's where this happens.
That's so good.
It's so good. So Snake Otacon, yeah, Snake Otacon and Raiden input the Worm Cluster into GW, but with Emma now dead, they don't know how to actually upload it completely. So the gang splits up. A grieving Otacon agrees to evacuate as many of the hostages as he can via their support chopper, with Raiden and Snake left to figure out how to board Arsenal gear, which is preparing to emerge and take off. After Otacon leaves, oh shit, oh fuck,
Oh.
I actually hit. Shit!
Some subliminal messaging just for us.
So, once Otacon leaves, Snake seemingly betrays Raiden, summoning the cyborg ninja to knock him unconscious. The ninja is revealed to be Olga.
No shit.
Pregnant?
No, remember, that pregnancy was 2 years ago. Her child is born by now.
Right, okay.
I'm gonna talk about her kid in a minute. But this reveals to us that Olga, who was previously seeking vengeance against Snake, is now working with him. Yeah. What is not really clearly established is that this change took place on the Big Shell. Like, Olga showed up intending to kill Snake, then met him, realized the truth, and is like, "Oh, I work with you now." That's really how it goes.
Pretty cool. Good for
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Like it's carrying forward the theme of the boss and Big Boss being incredibly charismatic.
Totally. Like, again, like, something I didn't really cover with the boss is that the CIA were so concerned by her, like, overwhelmingly powerful charisma that they were afraid that she was going to spread her ideology among the ranks and fracture their forces.
This is
Basically,
when they get Snake to kill her.
well, it's like there were other things that were the impetus for that, but like that was an ulterior motive to it. Because basically every time the boss tells somebody to do something, they then immediately do it out of awe and respect. And people fucking love Snake. Like, you know, Snake commands so much reputation and like ability and power that people are just like, nah, you're actually okay.
Me too.
Same thing with Big Boss. Yeah. So, Raiden wakes up unconscious aboard Arsenal gear, strapped to a torture device. I can't get enough of this.
Oh,
Oh, full frontal nudity.
Is that Ocelot really in this position again with somebody else strapped to it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. You're so right. And literally Ocelot says in the scene, we're once again in the ghost of Shadow Moses, or something like that.
This motherfucker so much.
So,
Okay, but hang on. In saying once again we are in the ghost of Shadow Moses is an incredibly baller line that is thematically so hitting every mark,
Yeah.
but it's paired with this.
He said,
I know. Again,
Ins,
like
you are so right, but I hate it.
utterly breathtaking lines, like in the weirdest fucking context.
Yeah.
So it is here that Solidus recognizes Raiden. Remember Jack the Ripper, guys?
No shit.
Jack the Ripper was a child soldier during the first Liberian Civil War, fighting against the current regime as part of Solidus Snake's small boy unit. Just to give some a bit of context, this means that Raiden was fighting on the side of Raiden was literally working with working for and raised by some of the most vile war criminals in history.
Yeah,
Is Raiden the Vriska?
Oh my god.
Is Raiden the Vriska?
I'm not acknowledging
I've
you.
never been more overjoyed to not get a Homestuck reference.
I'm not acknowledging you. So
That was the first thing I've said in 30 minutes. You are totally going to acknowledge me. You have no choice.
So
Homestuck to confirm or deny.
me neither. I don't
Same,
care to.
Same. I'm
So,
with you on that.
That was mostly asking chat.
I see.
I don't know about it and I don't want to.
So
Chat says pain and agony.
Yep, right. Once Ocelot and Solidus leave the room, Olga shows up and rescues Raiden. Raiden learns that the Patriots are holding Olga's daughter hostage.
Brief pause. Raiden is confirmed as Vriska. We have chat approval.
Amazing.
Innkeeper out.
So Olga reveals that her child is being held hostage by the Patriots, and she has been ordered to help Raiden on his mission. And if Raiden dies, Olga's child is going to die as well.
Oh shit.
No pressure or anything.
No pressure.
Absolutely none.
Wait, what?
So Olga's impetus is to keep Raiden alive so that her actual daughter doesn't die. After Raiden is released and wanders through Arsenal gear, completely naked. Okay, a quick little aside. I didn't get any pictures of this. If you instead of the typical dodge roll that Snake has, Raiden cartwheels when he dodges. He can still cartwheel while he is butt-ass naked, and you get a direct shot of his taint.
Hey, Lake. My friend
Okay.
might have DM'd me a picture of that if you want it.
Not on Twitch, baby.
Not on it would literally get me Twitch banned to put it in live Mojave.
Okay.
I
So
do also hang on. The one
exclusive
thing I know
content.
about Metal Gear,
I'll spoiler
is that
it.
there is a guard line where if you just stay chained up and in the torture device long enough, one of the guards will pass by on his patrol route and make a comment about how hung you are and how that makes him jealous.
Yep. That might be. I think that's either this game or Metal Gear Solid 1. I don't remember.
Pretty
But
sure
they're all
it's
like,
this game.
Incredible.
nice cock.
Nice cock.
Nice
Um,
cock.
So, Raiden, as Raiden's going through the base, Rose calls Raiden to confirm if everything that Solidus said was actually true, and Raiden reveals that not only is it all true, but he's been suppressing it his entire life.
As you do.
Yeah.
Okay, the
like,
picture is now in live Mojave.
excellent.
It's
Like
censored.
Raiden literally talks about how he had gunpowder mixed into his food to alter his consciousness and make him easier to manipulate. He and the other children were subjected to image training, where they were constantly shown action movies and violent images to give them the mentality of a soldier.
Right, desensitize them to violence.
Yeah, that whole thing. So
Almost like Call of Duty.
yeah. So okay. The Colonel starts acting a little fucky.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
I love
no.
this.
So,
Oh,
as Raiden
no.
is sneaking through Arsenal gear, he begins getting some strange calls from the Colonel, who is acting erratic, telling him to turn the game console off, saying utterly nonsensical shit, referencing the first two Metal Gear games. His face will sometimes be altered to resemble a skull.
This is not the Colonel. This is Big Boss.
This is
Gender.
presumably not the Colonel anymore.
Oh
Or-
god.
And
Oh,
perhaps
god.
never
Oh,
perhaps
god.
never
Oh,
even
fuck.
was.
Oh fuck. No. This has gotten so deep. This is
Ooh, it gets
Those
worse.
corrupted Colonel images are scary. That
It's
one with the
so-
skull face is fucked up.
that is
It's so-
fucked up.
Really creepy.
It's legitimately horrifying, yeah.
That is
So
horrifying.
after some weird and frightening calls with the Colonel, Raiden catches up to Snake. Snake apologizes for that apparent betrayal. Snake was just trying to get into Arsenal gear. And Raiden understands. He also gets a katana. which he will
Yes.
which we will use and treasure for the remainder of his
Yes.
life.
Yes,
Um,
good.
Yes, he's remarkably well suited to the katana. He fucking wrecks shop with this thing.
Give the lad a sword. Give the
Yeah.
lad a sword.
Back to slasher.
He can
It's-
have all of the katanas he wants. Not even as a treat, he can just have them.
You can
It's
just
hard
have
to
them.
explain how fucking baller this is in the game. Like, you
It's
feel
so-
like such a cool badass.
It's so and what follows is is an action sequence where you playing as Raiden fight alongside Snake taking down Sons of Liberty soldiers.
Yes.
How
and
can
it's
you complain about this? This fucks. This
it's
is
so
great.
fucking cool.
I feel like Hideo Kojima is a master of delivering camp with perfect straight guy like sincerity. And he
Yeah.
just constantly toes the line of if literally any other person did this, it would be irredeemable. Like it would not.
It would be
wouldn't
stupid.
what
It would be
is.
it would be
bad, It
hollow.
would be awful.
Yeah.
When he does it, something about who he is turns it into a fucking camp masterpiece.
You are so right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
It's, you know what it is? It's Kojima's utter sincerity.
Yeah.
Like, Kojima legitimately does think that this is the coolest fucking thing ever, and he's 100% right.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
he's
100%
right.
right.
And because
None of
we
us
feel
knew
that
it was until now.
and because we feel his unapologetic enthusiasm for this, like we feel it too. It's like, yeah, this is pretty dope.
It's
That's
like,
a
yeah,
good
this
word,
fucks.
unapologetic
This,
enthusiasm.
Yeah.
this just fucks objectively.
It's also we also get some weird shit during this fight. We're intermittently cut to false mission fail screens where the game continues, filled with weird typos and misspellings. You will notice the fish and mailed screen on the bottom right. After this emits consonants. Fortune eventually catches up to Snake and Raiden, and Snake decides to hold Fortune off while Raiden escapes and climbs up Arsenal Gear. Raiden ends up on an enormous platform on the warship, surrounded by the unmanned Metal Gear Rays. Solidus, who is currently hidden, tells Raiden about something called the S3 plan. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. The project was designed by the Patriots to put Raiden through VR training to turn him into a super soldier on par with Solid Snake, which I described before we got into this game. And turn him into yet another replaceable and disposable war hero.
No.
We again.
No.
So, Raiden has replaced Snake for the player and the story, and we have been informed just now that Raiden is also replaceable and likely to be discarded for somebody else.
Not my boy.
Once the hero is gone, send in the heroes. So Solidus then unleashes their rays at Raiden, saying, "Here you go, a worthy challenge." And it's something that would honestly be pretty fucking badass. Like Raiden takes down at least 10 Metal Gears all in a row, and it would
Holy shit.
be pretty dope. But there's this underlying feeling of like, there's something wrong about what I'm doing. I don't like this. He destroys as many as he can before falling to exhaustion. Olga then jumps into Ryan's protection, and then Solidus kills her.
No.
No.
Right
No.
before Solidus is about to kill Raiden, Emma's worm cluster finally begins to take effect, causing all the Metal Gear Rays to short out. In a rage, Solidus jetpacks on top of all of them, shooting them dead with machine guns. And then Raiden falls unconscious. What happens next will shock and surprise you. Ocelot's at it again.
No.
So, after Raiden wakes up on top of Arsenal Gear, which has not only lifted off, but is also going haywire. He finds himself and Solid Snake in captivity. Solidus, Snake, and Fortune are holding them hostage. Solidus reveals that his real plan was to get a hold of the AI, GW, and learn the real identities of the Patriots. And then leave Dead Cell to fend for themselves on the doomed Arsenal here. Remember how we talked about how the Arsenal ships are such, like, an impractical and insane project to do? Solidus basically goes like, yeah, Arsenal Gear is like without the AI, it's utterly defenseless, and you guys are basically on a floating tombstone.
Oh god.
Yep.
Oh god.
And as Solidus is going on this villain monologue that he's clearly been practicing for a little while, Ocelot shows up and basically says that this entire situation is all bullshit.
Yeah.
Raiden's
enough of this, dude.
VR training was not the S3 plan. This is the S3 plan.
I've had
Everything
enough of this,
that has happened in the Big Shell incident has been an orchestrated recreation of the Shadow Moses incident by the Patriots.
I've had enough of
All-
this, dude. I'm
Also that they can put Raiden through a similar situation to Snake to make him their new Snake.
No.
These similarities are remarkable. The ninja, the virus, Fox Die, and the Worm Cluster, the tragic heroine, Fortune and Sniper Wolf, the mysterious deaths of the Secret Service agent and the president, which were not caused by a Fox Die virus. The Patriots simply deactivated his vital signs via nanomachines. The other one was obviously Ocelot. Let's see, what else do I have? Foxhound and Dead Cell being filled with a bunch of fucked up weirdos for Raiden to procedurally take down. Raiden and Solidus were specifically selected for this mission because their relationship resembles that of Solid Snake and Big Boss. Like, Ocelot just reveals all of this.
I need to clarify something. Is Ocelot still against the Patriots, or is that all just kind of like?
Ocelot has been working with the Patriots this entire time, but in this instance, it's very hard to tell. Like, oh, who's just joined us?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey Mia, you've come in at a
Mia.
very weird time.
A very, very weird time.
Have you been following along by chance?
Absolutely not. I need
All right.
a thing to put on the background
Perfect.
while I worked on commissions, and your voices are comforting.
All right, get ready.
Valid.
We're not gonna be comforting for long. I guarantee you. So
We are not gonna make sense.
yeah, so
I guarantee that.
Ocelot remember this entire time Ocelot is working against the Patriots. He just kind of has to stop Solidus.
But was Ocelot ever actually killed by Liquid Snake's hand, or was that a lie?
We will get to that later.
Okay.
So you guys are asking like the exact right questions, I think. So
Okay, cool.
something else.
The
So remember how
exact right questions aren't making me feel better though.
Yep. So, Fortune's even Fortune's miraculous ability to deflect all bullets is also caused by an electromagnetic device on Ocelot's person, which he deactivates and then fatally shoots her.
No.
He then okay, get fucking ready. He then hops inside of Rey and prepares to shoot all of its entire missile payload down on the unsuspecting floor below. Fortune uses the last of her remaining vitality to stand up and hold her arms up to deflect the missiles, and Ocelot's like, "What are you doing, you idiot? They're gonna kill you!" It works. The missiles still deflect off of Fortune.
Hey,
Oh my god.
hey,
So-
I love her.
Girl
Hey,
boss moments.
I have no
love
fucking
her,
idea.
and
I
will not
legitimately
be
have no
accepting
idea
criticism
why
of
this
her.
happens. The only thing I can suspect is that Ocelot's device simply suppressed this supernatural ability rather than caused it. But I have no
God,
fucking
it's like Beast from the X-Men.
yeah.
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
only thing. That's the only thing I can surmise for like how she can actually possess this ability for real.
She might also have a
I-
copy of the device.
That
I
may
love
also be
her.
true.
She's iconic, one of the best female characters I've heard in this series so far. I will not be taking constructive
I s-
criticism
I still-
at this time.
I think it's her, the boss, and Naomi for like the best female characters in this
Yes,
whole
yes.
series.
No, there are other
Decent
great
with
female
mustaches.
characters, but Fortune.
Yeah, Fortune's
Oh
great.
god, I just wow.
And
Women.
her theme is amazing. It's like this very mournful like saxophone melody. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Nice.
So
Good.
after this happens, Snake breaks out of his restraints and prepares to go fight Ray. And Ocelot gets possessed by Liquid again.
No.
Prompting him to once again steal Ray and go careening into the sea. Moments after steering Arsenal gear directly on a crash course to Manhattan.
Hey York, this is just JoJo. This is just JoJo.
I
So-
don't want to derail entirely, but yeah.
So
Yeah.
Arsenal gear then crashes into Manhattan and completely destroys a vast section of its Lower West Side. Just before coming up upon Federal Hall. Now I want you to know that in Metal Gear Solid 2, there is no actual cutscene where Arsenal gear crashes into Manhattan, but like that's what happens in the game. Like you wake up in the middle of the city. The reason that cutscene was cut was, remember, this game was released 2 months after 9/11. And I do believe that Arsenal gear was originally meant to crash into the Twin Towers.
Oh God.
Seriously?
So when I mentioned how like when I
Stop.
mentioned that the US release did kind of alter some shit, like yeah, Kojima didn't want to show 9/11 happening in a video game, but what
Smart.
Yeah.
yeah, Innkeeper and I do agree though. Miyazaki would have Hayao Miyazaki would have kept it in.
100%.
Oh,
Yeah, he would have been like, no, fuck your
No
feelings.
cuts.
Yep. So, now, Solidus asks Raiden what day it is. Raiden replies it's April 30th, the day that George Washington swore into office as the first president of the United States, declining the offer of absolute power. Solidus reveals that this is an inspiration for his ideological opposition to the Patriots. Solidus was not taking on the Patriots because he wanted to, surpass them or like gain power or something. Solidus views the Patriots for what they are, a threat to civil liberties that must be destroyed. Now, because Solidus is a clone of Big Boss, he is sterile and cannot pass down his genes. He wants to be remembered in history, but feels that the Patriots have robbed him of this, using him as a tool and discarding him and orchestrating his fall from grace. And, something that has happened to countless other people. By destroying the Patriots, Solidus hopes that he can restore America's founding ideals: civil rights, equal opportunity for all, and democracy. Things that have had questionable histories of actually existing in the United States.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and another part of Solidus's opposition is the GWAI's function in censoring digital information. How their whole thing about they're going to use it to trim and censor information on the internet that may be inconvenient to them. Solidus suspects that his existence would also be the AI would also wipe him from history. Raiden then calls the corrupted colonel about this, and I'm just gonna read something.
Oh.
So, Raiden calls the colonel, who orders him to kill Solidus and recover Arsenal gear intact. It is here that is revealed that for certain that the colonel not only is the colonel an AI orchestrated by the Patriots to impersonate the colonel, so is Rose.
No.
Rose does exist, but the Rose that Jack has been talking to is also an AI.
Oh God. Oh,
Raiden questions the colonel about the Patriots' motives, and the colonel and Rose both devolve into their true AI forms. This implies that the Patriots are now totally and wholly operated by AIs, and the AIs are also rapidly deteriorating. And the Patriots are also the fabric that holds American society together, which is terrifying.
Remember what's on Metal Gear Arsenal?
Yeah.
Oh
Um,
God.
Oh shit. Oh.
So, yeah, the
So
AI.
that's a raw ass line. Our beloved monsters, enjoy
So
yourselves.
that line is preceded by. Okay.
That's going nuts, by the way.
So there. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Hey guys. So there was a very very long monologue performed by intercut between the Colonel and Rose, I am going to read it all. It is very long. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we. Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind? The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us. We started with genetic engineering, and in the end we succeeded in digitizing life itself. But there are things not covered by genetic information. Human memories, ideas, culture, history. Genes don't contain any record of human history. Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature? We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books. But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really. But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible. Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander, all this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate. It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context. The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you. Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans. Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims. Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing. Be nice to other people, but beat out the competition. You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed. But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed. You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths spun by different interests to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems. Everyone withdraws into their own small, gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large. The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right. Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth. And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
What's the name of that section? Like
You will find that monologue if you look up the Colonel AI monologue in Metal Gear Solid 2.
That to my
So, this game came out in 2001. And, a lot of...
context there, Twitter had not been invented yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
And people thought
okay.
people thought Kojima was like crazy for this. Like they had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh yeah, people thought
holy
it was a fucking
shit.
hack. Like,
Yeah, chat is also going insane right now.
Yeah, this literally this is
you see what I mean about Kojima being a prophet?
honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what it is. His just insane ability to just
Solid
like
graphs on sociology.
yeah
Someone in chat said this is also before the Patriot Act.
yeah, this is before the Patriot Act.
Solid grasp on sociology. You can usually snag the next 10 years in advance. It's really annoying, but you can. And
I don't even
nobody believes you.
I don't even know if that's like I have no idea if that has anything to do with
Legitimately,
Kojima's background.
I don't think Kojima knows anything about sociology, like even a little bit about sociology.
Oh, not the actual, like, nuts and bolts of it. But, like, sociology is one of those really weird fucking things where you don't realize you've been studying it in your entire life till someone puts labels on it.
Right, right.
But yeah, like
So I will say, CT, I don't even think like back in the day he wouldn't. Yes, like back in the day he would have been considered a prophet, but even like fucking now, like you look back and you're just like, how?
Yeah.
well,
literally.
How?
yeah. It's I have no idea how he could even conceive of this.
Big brain moments.
On God, yeah. This is just this like this is one of those first pieces of Metal Gear media I was ever exposed to. Like, I think I saw this before I'd even played a game, and I was like, I lost my fucking mind watching this.
Yeah.
I would
so-
have too.
Yeah. So that after that existentially horrifying thing, Raiden receives even more existentially horrifying information when he questions the AIs about like whether they even have the right to decide this. They basically go, "What do you even know who you are, Raiden? Are you even anybody? You are literally a fabrication created by us. You all are."
Jesus.
So, Raiden, now, even though is now been made apparent of the existential horror and threat the Patriots pose, is now forced to fight Solidus. Just to save Olga's child and also the real Rose who the Patriots have hostage. So, Raiden, kills Solidus in a katana battle.
Baller.
Which, okay, this fight is so, like, after everything you've just learned, this fight does not feel heroic at all. It feels so bittersweet.
Yeah, you, like, Raiden kills, Solidus and, like, climbs down off of Arsenal, and, like, when he's on the ground on the street level, he's, like, surrounded by a bunch of, like, regular, like, men in suits just, like, walking about their day who do not acknowledge him, and he just, like, looks down at the ground, feeling utterly hollow, going, who am I? Really? Like, there is no sense of heroism or victory in this at all.
All of, like, when you killed, like, 10 Metal Gear Rays earlier, it's like all of that enthusiasm is just suddenly gone. It was like it was sucked up by an airlock. The entire context behind your motivation is completely changed.
And I think this is the culmination of Kojima's anti-heroist thesis. Like, Raiden is the ultimate demonstration of there being no glory and no heroism in anything he does. He is simply, now he just sees himself as a disposable weapon of mass destruction, literally.
Gonna get tattooed that comic of haha, this is fine on my forehead after this.
Basically, yeah. So yeah, he feels empty. But Snake shows up, and now we rag on Snake for being like an idiot who doesn't fucking know anything, but he shows a lot of wisdom and comfort in this scene. He basically, holds Raiden on the shoulder and says, like, it doesn't matter what you've been made to do or what you've been made to accomplish. You can decide for yourself what to pass on and how you're going to live your life. You can walk away from this. We both can walk away from this. Like, a place in history, genes, those aren't things we don't have to pass those on. We can pass down the vast array of facets of human life and culture and experience. And there's beauty in being able to decide that for ourselves. The entire time they're having this conversation, the camera is slowly panning around both of their asses.
Amazing.
Oh god.
Because Kojima.
Yeah.
Does
Kojima.
Raiden have chunky, thick ass like?
Yeah, he does.
It's not as like thick and round as Snake, but he has these like monstrous like, thunderclap thighs.
It's so pronounced.
yes.
It's almost uncomfortable.
And together they combine to make the perfect being.
So
That's some fusion ha shit.
yeah, so Snake imparts something, very, meaningful and good and comforting onto Raiden, and tells him that Snake and Otacon are going to go find the identities of the Patriots and see about stopping them once and for all. Raiden offers to go along, but Snake goes, nah, you've still got some things to do and people to talk to.
Innkeeper says hand in unlovable hand.
Hand an unlovable fucking hand.
Unlovable cheek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's yeah, it's about here that Raiden finally reunites with the real Rose, who is carrying his baby. They will go on to live a very happy life together, and
Good.
that's
Good.
that's not true.
Oh
Oh,
god
come
damn
on.
it.
So
God damn
the
it, don't
the
play
big
me
shell
like
the big
that.
shell aftermath. So Ocelot
like
has
that.
been being possessed by Liquid Snake and would prefer to stop that. So Ocelot removes Liquid's arm from himself and has it replaced by a cybernetic counterpart.
As you do.
Yeah.
Don't know why he didn't do
However,
that the first part,
however,
Like, I
however,
cannot say how much I hate this.
yeah. this image of this image of Ocelot is based off of a like it's
That
a
is so funny.
it is a
That
it is a
so
direct
funny.
recreation of a picture of Mads Mikkelsen.
He's eating a
Yes,
fucking panini.
yes,
Yep.
yes. I've seen that. I've seen that image.
so-
I love that image.
So he realizes that while he was being possessed by Liquid, it allowed him to throw off the Patriots and thwart their plans and suit his own ends. So he decides to in order to help his ultimate goal of bringing down the Patriots and saving Big Boss, he begins subjecting himself to drugs, nanomachines, and psychotherapy to turn himself into Liquid's mental doppelganger, adopting his personality. He goes this
There's no
this
need for that.
this new persona is called Liquid Ocelot.
I think there's
Okay,
no
so
Liquidized Ocelot.
The verb need, I don't think, is applicable in anything I've heard so far. I've come in here with zero context, mid-story, and I think we need to get rid of the concept of need in regards to storyline choices.
Indeed. So
I have to like, Ocelot, you removed the hand because you didn't want to be possessed, but then you turned yourself
I know.
What the
Into-
fuck?
I think it was like I think this was a more reliable method of acting like Liquid Snake. Like this one he could actually control. Yeah.
Are you
Why
sure?
does he give a shit about that? Just. Oh my god.
So
don't.
Well,
Such
you know how
what-
the 2000s were.
just simply don't.
God damn it,
Yes.
Mia.
So-
God damn it.
Raiden is forever changed by the Big Shell incident. He becomes withdrawn, distant to Rose. The two of them eventually drift apart and separate.
No.
Rose has a healthy child, but is afraid of Raiden and tells him she miscarried.
Wait, what?
That's fucked up.
Raiden basically becomes an alcoholic after this.
That's
Yeah,
fucked
remember
up.
Raiden was like a war criminal?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, right, like
Yeah.
The violence of war.
yeah, and all
That's
and the
fucked up.
all of these events have like caused those memories he repressed to resurface. So this is a horrifying. This has been a harrowing experience for him.
Hey, characters in this game, let them be
Yep.
happy. Challenge.
So, in response to
Challenge
the
fucking failed.
in response to the weaknesses demonstrated by Big Shell, the United States begins scaling down its own army, and PMCs, the ones we've seen since Diamond Dogs, become the standard for military force around the world. In December 1st, 2009, the Treaty of Lisbon is signed, enlarging the power of the European Union. In 2010, America withdraws from Iraq, enlisting PMC forces to fight the conflict in their stead. America also begins employing the use of nanomachines in their state and private forces, prompting the creation of the Sons of the Patriot system. So, so now, Snake and, Elite. So previously, like, high-ranking government officials and spies would have nanomachines injected into them to, like, monitor vital signs and enhance their abilities, as we saw with Raiden, Snake, and so on. Now, every single soldier has nanomachines. The Patriots use this opportunity to implement ID tags on weapons, alter the brain chemistry of soldiers, synchronize their senses for effectiveness, all promoted in the name of a cleaner, safer battlefield. Which is just I don't really have the capacity to deconstruct how fucked up that is.
Talk about the concept of a cleaner battlefield. Like, okay.
The liberalization of the battlefield, literally.
It's understandable.
yeah.
Like, part of this process of like using nanomachines to train soldiers in universe, like they don't just affect your body most of the time. Most of the time, the like PMC soldiers, the nanomachines fuck with their hormones and their brain stems to the point where they are effectively they're effectively lobotomized.
Yeah.
They're biological robots that
Sorry.
you have to kill.
I hope my alarm didn't come up exactly at
It-
the same time you said biological robots, because incessant beeping at that point would have been very, very bad. But I have to go check on Red.
Oh no. Yeah, it's like the nanomachines have a function where they can suppress suppress emotions on the battlefield. And yeah, it literally just like turns them into drones essentially. Yeah.
Quite literally, biological drones.
Makes
Yep.
them faceless and replaceable.
Mm-hmm.
In the most fundamental way.
Yep.
I'm breaking out my weed now.
You should. September 2010. The Stuxnet computer worm strikes the Natanz nuclear facility in Iran, significantly raising the profile for cyber warfare internationally. December 18th, 2010. The Arab Spring movement begins in response to rampant corruption in several Middle East North African countries. 2011. Raiden infiltrates Area 51 to rescue Sunny, Olga's child. Yeah. Remember Olga's baby held in Area 51?
Oh my god.
Sunny is then left to Solid Snake and Otacon to be raised as their own daughter. Raiden later drifts around the globe, ultimately ending up in Alaska, where he learns scouting techniques from a tribal leader. Meanwhile, Liquid Ocelot's obscene wealth following Shadow Moses allows him to obtain control of the 5 largest PMCs on Earth under an umbrella company, Outer Heaven. Being the CEO of the 5 largest armies on the world makes Ocelot not only the commander of the, basically the world's military might, he's also the richest man in the world now.
He's like Jeff Bezos with a private army.
Yep.
It's honestly kind of interesting. You know, it's kind of interesting because, like, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you've got Naked Snake, the big boss, kind of like, he doesn't take young twink Ocelot under his wing, but he kind of ends up like training and teaching Ocelot a lot of things anyway. And
Yeah.
It's kind of like this really weird parallel between Ocelot, this like relic from the old times, who's been just hanging around Big Boss, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Solidus Snake, Raiden, and it's like...
And Venom Snake.
Huh. Yeah. So it's kind of like almost
He's-
two lines of
Like,
dissent.
keep in mind that Ocelot has worked alongside every single snake. Like,
Yeah.
of the five snakes, Big Boss, Solidus, Solid, Liquid, and Venom, he has either worked with or fought every single one of them.
Yeah.
By now he's fucking ancient, I'm assuming.
In
Yes.
2014, he will be 70 years old.
Jesus.
And
Oh my god.
remember what Big Boss said in the very first stream, where talking about how, the battle never really ends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Once you get a taste for battle, that is the only way you can live.
I hate this, and you know what's the saddest point about this right now? I cannot find my fucking lighter.
God, you're right.
You needed to make the flamethrower and kill Big Boss.
I want to cry.
U.S. Navy
In the
SEALs.
pocket of your coat.
Yep. U.S. Navy SEALs find and kill Al Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, who ordered the 9/11 terrorist attacks in Pakistan. In 2012, Raiden is fit with a cybernetic body by the Patriots after they capture him. Raiden is rescued by Eva. Yeah,
Oh shit, she's still around.
Eva's still around. Eva's still around. She is
She's
running
also,
a.
like 70.
She's also like she's like 70 something. She is running a army of rebels called the Paradise Lost Army in Eastern Europe, presumably in the Czech Republic. Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar, the scientist behind Metal Gear D, restores Raiden to life. Yeah, that guy who is part of the impetus for all of Solid Snake's suffering. He's just like, yes, I will repair this robot twink boy back to health. I will fill him with cum.
I will fix the twink.
Literally.
Look what you did. You fucked him up. He's got an anxiety.
That's not all. That's not all he has.
Not all that. Not just that.
In 2014, in November 6, 2014, the owner and operator of the Silk Road Marketplace is apprehended and arrested. The marketplace is soon shut down. Also in 2014, the Patriots, in a last-ditch attempt to preserve and deify the icon of Big Boss, declassify information about his life, as well as CQC. The fighting style becomes insanely popular among the PMC soldiers. Which brings us to Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots.
Okay, here we go.
It's not over yet.
Why would it be?
I
It's only just begun.
I want y'all to imagine that you've just been hired on, you've been hired on by Konami as a writer for the next Metal Gear game. And so you sit down and you play through the entire Metal Gear series up to this point, and then Hideo Kojima is sitting across the table from you and says, I want you to make sense of all of this and write a sequel to it.
And this is the culmination of that. It is so in this entire time I've talked about how the timeline's been kind of breaking apart and diverging. We're in a world that is kind of like ours, but with some distinct differences. We are entering the realm of speculative fiction. This world is nothing like ours now. And yet is somehow strikingly similar.
And hits so many important themes.
The first words we hear are a monologue from Snake. I am reading it in full. War has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life have become a well-oiled machine. War has changed. ID-tagged soldiers carry ID-tagged weapons, use ID-tagged gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control, all in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine. Snake looks like he's 70, he is 42.
This was a Star Trek episode.
Solid Snake is begun suffering an accelerated aging process.
Oh shit.
In the intervening 5 years after Metal Gear Solid 2, his body has aged rapidly and the doctors don't know the cause. They estimate he may have a year to live, at best, assuming Fox Die doesn't kill him first. Remember, Fox Die is still in his body. So, Campbell, now, Roy Campbell, this guy who, lied to Snake a couple times, but they're still buddies. He is now working on a United Nations PMC Oversight Committee. He sends Snake into an unknown country in the Middle East to find and assassinate Liquid Ocelot. And, that is, the skeleton of the beginning of this game. I didn't want to play... I was tempted to play the first cutscene because, the opening cinematic really emphasizes everything I just said so much better than I could put into words. But it is also set to a truly gut-wrenching battle scene in the Middle East, which, when I first watched this, I actually broke into tears. This is a fucking heartbreaking scene.
Yeah, legitimately. It's not really stream material. Watch this one on your own time.
Watch this one on your own. The music that plays in this is also incredible. It's called the Love Theme, and it is this gorgeous orchestral song set to a solo vocalist singing this haunting lament in Hebrew, which, fuck me, I've been trying to learn for years. 1 second.
So just Google Metal
Gear
Gear Solid.
If you just look up Metal Gear Solid 4 War Has Changed, you will find this.
Love Theme is in Live Mojave.
Good. Yeah, no,
I
this is...
this was also... I believe this opening monologue was also a direct it was a direct response to the Fallout series.
To the
Yeah,
war never changes thing.
yeah. Fallout, Fallout's thesis claims to be war never changes, and this is like overtly like no, the nature of war has changed throughout the centuries, and like we really see what happens when the Patriots get their hands on controlling armed conflict, and there is a bit more to like the difference in Big Boss and Zero's ideologies that I will get into later that elaborates on this difference.
Like part of Kojima's thesis, especially for this game, is like, at least from my experience as like a direct response to the Fallout games, Kojima seems to find the idea that war never changes deeply naive. Like,
yeah,
his response is basically, "Fuck you! You have no idea how bad things can get."
Yeah, honestly, and like, yeah, So, to relieve a little bit of the horror, Otacon and Snake have had a very nice found family moment with Sunny, Olga's child, who they have been raising as their own daughter for the past 5 years.
Those are chickens named Solid and Liquid.
Yeah, they have 3 chickens named Solid, Liquid, and Solidus. Their names are Solid Chicken and Liquid Chicken.
I had to ask my friend if the person on the previous slide was Huey, and
that was Otacon.
Unfortunately, looks like his father.
Yeah, like Huey is meant to be like a natural like graphical progression of Otacon, and yeah, it's just the next logical step from how he looks in 4. So Snake and Otacon operate, they're still kind of working as a rogue anti-Metal Gear group, aboard the Nomad aircraft. They've lived and worked here for the past 5 years with Sunny, who has never once left the aircraft. On the plane, she has developed an intense stutter, a penchant for technology and programming AIs, and making eggs very badly.
Oh no.
Although in her defense, she does claim to have a divination system with these eggs. If the eggs turn out bad, it means something bad is going to happen, which is unfortunate because they turn out bad every single time.
Jeez.
So, in the field, Snake is supported and monitored by Otacon via his new Metal Gear Mark II. It is 1 feet tall and rides around on wheels and is a funny little guy now.
Oh, that's just a friend.
He's so good. I love the Mark II.
Little guy.
Yeah. He also gave Snake a solid eye, a little eye patch that acts as a goggle with night vision, thermal vision, directional microphone, binoculars, and so on. Snake's sneaking suit also acts as a muscle suit, allowing him full mobility at his old age. It also works as a stealth camo that can blend into any sort of terrain. It also allows him this scene where he grabs the statue's cock and tries to blend into the statue.
Oh.
He pulls it off.
Grabs the cock and
he then pulls it
it.
off. The cock snaps off.
Souvenir.
Hey, it's what you get.
Yep.
Literally.
Also, while operating in the Middle East, Snake runs into Drebin 893, one of several arms dealers operating around the globe of the same name. In Drebin's company is a shaved monkey named Little Gray. Monkey. Drebin.
Shown me monkey.
Drebin, I fucking love this guy. I guess he's also a magician. He turns a grenade into an apple and then back again.
Yeah, that counts.
It fucking rules. Yeah. He offers to sell Snake naked guns, which do not have ID tags, and Snake can use freely. He tries out an M4 custom assault rifle, but can't pull the trigger. Drebin then correctly deduces that Snake has outdated nanomachines inside of him, which don't conform to currently existing ID tags. So he injects him with what he claims are nanomachine suppressors, and then Snake can use the guns at free will. Snake also rendezvous with Campbell's contact, Rat Patrol Team 0, led by Meryl Silverberg from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, she's actually pretty great in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, she kicks ass. Yeah, she's she's teamed up with these two guys, including Johnny Sasaki, the guy who poops.
The guy who poops.
Yep.
Why does he do that?
He's got IBS. He's got irritable bowel syndrome.
Haven't you read the book?
Okay, he ain't
Poops.
special.
Yeah, he poops. When Snake admits that Campbell sent him, Meryl gets really angry, calling Campbell a womanizing piece of shit. In the intervening years, Meryl has learned that she is not actually Campbell's niece. She is actually she is actually his illegitimate daughter.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yep.
Doodles.
Whoopsie. Her rage is immediately suppressed by the nanomachines inside of her. Again, this is horrific.
There's so many bugs in
horrifying.
people.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Let's see. The main three members you see here are in like perfect sync with each other. Meryl claims that they share each other's senses. What they see, she sees, allowing them to operate as one. Johnny seems to be very out of sync with all of them for some reason.
Is Johnny the guy in the like balaclava? And
Yeah, he's the guy on the bottom right with the hand.
the funky dude.
Yeah. So, the building, their building is attacked by frogs, or Liquid's private haven troopers. I mentioned that only because I love that they're called frogs. Yeah. Snake makes his way out of the building just before watching, the local militiamen fall victim to the Beauty and the Beast unit. 4 women named Laughing Octopus, Raging Raven, Crying Wolf, and Screaming Mantis. Yes, those are all.
What?
Those are all.
Tag yourself, chat.
Those are all of the code names of Foxhound.
Genders.
And their
Also,
their associated emotions also resemble those of the Cobra unit, such as the pain, the fear, and so on.
also late reaction because bio break, but God, all of this is horrifying from like, I don't know if this is gonna make sense, a neurodivergent perspective.
Oh yeah. All,
Sure.
Yeah.
I mentioned this last
I
time.
already have a hard enough time like gaslighting myself into believing that my emotions aren't real, like having the idea that nano
Yeah,
whatever the fuck
imagine
they are in my
there are tiny mechanical cells inside of you that do that for you.
I hate that. I
wanna do
hate
that.
that so fucking much.
Yep. So, the Beauty and the Beast unit, I'm not really going to cover them that much. I kind of hate them. They have really cool designs, but they're I'll bring it up later.
Okay.
1 second, please.
But at what cost?
Which one is the beast?
They're all beasts, but they all have a beauty form. Unfortunately, yeah, there it is. Whenever Snake fights them, they strip down off of their suits and reveal they're all sexy women. It's awful.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're all in skin suits.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's bad.
And then Snake also does the same.
I
Yeah,
yeah.
it's only fair.
Magical transformation sequence.
Yeah.
I
you
see-
get what I'm
okay,
going
I
for.
have no
Can we
context
get-
of fucking any of Kojima, and I have seen several animations of magical girl transformation sequence Solid Snake. What is that? Is that this?
Can we get Magical Girl Hideo Kojima with the cat
We
ears, please?
we need magical girl transformation Ocelot into liquid Ocelot. I also so I don't all the B&Bs, they all have their own like unique backstories. I don't cover them. Basically, all 4 of them are POWs who have been traumatized by war and have adopted a singular emotion, which they carry into battle now. Laughing Octopus is constantly laughing. Crying Wolf is constantly crying, and so on.
Me too.
They are my least favorite boss unit in all of Metal Gear. After this, Snake finds Liquid's camp up ahead. As Snake sneaks through the camp for the killing shot, Ocelot speaks into his radio and says, "Activate the device," using Liquid's biometric data to enact some kind of test for some plan. As he does this, all of the surrounding soldiers fall to the ground, start foaming at the mouth, screaming and convulsing with a wild mix of emotion and terror. So you know how the nanomachines are constantly suppressing the emotions of battle so that they can operate more effectively?
Oh, would they just?
What?
Shit, he just had EMP.
Liquid has found a way to temporarily deactivate it all, and when he does,
so they are
all
not
of the
in
emotions
control
come
of them
flooding
at
them
all.
all at once.
It pins
Um,
the floodgates.
Hey, this is really funny because this is basically Ooga Booga, I'm gonna give you borderline personality disorder.
Basically, yeah.
As
The
someone
only-
with borderline, I can say this.
The
As
only
somebody with
people-
borderline, I can say this.
Now, the only ones not affected by this are Johnny, the guy who poops, Liquid himself, and a nearby Naomi Hunter. Yeah, she's still around. Yeah.
Oh.
Remember how Ocelot broke her out of jail like 9 years ago? Yeah,
Oh,
she's
God.
Yeah.
she's still around. Snake has since
Oh my god, Chad is saying hits you with a trauma beam.
That's literally what it is. Snake has older generation non-system nanomachines inside of him, but he still becomes weak and struggles to move as he approaches Ocelot. Ocelot goes, "Brother, rejoice!
Brother.
We are not copies of our father after all." And then leaves.
Okay.
I
Making
am
no-
Dio Brando.
Yep. Naomi
I hate
follows shortly behind. Johnny rescues Snake and takes him back to the Nomad. Otacon soon finds a distress call from Naomi, who has been working with Liquid for his plan. And also Naomi feels partially responsible for the Sons of Patriot system, as Foxdie and the nanomachines are of her design. Snake then proceeds to sneak into South America, where Naomi is being held. And I include this shot of Snake's ass because that that shot is literally set to Snake and Colonel talking about what to do about the system. And hang on, let me find the I have the quote written somewhere. It's great. Let me just
They used to make that image so
it's,
like
it's
describe
like
what was gonna
Campbell goes,
happen.
"Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive." And Snake goes, "And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free." And
So
his
you're
ass
telling
is just
me we hear all
fa-
of this. Well, it sounds like it's being whispered between his cheeks to us. Is this correct?
Yeah.
it should be. Yeah, it's
Oh,
just
no.
Reminded of Jacko's crouch pose.
the camera is
Wait,
fixed.
Wait, Mia, how do you know this? I thought you came into this with no
Tat.
context and no
So
story.
the-
I have the thing pulled up.
Oh,
You
okay.
have images up. I'm looking at this angle
Yeah,
of the fucking ass cheeks.
you can see his ass. Like again, the
Oh
joke
my
the joke
God,
the joke
yeah.
about Snake
Yeah.
being dummy thick, it is not a joke.
Good for
He is
him,
walking
he
around
has
with a
cake.
fucking dump truck. So
Dumpy.
Snake seeks through the jungle. He and
Otakon
Campbell.
really got that dumpy husband.
Yep. Snake and Campbell suspect that since the system is kind of holding society together and whatnot, it may be a little dangerous to completely destroy it. But since Liquid might want to destroy the system as well, they may have to keep it intact. But that's a problem. That's a bridge they're going to cross later. So, in South America, Snake finds not only Laughing Octopus slaughtering a bunch of soldiers, but also Vamp, who is not only still alive, but is working for Liquid.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah, that bitch is still around.
I thought he was
Nobody
police
died.
connection.
Cock.
Not
No,
one of
no.
these simple villains.
Recruiting all the
I
gays.
love it because Snake and Otacon have a quick call where Otacon goes, "Snake, could Vamp really be immortal?" And Snake goes, "No, that's impossible. This is the real world, not some fantasy game."
Oh my god.
Like, shut the fuck
It's
up.
like yeah, Snake. That's where you draw the line, huh? and,
Oh,
and-
buddy.
Snake, I know you have 2 brain cells that are hiding in a box, but there has been a man that can shoot literal fucking bees out of his goddamn hands.
Okay,
It-
he
it-
can't shoot bees out of his hands. He can
We
just
did not witness that.
he can just control the bees. And he can throw them like grenades.
Okay,
now.
whatever my
Snake
points.
has
Whatever,
also-
my point still stands. My point still stands.
Solid Snake has met 2 real psychics.
Yeah. Like,
3 if you're also counting
Actual psychic
fortune.
powers.
yeah,
Also, if you're
how is
counting
how is this the line for
Because
you,
that
buddy?
was just magic.
So,
This is fine.
also, Campbell also gets Solid Snake in touch with a combat stress therapist, Rosemary, Raiden's former fiance, who is now married to Colonel Campbell.
Oh,
Ew,
God.
what?
That's
Yeah.
awkward.
That's
It's-
sure.
awkward.
Okay.
People Campbell?
Yeah, now imagine you're Raiden, and you had this horrible traumatic experience where the worst memories of your life, which you've spent your entire life trying to change from, you know, things that make you feel like a fundamentally evil and hollow person. Imagine those memories all come back to you surrounding the corrupted facsimiles of Roy Campbell and Rosemary, and then the real versions of those two people get married.
I'm shocked that Rose was like, I don't feel safe for you because you're a war criminal, and then immediately went to his commanding officer.
Yeah, apparent like the way she tells Snake about this is like, Campbell was kind of there for her during this and was very comforted and whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. What does matter is Raiden calls Snake.
Oh.
Where's
So
my goddamn lighter?
Raiden is apparently following behind Snake close by. Snake asks what he's been doing, where he's been. Raiden claims he's been on a mission to recover Big Boss's body.
What?
He is working for somebody named Big Mama.
What? Okay, let's go.
So,
Mama.
I want to take so the whole Big Boss's body thing. A lot of this will make more sense if I take a moment now to talk about what Liquid's plan is. So, after the events of Big Shell, Ocelot extracted the corrupted GW AI from Arsenal gear. He then took it back to his own base to restore it. With it, he hoped to gain backdoor access to the Sons of the Patriot system, and then take control of the Sons of the Patriot system. He calls this project Guns of the Patriots. To gain access to all the other Patriots AIs, which are, I believe they're called GW, TJ, TR, and AL. Do you, off the top of your head, do those initials sound familiar?
GW, TJ, TRAL.
The GW is familiar.
Those are the initials of the presidents on Mount Rushmore.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm Canadian.
Wait,
Thank you,
GW was also
Mia.
the name of the
Good for
one, like-
you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like, I don't know.
GW was the AI from Metal Gear Solid 2.
Lobbing a boot.
And
Okay, that's what I was
all of those AIs are controlled by a core AI called JD, which operates from a satellite. I believe JD just stands for John Doe, but I don't know that.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, to gain access to fulfill this backdoor access that he wants, Ocelot needs the DNA and biometrics of Big Boss. He first attempts to use Liquid Snake's DNA, but it only causes a temporary shutdown. It doesn't give him full control. Now, remember that Liquid and Solid Snake are genetic modifiers of Big Boss, not exact copies. He will later try again with Solid Snake's DNA to no success, which necessitates Liquid's need for Big Boss's body. So this is established a little bit later. Just the ensuing bullshit will make a lot more sense if you guys know that. It'll just make it a lot easier to comprehend. Now, if you thought that was a lot, get ready for this bullshit. Snake finds Naomi in the mansion ahead, unguarded. Naomi, having seen Snake for the first time in like 9 years, asks to examine his body to determine the cause of his aging. She correctly identifies that Snake was coded with accelerated aging during Les Enfants Terribles as a failsafe if he ever turned against the Patriots. This is presumably why Solidus Snake was so old, despite being the same age as Solid Snake.
That makes. Oh, okay.
Naomi also identifies that the fox dye that has been inside of Snake since 2005 is mutating.
Oh, shit.
The receptors on the virus that are meant to target specific people are breaking down. and it will eventually
so-
break down completely and target people indiscriminately, causing a deadly global pandemic.
Oopsie daisy.
Oh my
fuck.
god!
Uh-oh! Snake's gonna be a
On that
bioweapon!
COVID?
On
She-
that note, it's 2:30 in the morning. Good night, everyone.
Good night, York.
Wait,
Thanks for
wait,
sticking.
Wait, wasn't at this point, like in the actual like making of the game, wasn't SARS like a constant thing that people had to deal with, and everyone was just kind of braced for the big one?
This was in 2009. I don't know about that, actually.
I think the SARS outbreaks
When
were
from?
in mid 2000s, weren't they? Because I remember this being a thing in elementary school.
That sounds
So
about
So
right.
the thing is, it was so like it wasn't as relevant in as a pandemic outside of Asia, so like it wasn't as huge of a thing that everybody knew about. But within Asia, the SARS outbreak was like, wow, this is just a trial pandemic for the world stage, huh? And everybody on that side of the ocean was like, yeah, we're all bracing for the big one. And then 15 years went by, and
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah,
So-
I guess they were right.
Mm-hmm. So, Snake has about 3 months to, before Foxdie completely breaks down and becomes a killer bioweapon. Naomi also explains that if
You ever
Snake
just
di-
become a bioweapon?
if Snake dies before this happens, the virus will die with him. This will lead to Snake casting aside regard for his own life in the ensuing missions. But to make these even more convoluted, Naomi finds a second, new strain of Foxdie inside of him. She is unable to identify what the receptors are and who it is meant to target. Naomi asks, "Did anyone give you any injections recently?" And Snake immediately thinks about Drebin, who gave him those suppressor machines.
Oh god.
Drebin will later deny any wrongdoing. Snake
What is
then
Otacon's reaction to all that? Because
terror.
they're close.
Snake then fights and kills Laughing Octopus and steals her face camo. Like, she has the ability to change her face, like Decoy Octopus did. Now, buckle the fuck up. After escaping in Drebin's armored car and
That's the
surviving
third time you said
another
that this night.
one of Liquid's system shutdowns, Drebin, Naomi, and Snake arrive at Otacon's escape chopper. Before a bunch of unarmed mechs called Gecko can overtake them, Raiden shows up. Now, this right here is the Raiden that you remember probably.
My boy.
Our boy!
Our boy. Our boy.
This fight is fucking incredible. Like, Raiden fucking wrecks absolute shop on all of these guys.
Is that Vamp in the bottom right?
That
corner?
is Vamp on the bottom right. After Raiden disposes of all the mechas,
He fucks
and-
now. He fucks.
yeah, Vamp straight up stabs Raiden in the chest twice, after which he does not die. He barely even flinches. He goes, "You too, immortal?" And Raiden goes, "No, I just don't fear death."
Okay, sir.
It's
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
The
okay.
two of them then proceed to have the fucking gayest fight in this entire series. I cannot, like, of all of the homoerotic duels this entire time, nothing tops this one.
It's
Wait,
literally
wait.
like
So when
Leather Daddy
these-
versus David Bowie Twink.
Literally. And Vamp is licking his knife constantly, and the two of them are constantly impaling each other. Raiden's bleeding white, by the way.
Yeah, no, like my
He's a
friend.
cyborg now.
He's a
my
cyborg
friend
now. He has
is-
artificial
my
blood.
My friend is asking you to talk about the calm blood thing with Raiden.
Yeah, so,
Raiden.
now, when Raiden bleeds from his head, he bleeds red because that part of him is still organic. His cybernetic body, however, is powered through, artificial blood, which is white. And it looks like cum. That's all there is to it.
It's also a major plot point in Revengeance.
Oh boy. I'm so excited to see see that
Again,
come to
I
fruition.
I can't
So-
wait for Lake to play that game.
I am so excited. I've, soon
I
after
assume
I
you're gonna play it on the channel.
I fucking no question. Obviously, you guys are gonna see me do that. So, after this fight, Vamp ecstatically looks at Raiden and goes, "Could you be the one to finally finish me?" And then just fucking falls to the ground. Still alive, but Raiden fucking kicks his ass.
That's
It is
okay.
here that
That's okay.
and remember that how I mentioned Vamp's cock sheath for his knife. He,
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
yeah, this fight draws even more attention to that than it did in his first appearance. So,
What I'm getting from this is that there's that one ProZD skit where, like, out of context, all the sound bites sound wildly sexual. What I'm getting is that that entire skit was based on this entire fight.
I would believe that. I would, if I saw that video, I would believe that 100%.
The exact opposite is true for the Metal Gear games, honestly. It's like, if you'd listen to all the sound bites out of context, it would just sound like a normal, like, man-shooter action game. But then if you actually know what's happening in context, it's extraordinarily more homoerotic.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fair.
Like, there's a fight that takes place at the end of this game that, like, if you just hear the sound bites, you don't really get it, but, like, fucking hell, watching it happen is so different.
Absolutely.
I'm
so,
gonna bully
after-
my friend into playing all the games with me.
Yes. So, after the gang escapes with Naomi, Naomi admits that the secret to Vamp's immortality has actually been nanomachines the whole time.
Because of course.
Yeah, because okay, a lot of the bizarre, crazy abilities in this game, a lot of them are just like, yeah, it's nanomachines. Like, fucking cares.
Machine, son.
Nanomachines, son. Yeah, the nanomachines cause his wounds to heal at a remarkable rate. Of her own, these machines of her own design. Now, Raiden reveals a little bit more about Liquid's plan, eventually giving Snake a lead to look for Big Mama in Eastern Europe. Allegedly, Big Mama knows the whereabouts of Big Boss's body, which leads Snake to, Snake learns for the first time. Big Boss has been alive and in stasis all these years.
Oh
Yeah.
God. Oh
Yeah,
God.
remember, they were preserving Big Boss's body since 1999. He has been, like, conscious but comatose the entire time.
Again, remember what I said about Vladimir Lenin's body and how only like 20%
Yeah, you had no idea how relevant that was. Using Laughing Octopus's face camo, he, instead of disguising himself as somebody else, simply disguises himself as a younger version of himself.
The old vampire ruse, the 3-card Monty. Okay.
Meryl helps him get past the security checkpoint, and Meryl insists that Meryl has been given a bit more authority to track down Liquid and put a stop to him. She has, like, a bit much bigger force under her command now. But Snake thinks that going against Liquid is a bad idea if he gains control of the system. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Raiden, who is damn near mortally wounded in the fight, is being healed by Dr. Madnar, the first Metal Gear guy. When Snake finds out that Dr. Madnar is responsible for this, he has, like, no emotional response at all. He, like, does not care, implying that either Madnar has already contacted Snake and, like, they've already reconciled, or have been in contact or something, or it means that Snake has had so many more traumatic experiences in his life and had so many more, like, meaningful, like, connections to other people, positive or negative, that Madnar was just a fucking blip in all of this, which is extremely funny.
Fascinating
It could
to
be
me.
both.
Yeah,
That's
but
fucking
Feeling
sad. I'm
decay,
crying.
but like trauma decay. That's unfortunate, buddy. I'm sorry.
precisely. So, Snake seeks through this Eastern European city, presumably Prague, as that seems to be the inspiration for its design, to find the Paradise Lost Army and Big Mama. So,
Women. Oh,
this is
she
what
fucks.
this is what Eva's been up to all these years.
Kind of a MILF for blog.
So,
Kind of a MILF reblog.
kind of a
for
MILF.
blog.
I was really tempted to put an "I'm with her" logo here,
Yes.
because people have compared her to Hillary Clinton.
Oh no.
That's mean.
It would have been, I was like, I feel rotten
No.
doing this. I actually kind of love Eva in this game.
Eva's way more. It's like Eva's far too interesting to be Hillary Clinton.
Honestly, yeah. Like, you know,
Kind of a
we were
MILF,
kind of ducking on her in the first game for being like, I'm stupid and my meat is huge. but like
Mm.
her relationship to Big Boss and Solid Snake actually is pretty profound. Like once Solid Snake shows up, she's like, welcome back, David. She views Snake as a son.
So-
Like she literally
So in
gave
this game,
yeah.
I'm a MILF and my meat is huge.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, she reveals to Snake, like, the entire situation with the founding of the Patriots, how she and Ocelot were founding members who've been plotting against them, and that she gave birth to Snake and Liquid Snake.
Oh, Mom? Mom.
Yeah, literally.
Wait, I thought you said
Oh
that.
yeah.
Well,
I thought you
well,
said that
so-
his mom was
so-
Japanese?
so,
So
what
they
they,
took
so what they, what they
eggs
did,
from Japanese.
but, Bungie,
Sorry.
what they did was they took the reproductive cells from a Japanese woman whose identity is unknown, fertilized them with Big Boss's cells, and then allowed them to grow in Eva. So
Okay, that
Eva carried that fetus.
Okay.
So she has always thought of David and Eli as her own two children, not as projects for some weird super soldier program. And
Yeah.
wanted better lives for the both of them. Her stake in all of this is so that Solid and Liquid Snake might be freed from all of this bullshit.
This sad, sad woman.
Yeah,
God.
honestly.
And
Yeah,
I'm back
no.
to being sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, Snake gets the entire download on Zero, the Patriots, all of the, like, background conspiracy that Eva and Ocelot have been up to this entire time. Like, this is where all of that is revealed. And it's pretty dizzying here, but it was pretty dizzying back then, too. So, after this very touching moment, a horde of tiny little geckos named scarabs, which are just orbs with arms, and I love them, interrupt the
Fucking
meeting.
guys.
Yeah, forcing Snake and Eva to go on the move. She deploys
I think I love them as much as the little guys in Kingdom Hearts.
yes.
Yes.
She deploys decoy vans to protect the one carrying the comatose Big Boss, and a motorcycle chase ensues. Eva reminds Snake her policy on her bike that she only gets off her bike when she falls in love or falls dead. Following the chase, Eva is wounded badly and starts to die. After fighting Raging Raven and stealing her grenade launcher, Snake carries Eva down to the river, where Big Boss is going to be ferried out by boat. And it doesn't work. Here he comes. So, Ocelot and Vamp intercept the boat, with Naomi
and Gemini.
with Naomi apparently with them, having already stolen Big Boss's body. Liquid begins to escape by boat and is surrounded by Meryl's task force, which includes several armored vehicles, boats, helicopters, state army, and private army. During the encounter, Ocelot successfully gains control of the Sons of the Patriot system using Big Boss's DNA, shutting down their weapons, vehicles, and triggering those PTSD-like symptoms in every single one of them. He now has total control of the nanomachines. His troops proceed to open fire on the task force, massacring damn near every single one of them. Meryl survives. Meryl and her team survive. Snake survives. Eva does not survive the encounter. Eva dies in Solid Snake's arms.
No.
And the comatose body of Big Boss is thrown into a fire.
God, fuck, God, oh, no.
But yeah, that red herring that they've been keeping for the entire series, like, it's completely meaningless.
Yeah, they were just like, Big Boss is back. No, he's not. Fuck you.
Shit.
So, yeah, now Ocelot controls all military power on the entire planet, and the Sons of the Patriot system is effectively destroyed and under his control. His next move is to destroy the Patriots entirely by destroying their core AI, JD, operated by satellite. This will shut down all 4 of the AIs, and put them all under his control. He intends to launch a nuke he intends to destroy the satellite by launching a nuke at it, but he doesn't have access to WMDs via the Sons of the Patriot system. So if only he had something that could freely launch nukes at any time from any terrain without detection from radar, If only such a weapon had
Yeah,
existed.
Yeah.
If only you could find some. There's one at Shadow Moses.
Of course, there's.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Rex's railgun is still intact.
Remember that?
Yep. 9 years ago.
Guys, to help us for later.
So,
9
Snake
years
returns to Shadow
later.
Moses Island, the site of the Rex incident 9 years prior, to find Rex's railgun and presumably stop Liquid from using it to launch a nuke at the satellite. The facility is utterly abandoned, save for a few automated infantry patrolling the area. Snake has several flashbacks to those events in the past as he wanders this hallowed ground. Not to mention a dream sequence where in the loading sequence for this mission, you see a bit of like the original Metal Gear Solid 1 footage in all of its pixelated PS1 glory. And when Snake wakes up from the nightmare, his face temporarily looks like the PS1 model and like fades
Or with the
into
smooth face.
yeah, it like fades into current Snake. It's
Oh,
crazy.
Hmm.
The song that plays here is The Best Is Yet to Come, the song that ends Metal Gear Solid 1. I find this moment to be a fucking beautiful demonstration of how once you've left home, you can never really return. If you
Take a shot.
if you played Metal Gear Solid 1
me
and like
crying.
and remember this game came out 10 years after Metal Gear Solid 1. If you played it back then, you're coming back, it's like, "Oh, fuck yeah, Shadow Moses, where all this started." It's not the same. It feels like you're walking through a grave.
War changes, war changes, war changes.
The war has changed, baby. No, this is fucking this
Both
bit is
war changes, as in the nature of war changes, and war is the thing that changes the world.
war changes you.
Pain?
Yeah.
Agony, even?
So Snake passes through to the nuclear warhead storage building where Otacon once, the office building where Otacon once worked, and through the snowfield where he fought Sniper Wolf. There he fights Crying Wolf, and yeah.
Real quick, it's like you wander through the office where Otacon works, and you remember it's like, oh yeah, he used to be like this scrawny nerd who like peed his pants, and now he's like this, like 95%
Super spy.
lobotomized, like cybernetic katana warrior.
Well, that's
Literal thesis of the meme. Be careful who you make fun of in high school.
yeah. Otacon is like, I know Otacon was like the little bitch boy, but like he's like a fucking super spy now.
Right.
It's
Good for him.
yeah, like he is on like
They
he's
call that growth.
yeah he's not on
Weapon.
he's not on par with Snake by any means, but he's like his equal now.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
he is fundamental to Snake's success. Yeah, Snake then fights Crying Wolf, one of the B&Bs, and steals her railgun after doing so. Her railgun is about the same size as Fortune's, for reference, because Snake then gets to use it.
Hell yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, Snake goes to Rex's hangar, where Rex has been intact and dormant for 9 years, but also already stripped of the railgun. So yeah, too late. Snake then finds Vamp and Naomi, the former of whom he fights in a CQC battle. He then injects Naomi then tosses Snake a vial of suppressor nanomachines, which he injects into Vamp, ending his immortality. Unfortunately, he's still like extremely deadly, and he was able to like go toe to toe with Raiden for a little bit. So yeah, this is gonna be a little fucking tough.
My guy.
Fortunately, a
was
freshly
him.
healed Raiden shows up on the scene and fights Vamp while Snake holds off suicide geckos with his enormous new toy. Raiden kills Vamp with the exact same move he used to kill Solidus, and Vamp, writhing on the ground and dying, jabs a nanosuppressor into his neck, finishing himself off for good.
Oh no.
It is unclear why he died, but I think if I were immortal in the same way Vamp was, I'd get pretty fucking sick of dying over and over.
Yeah, that's
So,
fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
like there's
Really
not
got
there's
that
not there's not
microphone
there's
box
not
this
really
bullshit.
yeah there's not really the profound sadness that there was with Fortune's death wish, but like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Naomi becomes overcome with guilt and reveals that she too has been putting those immortality machines into herself. She's been dying of cancer, for several years.
Oh god.
And in this,
Not approaching death because of cancer, literally dying of cancer.
yeah,
Oh.
like the nanomachines are literally the only thing keeping her alive. If they are suppressed, if they are suppressed, she will die instantly. So she suppresses them, and she dies instantly. Fittingly, right on the spot on the ground where Gray Fox died fighting Rex.
Oh god.
You know,
It just gets
her
worse.
brother.
It just gets worse.
Snake and Raiden are unsure exactly what side Naomi was on the whole time. The ensuing rubble, yeah?
No, this moment is such a good example of the whole war changes thing, because it's like, the war has changed. The emotional fallout of it has not.
Yeah.
Right? The suffering and destruction is the thing that doesn't change, but it's the war that changes.
Right. Like the Naomi's death being connected with Gray Fox is it implies that all her life and times ever since then have still been spurred by grieving Gray Fox. Like, yeah. Okay. This is, again, Naomi, I think one of the three, like, best female characters in this entire fucking game. And this scene is really, like, I have too much to cover to talk about how profound I find this, but this next part is fucking dope. Snake rides Metal Gear Rex out of the hangar and finds Ocelot, who's piloting Ray, and then they have a mech battle.
It's so fucking cool.
It's so fucking good.
Funny.
It's like
Dilf versus Dilf epic robot battle.
It's so
Love that for
fucking
them.
good. Like, it's just the two of them, like, they're just fucking having a Gundam battle. There are no words for how fucking cool this is.
There are a few
love
moments
for
in
them.
these games that are more Kojima just playing with his action figures, and this is one of them, and it fucks so hard.
There is
for him.
there is no reason this should not be in a Metal Gear game, and there's no reason that it does not fuck as hard as it does.
And if this moment were in any other game, it would not be as fucking cool.
Yeah, if it were in 5, it would have felt heavy-handed. If it like,
it would have felt ridiculous.
yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, this is just another like notch in the fan service belt. Like, no, this is like, again, the perfect culmination.
It's like Kojima earns this moment.
Yeah. And there is a bit of fan service taking place here. After the fight happens, Liquid crawls out of the Shattered Ray's cockpit, apparently dying. Snake goes, Fox, and Ocelot goes, die, and then falls to the ground.
Oh,
Roll
this is
revert.
what you talked about earlier, right?
Yeah, but then Ocelot goes, "Ha! Not this time!" Reveals it was all fool. He just fucking gets up, just fucking playing around with Snake. Snake is even though like both mechs are destroyed, Snake is a little wounded and can't really catch up to Ocelot. Ocelot's fucking fine, and the run he's doing to escape from Snake is like the goofiest fucking thing. He's just like running along. He's just running along the pier, going. You've probably seen a gif of it.
At this point, I guess.
Yeah, like. King shit. Now what happens next is one of the fucking dumbest things in all of, like, I actually kind of hate this. After the fight, Liquid summons his base of operations, an Arsenal class warship called Outer Haven. Yes, that image on the bottom right is part of the bridge. It is Mount Snakemore.
Oh
my
my
God.
god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, from left to right, that's Solidus, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, and Big Boss. Like, I actually kind of hate that. Liquid, has already attached Rex's railgun to the warship. He steers the ship to ram into, the pier on Shadow Moses to utterly destroy the facility and kill Snake. Right before this could happen, Raiden, after cutting off his own arm, stands in the way of the warship and blocks it by himself.
What the fuck, dude?
Holy shit.
Cyborg boy, baby! Yeah,
9 hours.
it's fucking insane. The ship like collapses on top of him, and Raiden loses his other arm in the process.
He's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Remember, he's mostly robot at this point. Like, it's
Yeah.
mostly just his brain is in a jar, and the rest
Yep.
of him is entirely mechanical.
Yep. The warship is then repelled by the USS Missouri, piloted by Mei Ling, one of Snake's old buddies from Shadow Moses. And it sets a course for the Bering Sea, where it will begin its final strike on the JD AI. We're in the home stretch, everybody. This is the final chapter.
Question. Is this character meant to be like a fucking human-ass Theseus's ship conundrum? Is that what's happening here?
Raiden?
Yeah.
Not really, I don't think. Kojima's not terribly interested in ideas of, like, identity and selfhood. It's more about, like, the commodification of the body and, like, the self as a weapon.
Fair.
Yeah. It's also like this idea of like the perceived self versus the real self, like the image of you that is like, you know, known to others through legend, and you know how that contorts and changes the real you. We're in the home stretch. The USS Missouri begins an all-out assault on the Outer Haven ship in the Bering Sea. Their plan is to send a strike team aboard the ship to upload yet another worm cluster into GW and disable it before Liquid can launch his nuke. Snake offers to traverse the hallway into the server room, which is filled with microwave radiation that will kill him. Just blatantly being like, "You'd have to have a death wish to go in there. Sign me up."
It's like a microwave.
Yeah, he's only he's doing a terrible job at dodging the microwaves.
He's
You can't put fruit in a microwave, he'll pop like a grape.
Once the strike team, including Meryl and Johnny, boards the ship, Snake makes his way to a control room where he fights and kills Screaming Mantis, the final member of the Beauty and the Beast movement. Meryl is too injured to follow Snake to the ship and stays behind in the control room. As she holds off the frogs, Johnny shows up, ripping off his balaclava to reveal that he is not only super competent, super hot, but also has had no nanomachines inside of him this entire time, which is why he's been immune to all of the strikes earlier. When asked how this is possible, Johnny just goes, "I don't like shots." King shit. Literally, like, Johnny fucking, like, pulls, like, this is insane. There is no reason for this, like, to have any sort of payoff whatsoever, but this kind of rules.
He's just skipping needles.
Yeah, he just doesn't like needles, and now he's, like, a badass. During this firefight, he proposes to Meryl, who says, "No, fuck you. I want a real wedding with flowers. I want this to be done my way." And then she goes, and then she proposes instead.
Other king shit.
Such a big dick move. Also during yeah, of course he does. Like, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I just want to know the man isn't clowning.
Also during this scene, Kojima puts a fun little send-off to Psycho Mantis. After killing Screaming Mantis, Psycho Mantis's ghost will appear and try and recreate the events from the first game, but since the PlayStation 3 doesn't have a memory card, he can't read your save data. And since the DualShock controller hadn't been introduced yet, he can't make your controller rumble. And then the voice of God himself, voiced by Hideo Kojima, tells him to fuck off and die, so he does. It's pretty good, actually.
Alright, that one.
It's like, alright, okay, buddy.
If I had this power, same.
Honestly. The ensuing battle is intense. Snake crawls through the microwave hallway, slowly being melted alive. Johnny and Meryl, now fiancés, basically finally synergize with each other. and take down endless Haven troops as they slowly become more and more injured. Raiden, with no arms and his sword between his teeth, holds off the Haven troops from approaching the microwave hallway, and also fucking summoning lightning.
Can we,
The
can
Prince
we
and
please-
Revengeance.
Can we
Oh,
please
hell yeah.
acknowledge the
Wait,
fucking
how is he summoning lightning?
microwave hallway? Please, can we acknowledge this phrase? I'm dying.
No, you're gonna have to live with it. The Missouri bombards Outer Haven, taking down Ray
How is he
units
summoning
that are
lightning?
crawling basically all over this whole ass like fossil. The microwaves have damn near melted through Snake's skin by the time he reaches the end. The entire time, like, half of the screen shows Snake, and the other half shows, like, scenes from the battle. And, the camera's, once again, fixed on Snake's ass.
Of course.
Eventually,
As God wills it.
Snake finally makes it into GW server room, and uploads the worm cluster to shut it down once and for all. Once it uploads properly, all systems in Outer Haven shut down, and the troopers fall into shock. However, a video recording from Naomi plays, revealing the cluster has been modified to use GW as a backdoor and wipe out the entire Patriots AI, not just GW.
Yeah.
Developed over several years, Naomi vowed to put a stop to the Patriots before they extended their system to control civilian life. Using Emma's first worm cluster as a skeleton, and Sunny providing the finishing touches, the new worm cluster is known as Fox Alive.
Oh, let this fox die, fox alive.
Yeah, it's everything about this is cool except for the name. Like, that name sucks, but holy fucking shit, this rules.
That rules, but also
This
that
is-
name sucks.
A complete and utter system shutdown takes place. Like, the Patriots, gone.
Nice.
Okay, sure.
The fucking dead. They put bugs in him.
They
Oh.
put bugs in him. Mickey, they put bugs in him.
What?
Oh, they did put too many
Draco,
bugs, I
they
guess.
put bugs in him.
It's not
Mickey,
over yet.
What the fuck?
It's not over
What
yet.
the fuck do you mean?
So,
Hey, Cody.
this was Liquid's plan all along. Liquid did not want to take control of the Patriots system. He wanted it destroyed. Now, he figured that no matter what he tried to do, Solid Snake would still try to stop him. So, he used Naomi to develop Fox Alive, and, subtly convinced them to upload it into GW, and destroy the system. He believes that this will cause a complete and utter societal collapse, descending the Western world into chaos, creating the ultimate outer heaven. But, he rips off his jacket and goes, "The battle is won, but we are not yet free. The war is over, but we still have a score to settle." And, inject some nanomachines into Snake to revitalize him. The two of them, fucking go at it. This fight scene is fucking insane.
It's
DH?
just-
DH?
Just the cutscene that precedes the fight is like incredible and insanely choreographed and set to a beautiful rendition of the main Metal Gear Solid theme. And the entire time, the two of them are constantly injecting nanomachines into their own necks to gain the upper hand, until finally they both end up with a vial in their hands, look at the other, and jam it into the other's neck. With this action, their health bars appear, and they stand up and engage in Mortal Kombat.
oh
Holy
god,
The-
shit.
so hard.
Holy-
The
holy
first
shit.
song that plays here is Encounter from Metal Gear Solid 1. It's the one that incorporates the theme that you've probably heard before. The names
Dun, dun.
the names displayed are Solid Snake and Liquid. The second phase incorporates a song from Metal Gear Solid 2, the song that plays when you fight Olga. Liquid performs this kind of like hand gesture that he did when Liquid was possessing him for the first time. The name now displays Liquid Ocelot. The third phase, Ocelot does this, and Snake Eater starts playing. the names displayed are now Naked
Oh.
Snake and Ocelot, not Liquid anymore.
Oh, that fucks.
Also during this scene, there's a grapple sequence that takes place where on the bottom left, Ocelot just fucking smooches Snake on the cheek.
Okay.
Now, because Metal Gear fans are comprised of some people who will vehemently deny any homoeroticism, people online were like, "Is Ocelot gay for this?" And people go, and one of the responses was, "No, I think that's just a Russian taunt." which has become a meme among fans. It's like,
Wait,
no,
is
it's
that-
not.
is that
It's
where
not.
Russian taunt comes from?
Yeah, it's from here.
God,
No,
I
it's
hate
just
that.
a, it's
I
just a
hate
Russian
that.
taunt. It's like,
It's
no,
just
it
a Russian
isn't.
taunt.
Our dude is
It's a
just so
Russian taunt.
fucking gay for Snake. Now,
Isn't everyone? Everyone's just a little
the
bit gay for Snake.
the final phase of this fight plays the old Snake theme, a mournful theme on guitar on strings that plays when usually in scenes in this game when Snake confronts his own mortality. The two men are on the last of their stamina, just throwing like exhausted haymakers at each other, just trying to take the other down. Eventually, Snake takes down Ocelot, who then, lying on his back looking at the sky, still acting as Liquid, suspects that America will soon devolve into chaos. People will yearn for meeting and will find it in battle, and through battle they will be free. Suddenly he convulses and goes, "I am Liquid's doppelganger, and you are his, just like your father. You're pretty good." It is here that Ocelot succumbs to the foxdie virus inside of Snake and finally dies. Now, the implications of this final scene.
Fucking
There are a couple of ways you can interpret Ocelot's death here. Some might figure that Liquid really did have a hold on Ocelot's personality this entire time, and only in this fight did his original personality finally resurface, and as a final act of lucidity, reveal his identity. Some people suspect that Ocelot has been in there and acting through Liquid's will the entire time, and this demonstration here is just one private act to Solid Snake to show that it has been him this entire time. So some people don't believe that Ocelot was ever possessed at all. Because remember, he did choose to do this. He did choose to graft Liquid's personality onto his own. But
that is fascinating.
yeah,
I don't know what to think here.
me neither. I think either interpretation,
I could see it going either way.
Either interpretation is fascinating. On one hand, you have Ocelot succumbing to Liquid's personality, this conflict draining him of all of his identity, and the just turmoil between Solid and Liquid Snake manifesting by just completely erasing Ocelot's personality. On the other hand, you have Ocelot's utter devotion to Big Boss, being willing to do anything to save him and defeat the Patriots, that he would do this and maintain this act for years, giving it up for nobody the entire time, even Eva.
You know, there's kind of an interesting thought we're having here. We're like, as we said before, Ocelot fought or interacted with or worked with or helped every single iteration of Snake.
Yeah.
And in that, Ocelot is quite aware of the dynamic between Liquid Snake and Big Boss, and Liquid Snake and Solid Snake.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, maybe at that time, after Liquid Snake died, finally, permanently, he was like, okay, I have these goals that I need to achieve. And I can do this by fulfilling a new role, the same old role.
Yeah.
I can see both, and either and that, and like either way, the implication is fascinating. And like to me, it's not an either or situation. It's a yes and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a yes
Yeah.
and because really it's just the continuation. It's the natural progression of it.
Yeah.
Well, it touches on those same themes of like
Yeah.
the difference between the you that you are internally and the you that you are to the world.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I hope that like I went into this like trying to emphasize how much I just love Revolver Ocelot as a character, and I really hope that like I, you know, judging by how you bitches talk about him, I hope that's translated well enough. But like it really does come from being so utterly fascinated by like why he does anything and what extent he goes to, and like what forces are because he okay, if I can count the number of organizations Ocelot has worked for in his entire life, I deserve a medal. In Ocelot's lifetime, he served with the NSA, the KGB, the GRU, the CIA, Diamond Dogs, the Patriots, the Gerlukovich Mercenaries, Foxhound, the Sons of Big Boss, the Sons of Liberty, the Outer Heaven PMC, and I feel like I'm forgetting some.
Zanzibar Land?
No, he was not at Zanzibar Land. Hang on.
Patriots?
I already mentioned the Patriots.
Okay.
Shit. I don't know if I want to count the philosophers. I'm gonna count the philosophers.
United Nations?
Does he ever work for the UN? I know Snick does. Does Ocelot?
Wasn't there a bit where it was like he was working alongside the Colonel while the Colonel was collaborating with the UN or something?
Oh shit, yeah, I think so actually. Like there's a brief little there's a brief little stint between 2 and 4 where he like is trying to like negotiate like delegate through the UN to obtain his authority.
He also says, didn't he also work for China?
No, that was Eva.
Eva.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Shit. But that's 13. That is 13 that is 13 organizations from the time he is born to the time he dies over 70 years.
Do you want to hear it from the wiki?
Shit, yeah. I'm really curious how much we got right.
Okay, the philosophers, the NSA, the CIA, KGB, the GRU, the Patriots, Diamond Dogs, Foxhound, Sons of Big Boss, the
Gerlukovich Mercenaries.
Mercenaries, Sons of Liberty, and Outer Heaven.
That's 12. So we actually added one with the UN. I fucking got every single one of those.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, so he works for so many different people and betrays damn near every single one of them.
I think he's literally every single one.
Yeah, the literal only the only person he never betrays once is Big Boss. Like that's it.
And like from a certain perspective, it kind of looping back to what we were talking about. Like Ocelot is a single contiguous character through the entire like Metal Gear timeline, while Snake goes through all these different iterations. And it's kind of like Ocelot is almost the specter of the boss, just hanging over all of it.
Yeah. And like, okay, so I don't really think Ocelot was ever very loyal to the boss's vision or anything like that.
No,
there are some scenes where he like talks about being loyal to the Patriots and their goals and fulfilling the boss's vision and whatever. But really, the boss's dying wish really was basically for Jack as Big Boss to, you know, continue living, for him to be well and to learn and grow after her passing. So really, after her death, it really falls to Ocelot, the boss's biological son, to like continue like serving Big Boss. That's fascinating. Yeah, no,
He's
Yeah.
almost Big Boss's surrogate father figure in a way.
Yeah. Despite being 9 years younger than him.
Exactly. It's weird.
Yeah, because also, Big Boss has no father figure. None. He mentions no. He mentions no family. Has no like. The only male authority figure he ever had was Zero, who he despises.
And then there's also kind of like Ocelot also kind of serves that role for Solid Snake, kind of.
A little less so, but I still there's something to that, especially in this game.
There's also the
He's
idea that he wasn't loyal to Big Boss's ideals. He was loyal to Big Boss as a person.
Yeah, he like literally he and like Ocelot and Eva have nothing to do with Outer Heaven. They do nothing to like support like the construction of the base, the Metal Gears, or anything. But like it's when Zero does unspeakable things to Big Boss the person that they take action. Like they are just in love with him, not what he stands for, represents, or anything. Yeah. Oh fuck, God.
Either way, I think he deserves one last viewing of a revolver spin.
Yeah, hang on. Let's let me get.
Else we want to cover here before we do this.
Yeah, does anyone else want to wax about our favorite boy, who frankly like we've given so much love to him that he might as well be the fucking protagonist of this damn series.
Yes,
I love him. I love him. I hate him. I love him. I hate him. I love him.
Ocelot. I'm Big Boss's right hand arm, man. I'm Big Boss. Everything. His confidants. His best friend. His silly rabbit. His silly rabbit. Yes. That's what he calls you. No.
No.
All right. And I'm gonna look. Ocelot gunspin. All right, I'm finding the gunspin. We're gonna watch it one more time. Bless you.
Okay.
All right.
Seb, is this the last slide of the
There are a few more after this. I just want to play out our boy. All right, I'm gonna. All right.
Fucked up in a orange little meow meow.
I'm putting the YouTube link in text chat so you guys can watch along with me. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Yeah.
All right.
F's
Ready?
in chat.
F.
3, 2, 1.
Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots.
Farewell, sweet prince.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night, sweet prince. Shine bright, circus man.
May a fleet of sing thee to thy rest. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up this fucking game.
Do not stand at my grave and cry. I'm not there. I did not die.
Okay, there we go. I thought my mouse disappeared again. So, to bring a nice ending to this tragic tale, Johnny and Meryl have a beautiful wedding at the Nomad. All of their friends, including Otacon, Mei Ling, their fellow mercenaries, and Campbell are in attendance. He and Meryl finally reconcile. Drebin revels in the possibilities available to him now that there's a huge power vacuum in the economy and the war economy is basically busted now. He also reveals that he was an agent of the Patriots this entire time, ordered to help stop Ocelot's plan, though the Patriots didn't count on Ocelot, turning their plan back around on them and whatnot. Rose visits Ryan in the hospital, where she reveals that her marriage to Campbell was a ploy to throw off the Patriots and protect Jack's son, named John, who he finally meets after 5 years.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. Boy gets to be happy little.
John,
Holy shit.
the young
shit.
John is initially scared of Raiden, and Raiden goes, I don't blame you. And John goes,
Aw.
what? I think you're cool. You're like a superhero.
Aw.
And yeah, no, he reunites with his actual family.
That's
Sonny
so
goes
good.
outside. Sonny leaves the
Yay.
Nomad, meets a new friend, and is excited to
Sonny
leave.
gets to see the sun.
Yay.
And
Yay.
Sonny goes, Otacon, where's Snake? Snake goes,
Oh.
Snake had a hard life. He likes to keep you waiting. So, Snake is not here. He is at Arlington National Cemetery, attending to some business. The war is finally over, but there's still one thing he has left to take care of. He, prepares to finish off the Fox Die virus and the Legend of Big Boss all in one. He puts a pistol in his mouth. Big Boss stops him.
What the fuck?
Oh.
So, that body in Eastern Europe was not Big Boss. That was Solidus.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Remember, Solidus, exact clone of Big Boss.
Holy shit, how did I not...
Indistinguishable. So,
What? They telegraphed that.
yeah!
It.
It's fucking wild! And I love it because Big Boss has the
I was
Patriot, you know.
about to start sobbing. I was
Yes.
about to start sobbing.
He's
That's
alive.
fucking incredible writing. Oh my god. It
It's
was like
fucking-
it was right there in front of you the entire time. Of course
It
it
is.
wasn't Big Boss.
I know, it's so good! So, Before-
winding back, like 20 fucking years. Big Boss, I can't remember like the circumstances of Big Boss's supposed death. I
Big
don't
Boss was
remember that.
Big Boss was burned to a crisp by Solid Snake
No,
in
no,
Zanzibar
before that,
land.
like the thing that put him into a coma.
Yeah. The thing that put him into like stasis by the Patriots was Solid Snake's flamethrower. So he was burned to near death and reconstructed with the body parts of Solidus and Liquid Snake. You kind of peek into the body of Solidus and you'll notice that its skin is basically gone. Like
Holy shit.
it's been pillaged and grafted into Big Boss to restore him to his original appearance.
Hey, holy shit, Ozzy in the chat says, same flower from the boss fight, and that's sending me right now.
Yep, the flowers the flowers that cover the Arlington Cemetery are the same ones from the boss fight.
I'm gonna cry. I'm
And
gonna cry,
and this
I'm
whole
gonna cry.
this whole scene takes place over her grave and Big Boss's grave. The boss's the boss's epitaph, I believe, was to a true patriot who saved the world. Big Boss's false grave next to it says, to a soldier who breathed the fires of war, his soul rests in outer heaven.
Oh my god.
Yes. So, one thing, okay. They point their guns at each other. Solid Snake is like, how are you still alive? Is ready to take him down. Big Boss drops his gun, disarms Snake, and gets him in a hug.
Oh my god.
Before I continue this scene, now, in the original Japanese dub for this, they have never, there was never a voice dub for Big Boss up until just now. So they had to cast new people. Kojima scouted the father of the voice of the Japanese voice for Solid Snake. Now, these two people were actually estranged from each other. Like, they had not spoken for years and had kind of a falling out. And this brought the two of them back together and restored their relationship. These two men in real life. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Holy
Yeah.
shit. Holy shit.
I'm gonna if I didn't expend all my tears thinking about Ocelot, I'd be fucking bawling about that right now.
That's incredible. That's
I know.
genuinely incredible.
It
I am
is
crying.
actually.
Lake, I am crying for you.
Thank you. Okay. Big Boss covers a lot here. Big Boss finally awoke after the system was destroyed entirely. After this, he found Zero, the man who founded the Patriots and has been missing from the public eye this entire time, who is now in a vegetative state. The man who started the Patriots and plunged the world into this state of endless war is not even lucid enough to realize what is happening at any given moment.
Oh my god.
He is just plugged. He is just plugged into a life support system in a wheelchair, completely unconscious.
Holy shit.
Code Talker did this to him, didn't he?
No, Skullface did this. Code Talker was forced to make the parasites, but Skullface jammed it in him. Yeah. So, and that was the impetus for Zero's deteriorating consciousness and the creation of the AIs and all that. Yeah, it was all that shit.
I love that. It denies the entire story any catharsis.
Yeah, I know.
You can't shoot him in the head. Like, it's not satisfying anymore.
Yeah, because and Big Boss even admits, I used to feel such hatred and enmity for this man, but now that I look at him face to face again, all I feel is a sense of deep longing and pity. And he finally shuts off Zero's life support, killing him once and for all. However, Big Boss admits that his time is also almost up. See, that new fox dye that's inside of Snake, that Drebin implanted inside of him, was meant to target Eva, Ocelot, and Big Boss.
No!
Pain, agony. No.
So, Snake's new fox dye begins affecting him the same way it did Eva and Ocelot. As Big Boss is wandering, hobbling over to the boss's grave to salute her one last time and rest with her, he tells Snake that Naomi mentions that the new fox dye virus inside of Snake is supplanting the old one, meaning that it will not cause a pandemic, and Snake will get to live the remainder of his years in peace.
Oh my god.
Big Boss urges him to do this. Big Boss basically pleads with Snake to live the remainder of his days not as a soldier, not as a snake, but as a man. In Big Boss's own words, the world would be better off without snakes even.
I'm tearing up, holy Christ.
He, as he dies, he remembers the boss, his mentor, whose ideals and teachings spurred his entire life. The founding of the Patriots, this entire endless conflict. He remembers that the day that she died was also the day that he died. He shares one last smoke with Snake. His last words are, "This is good, isn't it?" Before finally succumbing to the virus. He was 79 years old. And thus concludes Metal Gear Solid.
Huh. Wow.
Now,
Shit.
the war is over, but I still have a score to settle.
Ass and cheeks.
All of this to steel myself for eventually take. Thank you for that. I am preparing to take on fucking revengeance. I'm so goddamn ready. But thank you guys so much for sticking this out for me. We've been doing this for more than the combined time we have spent talking about Metal Gear Solid has almost clocked 10 hours. This PowerPoint presentation is 165 slides long.
Jesus Christ.
We skipped so much too. Like
There
so
was-
many little moments and shit that we didn't cover in this.
There was so much I didn't talk about because
Oh my god, the cum shot
One thing-
on the bottom. I'm happy to talk about that.
that I made that small enough that I wouldn't get Twitch banned.
One thing I kind of want to get into, I do know a little bit about the Big Boss cemetery scene because I happen to see a little bit about it on the wiki.
Yeah.
Isn't this the scene where as kind of a culmination of Big Boss's arc as a person?
Yeah.
comprehends what the boss actually fucking wanted.
Yeah. Something I skipped. He finally mentions like this whole thing started because two men, he and Zero, kind of misinterpreted what the boss was all about. He finally understands that her goal was not to change the world, not to unify it, but to leave it as it is. And Big Boss and Zero tried too hard to manipulate things, tried too hard to change it, tried too hard to inject their own signature on the world, that they ended up destroying it rather than saving it. You know, the right thing to do with this much power is to let people be people, let the world be what it is, let it take its course. That was what the boss may have really wanted. Everyone is spamming submit sound alerts, by the way. I fucking love you guys. Thank you guys so much for this.
We
I
love
am
you,
a
but I'm glad I
cha-
can't hear this.
We love
I'm
you.
a changed man, and I will never be the same.
Honestly, like this I want you guys to understand that on like immersing myself in Metal Gear the way I have has literally changed me.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, it's also so interesting with Metal Gear because you have a complete refutation of the great man theory. Like, I would say even in here, and it's because of Kojima's dichotomy of the real self and the legend.
Yeah.
The legend of the boss, the big boss, and Zero, and the Patriot.
Solid Snake even to an extent. Like,
they've all
and
shaped the world, but it's not the people, and it's not the individual's like will or desire. It is the twisting of their legend.
yeah. And I really think he deconstructs that theory. Like, he does it so masterfully in Metal Gear Solid 2 with the introduction of Raiden. Because Raiden is such a perfect deconstruction of, like... I think Raiden, in my head, is, like, the perfect deconstruction of the video game protagonist. Like, Raiden has to essentially grapple with the fact that he has no real agency of his own and is, like, completely at the will of some people who he will never know the face of, will never have a relationship with, will never understand. In a way,
Raiden
like...
Go ahead, sorry.
And what I love, so we talked about how in the Solidus fight, there's no sense of, like, victory or heroism at the end. And because the Patriots want you to do that. You don't want to kill Solidus by the time you're done. So people will often say about Metal Gear Solid 2, the Patriots played you. While you played Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it.
Yeah.
The final scene of Metal Gear Solid 4, Kojima's thesis is basically that there really are no heroes, but there are acts of heroism.
Yes.
And that's
like,
the thing that matters.
But what Kojima seems to think an act of heroism is to acknowledge that there are no heroes. It is to refuse to be a hero. It is to choose to walk away and to, live and be one's own self and to just discard that entire illusion entirely.
No,
what...
Like, you know what it is? It's...
Yeah?
There are acts of heroism, but just because someone does something heroic, that doesn't make them a hero.
Yeah,
Do you know who that is? That's fucking Ocelot.
yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Ocelot has done more heroic things than I think any other character in the entire series, but I don't think anyone could ever call him a hero.
No,
Absolutely not.
he's a fucking, like,
not.
vile scumbag who everybody despises and he holds, like, no loyalty towards, but he literally saves the world.
Right, he's
multiple times.
Yeah.
Even when he reveals his plan to Snake in the end, when he goes like, yeah, I wanted to destroy the Patriots all along, he's still talking like a villain. He's like, Snake still hates him for that.
And it still doesn't make him a hero. Like, no reasonable person would consider Ocelot a hero. I don't think you could even argue that Ocelot is a hero. He is by definition an antagonist and a villain. And yet he has probably done more good for the world than most of the protagonists in this game.
And it wasn't
also
because of
sorry.
yeah. No, you
He's-
go first. I want to hear this.
He is also the antithesis to me of that last scene where the boss, like, where Big Boss just pleads to Snake, like, please just live.
Right,
Yeah.
just be normal.
He couldn't. Ocelot, like, could not live. He had to be a hero.
It was never
Yeah.
a question
Yeah.
for Ocelot.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
never anything. He was never anything
Right.
but this corollary to a hero.
And what makes Ocelot heroic, what makes anything he does heroic is because he is free of ideals. He doesn't do anything out of any sort of ideological opposition or anything. He has no monologue where he reveals his like true grand plans or anything like that. It's all bullshit. He just cares about a guy. He
Right,
just
that's actually kind
wants
of
to.
the thing. Like,
He
something
is-
I want to bring up. There's kind of I don't remember the article, but there's kind
See,
of an,
thank you. Those Metal Gears sure can make it solid.
Mhm.
there's an article I read. I'll try to find the link, but it basically is this person talking about how so many modern heroes in media, be it games or movies, especially movies, they don't. It gets into the reactive hero thing. They don't oppose the tyrant or the antagonist out of ideological
Mhm.
disagreement. They oppose the antagonist out of personal injury.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, you guys say that Ocelot did not have an ideology, and I kind of agree. But the thing is that he, in some ways, while not perhaps professing an ideology, he still acts as a vessel for one.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he acts as a vessel for one, and he also, from a certain perspective, like, a lot of his actions against the Patriots are because of personal injury done to him by the Patriots fucking around with Big Boss.
Mhm.
So, like, from a really weird perspective, you're looking in at the reactions of a person who saves the world because of personal injury.
Mhm.
You know what?
A hero.
You know what I think it might be? I think it's this idea that he is trying. He does have ideals, and I'm not sure if he's necessarily motivated by personal injury, but he is reacting. He's reacting to his personal injury, but he is defined by his image of the boss.
Mm.
There's this version of the boss in his head that he is trying to follow, but he's still a person. He's trying to be this mythical hero, but he's constrained to the ability and effect in the world of a person. And what that defaults to is simply reacting to things as personal injury, except in the case of Big Boss, who, because throughout the entire series, the only person who really understands Big Boss is Ocelot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, take Ocelot. Take this little goofy.
He,
Like, all the way
he
back
fucking
in
meows
Metal Gear
at you
Solid
in
3.
fucking intimidation.
In his introduction, this goofball.
And then give him this
Metal Gear Solid-
incredibly mournful death.
I know.
Like, this entire arc.
And like
holy
and
shit.
if you don't go through this series chronologically like I did with us, your introduction to Ocelot is in Shadow Moses, and it's just as fucking campy as he shows up in fucking 3. Like, he's still spinning around his guns and getting his hand cut off. Like, he's still dunked on. He's never like. You never get the sense that he's to be like taken seriously until that game ends, and it's like, oh, he was an inside man all along. But it just keeps on going.
Man, what a fucking legend.
On God, yeah.
Metal Gear Solid.
I
the
think
series
we've
slaps
talked
my
so
nuts
much.
off.
We've talked so much about this. I want to open up my Metal Gear text channel in my server for like further discussion because I want to keep talking about like I'm gonna have more thoughts about this. But we should wrap up the night. CT.
Yes.
We have something we want to tell the people about. I'm gonna switch to face cam real quick. Do you want to take point on this?
Why don't you? Yeah.
All
Sure,
right.
I'll take on
Yeah,
this.
you got this.
So basically, like sometime in the future, we don't have explicit dates yet, but myself, Sarah Mojave here, Innkeeper, and
who is not present, sadly.
who's not present anymore, are basically planning on forming a sort of like stream conglomerate. So I'll be able to be streaming. I'll basically stream study streams every day that will then feed into these guys' streams.
Ooh, study
Yeah.
streams?
Just something chill. Let us hang out, read a bit, like not talk much, and then we can feed, talk, like get a little goofier, play some video games, have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The existing coalition between Innkeeper, Bean, and I is evolving.
expanding.
We're all super excited about this. We don't have,
Yes.
like we said, we don't have any set dates, but there are other things attached to this that will be announced in the future.
Yes, there
yeah.
will be
Congrats.
additional developments in the future.
Congrats.
Enormous things are approaching at an alarming rate.
Yeah, like,
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
it's gonna be fucking great. I don't have anyone. Let's see, is there anyone even fucking online to raid right now? I'm gonna send these bitches off to somebody. Let's see. Oh, holy shit, there are people. Oh, fuck, DJ's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, TikTok them. Fuck yeah. One of Innkeeper's followers. Yeah, they're playing New Vegas right now. You guys go fucking yeah. If you guys want to stay up or you're in a time zone that it isn't like past midnight like it is for all of us, go give them a shout.
Right.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, CT and everybody in voice. I'm gonna fucking sleep. I'm so tired,
Yeah.
guys.
Sleep.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Open Metal Gear.
Good
We're going
night.
to chat about it in text.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.